started cold sweating and shaking. Baked beans blues in a Texas accent and farted out the entire collection, history books, or of the History of the World 2020 edition. That's pretty impressive, Jens said. That's from the future. It was possible because it wasn't the future for you. Proof I was here, James said like a mapmaker, opening the lexicons. Give me this history of the world, said Raphael. This might be dangerous to read for some people. Are you going to tell us who you're talking about, Raphael? People with royal blood, like you, James. James, Raphael, Porpoise, Yensid Enteth with teleport crystal, in charred forest. Oswald hailed them with a torch. You're the last one to come. Two dwarves got cold hairy feet. Let's go, people. The sky was dark here always, air directing and confusing, darkness cultivated. The path to Dragon's Nest was deadly in the air like a sickness cord, fateful like eternal vision and hindsight best in the world. They saw and followed the castle's west wall but could not see the top.
Yo, what's up, YouTube stream?
It was shrouded in black clouds, like it could be anything in the sky. You can have Daisy here, in lack of dwarf. A herbologist intelligent with a magical red tattooed white direwolf, she can turn into a bear. They are not so dissimilar in size. They split. 10 they went into different entrances. 40 brave men and wizards. The first room was a southeast entrance, respite, grey charming lit stone with benches and 2 wooden tables with many candles and red tablecloth. Many furniture and red rugs, brightly lit. A charming decorated entrance, ghostly paintings of memories dead and rich lords forgotten. 2 doors leading left and north seemed menacing. They read death and mistake. Jens had put on his right eye patch. Spiritually James felt deadliness, deep hidden things impossible and cold old stone damp. Mostly stone. Stone is more alive in a castle. You could hide the world's sins in here. And secrecy. I sense right. Me too, said Oswald. They opened the wooden steel gate and it seemed to get stuck halfway, on junk, clutter and rubbish. The room was a giant room of wooden crap, barrels, beams and tables restricting movement. All dark, dusty and covered in webs, giant webs. There was nowhere where there wasn't crap, piled the largest in the middle. Watch your step, men, Oswald. They climbed through the middle, more uncomfortable, annoying and slow than treacherous. James' instincts reeked of death as he touched the first giant web. He could not logically figure out why and unfortunately didn't listen. Thinkers can be disconnected to understanding some emotion if it doesn't make sense. Just needs deeper thinking. They should always listen to the warning. Inferior emotional cognitive functions tell you when your thinking is wrong, when it has moral consequences. You said yourself you disagree. Like thinking only possible through the best of circumstances. Emotions doesn't have to make sense through. Raft and rubbish broke and those climbing the shortest way were soon stuck. And guess what happened as they were stuck? Don't touch the giant webs, said Porpoise. Giant spiders, Gregor exclaimed, panicky for being so muscular. Giant dreadful spiders descended from above, spraying webs like lassos. They were white-grey with lots of hair and flesh, made them look like zombie spiders. Some colossus more than giant. Porpoise lit the webs on fire as people started panicking. The grey corpse-looking spiders were cautious and undecipherable. James threw his discus and 1, 2, 3 axes. Projectiles were fired en masse, magical and not. The dwarf was screaming. James threw his polearm and it cleaved the spider's head approaching. Porpoise fired fossil arrows with his arbalist and effortlessly parried their fangs and legs. Gregor the roach made mincemeat of the spiders close with his spear. The direwolf went feral, so did Yensid with his ass. Like a bullet he could make piercing flatulence going through their body's whole. Raphael cleft spiders graciously like they were butter. The spiders didn't seem accustomed to fighting, or anything. The party fought like this battle was going to be unique. The spiders bit and had overpowering strength. Seeming like a ghost, they could really sprint just when you thought to calm your fear. The dwarf hack again was stuck between 2 powering spiders, axe and shield. James stabbed, cut and smashed with his polearm, boosted jumping with firefeet. They eventually handled the army of spiders, but the amount 99 was sickening. It took their stamina and patience. Thus a final 20-meter in diameter spider came on its silk eerily down. Their weapons had no effect on it. They were really considering panicking as Raphael started blinding the spider with his circular guard crossword. Raphael whispered holy words, then flew and cleft the spider's head diagonally bottom to top. It was hard for the eyes to look at, blindingly holy. Rubble fell down into the middle as they moved. They realized it was a bottomless hole opened. Maybe it was common. It smelled like carcass. The next gate opened into a room pitch black. It felt like it could be anything and told them nothing. Eld Fucina Yensid enjoyed putting a live lasting fireball as light in the top of the room. Good thing they had not walked further. It was an abyss room. A drop, perfectly architectured rectangular hole. There was a creaky cracked old plank from the beginning of the room to the end, and that was it. 30 meters. This leads into the catacombs if we survive, said the one-eyed dwarf hack. So early it will make us likely pop up closer to the treasure room. We're as far away as you can now minus one room. It's less dangerous, a gambit to consider at least. Let's put it to a vote, said Oswald. Vote aye in favor. Surprisingly no one said anything, not even the dwarf. It was early maybe. Very well, I'll scout, said Raphael, and flew with his 4 white angel wings. They were as long as he. He wore a white golden dress with a hood long which half hid his golden armor. Poisonous arrows shot from serpent heads and a toasty fire breathed from gargoyles close to the cracked plank. We must cross the plank, said Raphael. It creaked and bent at one dwarf foot insecurely. Maybe I can throw you, said James. I can magically reinforce the plank with ice magic, but don't test it, said Yensid. 1 or maybe 2 at a time. And so they feared and creaked. The dark room was profoundly getting into their heads just like it was empty. I'm too scared to do it, honesty, said Daisy. Someone must carry Calder, my direwolf. James carried the direwolf cutely, and then Daisy. Sexual thoughts secretly went through Daisy's head as she was carried across the plank on his muscly shoulder. They ventured straightly. Last to cross was the dwarf. I do feel a little bit queasy with one eye. As the dwarf was almost over, as a giant voice shrieked sacrifice and 3 shadowy giant arms protruded from the abyss. They grabbed the dwarf down towards the dark. Jens had blasted spells and said, "It's not working, Raphael." Raphael shot down with blazing speed, grabbing the dwarf. The shadow arms required to be cut by Raphael's holy blades before letting go. Master Dwarf Hack was carried gently into the edge of the abyss. I have no cheek to say this time, thank you, Raphael. A corridor of stone slabs and torches claustrophobic entered. Wait, James said *HUHH. He smashed through some engraved slabs. Look, he pulled out a small shrine from the wall. It was engraved. Let me open it magically with my ass, said Yensid. The shrine smelly was filled with coin and onyx rings, bracelets. There was one crystal-shaped vial. This is a tear of Osseous. It will give you giant strength and thoughts for 80 seconds. No one made any cringe jokes about leaving already with treasure. They came across a black elf, a small malnourished prisoner-looking elf with an orcish face. Only wore pants. He wanted to trade a dead rat for one of their treasures, and he would not attack them in the future. Shoe trickster of the dark, said Porpoise. He scurried imprinted. The most important thing is defense and health, I think, the dwarf said intelligently, to survive the castle. The corridor ended in a cross, and it was relief compared to fighting. Let's go west, men, said Oswald. The treasure chamber is diagonal to the middle of the castle. They went torchlit to another spiked wooden iron gate with a gargoyle face, and opened heavily. It was 3 by 5 meters wide. Skeletons started pouring. They had heavily been leaning against the door. Pouring and pouring like a great mistake until the last head stopped rolling, some 4-meter half-giant skeletons. Then they came alive. With hand-protected pirate scimitars and axes they marched dead intent. Some had black full helmets spiked and chest plates. Skeletal mages with little robes started shooting blizzard and bolts of lightning into the party. They got hit by instant lightning bolts until Daisy set up a magical conduit. Then she turned into a bear ferociously. The direwolf had a field day and would afterwards too, maybe with the bones. Strange dead enemies, thought the wolf. It was about as smart as a grey African parrot, 55 intelligence quotient. James echoed DAR or SOF like he was Thor and hit almost every skeleton that had poured through the door. Giant skeletons swung massive wide 2-handed swords overhead, and some just attacked with fists. Jens had sat on a skeleton so it couldn't move, then with flatulence brutally destroyed it and made a 3-meter hole into the ground. Digging straight down. There is but magic I cannot actually, Jens had said. 1 magical sword, 1 staff. It is being teached at Solga docks. There's a hole here. I smell wine, said the wizard profoundly. The bear used magical attacks with its claws and didn't mind walking around on 2 feet. Some pommeling magic stunned, some hunger attacks relinquished. It went into a frenzy and started stunning each enemy once with them all. The skeletons could have been meaty ragdolls. Alas, their bones did not have much resistance, not to a competent and focused party. Eventually the party conquered. The last skeletons were destroyed with impunity, dwarf thundering warhammer, magic and axes. I see a basement. Jens had lit his farts on fire with a fiery finger. Blue fire burned through the cobbly stone and made 2 by 3 meter hole carved. Oswald dropped and made no sound, as a lightweight elf. It's a wine cellar. Jens had broken an orcish wine barrel. Wine barrels were stacked 3 on 3 by the entire tall wall. Oak and maple barrels with taps. There was white and rye bread, baguettes, Greek and Italian like country bread rough. A candle was lit on just one small table with some scripture. Some more wall torches lurched diagonally. This cellar was not for eating, it seemed. Was the necromancer alive? 2 corner cabinets had dried meat, ham steaks, rumps, black sausage links from the roof and blood food. Eat, I think, replenish your health, drink and tuck greedily, said Oswald. What if it's poisoned, Oswald? That would be reasonable. Awoo, said the direwolf, commenting on what they said. A werewolf comically came in, clawing the door halfway, staring at the party. They all stared. James, with speed technique, instantly pushed him throat up to the door and feet off the floor. Dwarf Hack put his axe/warhammer menacingly close to his head. Speak, is this by any chance poisoned, werewolf? We're not stupid. When James spoke of death, everyone got the idea. After 3 seconds, the wolf said, the light dwarvish spiced stuff tastes like poison. Alas, we drink it, and eat. Is the necromancer alive? I cannot tell you this, the werewolf said with an aristocratic accent. Don't kill me. No reinforcements will come to this off-the-map room you found. How did you find it? Jens had farted just as he said this. Maybe we won't kill you, Kerr. Someone has to do this paperwork as well. The werewolf had twice knotted 1.5-meter grey tail swinging. James dropped the furry, he slid down the wall. I'll be off, he left elegant and concerned with his own important world. They didn't enjoy themselves really until the spirits started pouring. Allfather ale, dwarfish mind bombs, Bordeaux red and red black. Fruity cider perfectly balanced, light as a feather. French champagne, brandy perfectly colored. Wizard's light blue and teal mana fountain. It had no actual mana. All right boys, let's get drunk. Different relaxed, relieved sides were newly shown by the party. This Hungarian beer is 2%. Drink this if you just want to replenish, or drink. Jens had liked the light beer. I like replenishing my mana with beer. How do you know the percentage, James? I am an alcohol savant. You mean a drunk, Clement? Is the direwolf old enough to drink? No, said Daisy. Lucky we are. I know this dwarf whiskey with rye. Expensive stuff. He felt lucky as a dwarf. Everyone took a whiskey glass and cheered red-faced. Celebrating like manners were hard found. James gave everyone cheese he had opinions about. Tuck into your bags and pockets, gentlemen. I always wanted to own a castle, have servants, lazily exist. Osgiliath. Fat people are fantastic at conserving energy. They can always push when shove comes. Laos. Fat gives me power. You should see how I score in physical competitions. Osgiliath. I used to bulk up 25 kilos for more muscle. James. That's an interesting strategy. I have not heard it, interrupted Hack. You just need 400 more calories per day to significantly increase muscle growth. That's going up 2 kilos a month. Doesn't mean you should dirty bulk through with hamburgers and pizza. No diet that recommends that is good. I bulked up 40 kilos when I was depressed once. Cleric. I don't think we can beat the castle drunk. Let's wait at least an hour. Aye, they said together. Many fell asleep. 3 hours passed. Porpoise ate black sausage links until they tasted like porridge. The werewolf came back and wrote on some parchment at the small table. Porpoise let him do it unwillingly. I literally have to do this, what else can I say, he said quietly. He exited with 3 parchments. Enter skeleton-looking door. They entered a giant cave untouched. It was dim lit magically. It entered into a circular lake. It looked like it hid nothing but underneath.
I gotta check if it's like a cool matchup or something.
I feel like Eve is trying too hard for the up airs and J-Move.
It looked like it hid nothing but underneath. I think we have to swim. One of us has to swim, said Gregor. I can hold my breath for 5 minutes, said Giant James, and I train in water. Take this potion, Cave Murray. It will triple your breath and make you see in the dark, enhance your speed, resist cold, smell like a fish. James touched the lake and nothing happened. He downed the squid ink tasting black vial and went in egregious. James had always swum like an arrow and with rare everlasting endurance. Disgusting, the cave water was dead and alive sea vegetation, some pale white grey fish. The potion helped against the cold. He scouted some endless cave systems, then went back for air. Face enter surface. It went up like a wet jellyfish and distorted faces. It's a cave complex. It will test my lungs anyway. No danger, just have to figure out the way. He was focused to dive back in.
Normal diets are like, oh, go down 400 calories per day. If you count anything wrong ever or cheat ever, it ruins all the progress. Not that I've been trying to cheat, but now in 2 days I would have gone down 2,000 calories at least. I haven't eaten.
It's a cave complex. It will test my lungs anyway. No danger, just have to figure out the way. He was focused to dive back in. As he dove, in 0.5 seconds the surface shaped into magical black ice. Probably need to go up to go down, then to go up, thought James. That's the intelligent puzzle they're looking for in the cave systems. It's not just this visible tunnel straight. Death waited for James in the straight tunnel. Rounding the system took a long time, but he was right, it was the most complicated tunnel. The length started testing his lungs. Amazing, James' body still felt just the same with little oxygen. The party was going panic mode as they realized James will die anytime. The ice didn't break, it didn't shuffle, it didn't dispel. He swum and swum, running out of air as he exited a stony sink. He surfaced in a cave lab. Elven journals lay here with kaleidoscopes and magnifying glasses of different sizes. It was a good studying atmosphere, desk after desk, bookshelf after bookshelf, magical elven items, waterhole in the middle. James got up and saw a crystal teal, whirring crystal sitting on top of a contraption with 4 legs. He lifted it, it slowly removed the magical protection of a wall. He opened a stone door into the protected corridor, then came to a brick wall. HUHH smash asterisk smashing through it. There was his party trying to dispel the black ice. You're a swordfish in the water. We thought we would have to rescue you, said the meerkat goblin Laos. He was pretty much a thin, cute goblin with big mouth and the voice of someone taller. Probably NTP personality, thought himself. They walked a long time until they reached a 2 by 2 meter wooden gate with 1 versus 1 edged. It's the only way, the dwarf said, thinking cleverly but not far enough. Inside was a huge 100 by 100 by 300 meter cave shaped like a cube with a small circle lake in the end. After central small stairs down went by a statue of a warrior, there was an impossibly large 25 by 25 by 70 meter tall naga with 4 arms and 4 stone katanas. She waited sharply, eagerly, everlasting satisfaction from the written rules. This is an interesting statue. I fear not, the naga said. Gregor, let me at them. It was a lightly armored female, 4 shoulder plates, Asian-looking armor. This looks like why you need me, said Raphael. I will bestel divine judgment, bloody and God-fearing. I can do it, Raphael, said James quietly. Quickly, Raphael said, what's your defense plan? Will you allow me, if I ask nicely? I will enhance your shield with impact magic, defensive, said Yensid. I will need some air magic to get to her head, make it easy for me. Light as a feather, Laos. Drink the vial, Daisy. James drank the vial of Osseous. James went forth sword and shield, like 2 exteriors glorious and timeless, aspect to the serpent egregious. Hail, serpent. The 30-meter katanas came swinging 2 by 2, mercilessly, horizontally and vertically. The impact was something of himself, it was better for him to duck or dip. James dropped his sword, charging Mal Lighthunger and Eld Fuchina into his right arm. He charged and charged, using up his entire magical reservoir in 120 seconds of dodging. His entire arm was glowing red and his fist white. An immolation aura of white cracked the ground and air in a circle around him. With a little bit of cheating, Jens had hurricaned him up into the air for the 1 versus 1. The speck flying towards the naga's face was met with 4 slow swords crossed. James knocked them back giantly with his impact shield magic. Then sound and time seemed to be silent for 4 seconds as James closed in. 7 impact fist. James hit the naga in the left face cheek with an impact and sound of the god Ullr, a fire 7-star scolded the air. Slowly the naga descended to the ground, lifeless arms, did a somersault in the air over 7 slow seconds. The enemy was knocked out, technical KO. James already had the strength of a giant. Look at the bottom, there's treasure. They could clearly see prize cups and gold, tiaras magically magnified in the bottom. Golden spiked clubs and staves and giant orbed one-handed staves. The water was minus 200 degrees, cold as space. James pulled back his foot. Strangely, the sensation was not very different from burning. Maybe what he felt was damage. You still have some cave Murray in you, the dwarf asked rhetorically. We need to heat up the water, said Laos. Use my stamina, Porpoise said bravely and started breathing fire into the water. The water still got draining cold at the bottom as James lifted intentionally heavy treasure up. Back and forth, he barely made it, getting the last treasure weakened like poisoned mercury. Yeah, obviously you're good at swimming, came the statement from Laos and a pat on the shoulder. That's the ass saber of Antioch, said Yensid. No, that's the spellsteel axe chasm, it's been lost for centuries, said Hack. And Apocalypse Edge, the battle axe of kings, it was gemmed 60 times ruby and onyx across the side of the axe blade, luxurious silver steel. Spellsteel chasm can teleport you wherever your eyes can see, classically behind your opponent, and it can rain fiery asteroids from the sky. I'll take it and ask for no more this quest, said Gregor. No one said anything. You can have claim on the dragon's treasure still, said Yensid. Gregor thought stupidly not to take that either. Overhonored, he said nothing. I will honor this edge like all dwarves before me. Again, as far as you could see sharply, was their next gate. The cavern was profound, symmetrical, boring and damp. The gate creaked from gears. It's just a hole, like a chimney inside. I can see the end about 20 meters down, said the cleric. Daisy spoke Elvish and conjured a huge tree root for them to slide down. James thought he could just press his muscular award-winning back into it. James was first down. It was a crossroom of white iron brightly lit. It felt strategic. A minotaur. You readers know how a minotaur looks like. James put this shield down rigid as mountain, but the battle-axe minotaur knocked him 5 meters back into the air anyway. In a movie, they would probably have used strings pulling you up and back. Laros and Wizard Yensid came down and started scorching the minotaur with lightning bolts superior. The minotaur had no defense against this spell and range. After getting blocked and blocked again by new ice walls and bone prisons, soon its black flesh smoked and roaring like a bull. He fell over with its cow's tongue out, unable to close the distance. Smack asterisk, the many boots said to the stone clumsily. Is that everyone? We go north still, Seth Oswald. Once they stepped on the final tile, the cross raised and rotated 90 degrees left. Dust and barrels smashed. West is fine too, Oswald. At least we didn't trigger the sorcerer's curse. It will rotate all rooms 270 degrees random directions. If it makes us stuck, we're stuck. They entered a room with dead adventurers. Merrily around a circular wooden table they sat dead, the dead partying or at least conversing as a group. Etched in the wall was, "We can't get out, the wild wind blows." The room had 2 exits, one rotation had given them at least another way. Ranger hat, crowns and butcher's coif sat on different heads differentiating the corpses. "We will honor your quest as we take your stuff," James said. They had silver and gold jewelry, some gem swords, diamonds, 1 staff. Daggers were distributed evenly. Gregor carefully pulled every gold tooth out of a grey wide-bearded dwarf skeleton. "Honorable as Satan reading the Bible," Laros said. The cleric smacked Laros in the face with his Bible. Oswald didn't seem dishonored or discouraged and said, "We'll go east, at least it isn't south. We came from the south entrance, remember." They ventured into a pie chart room with a stone curtain slowly raising. A voice said, "You have entered the orc room. Your best warrior is banished into hell with all but his worst weapon." Orcs crawled underneath the curtain and began throatily orc cursing. Steel met iron as fate collided. A dance of orc anger, whirlwind and savagery. James was banished next to a 5 by 5 meter circular Greek-looking stone temple. Around him was black and brown dirt with no end in any direction James could see. Orcs far distributed came running to the temple. James had no weapon but his right fist and his discus of weakening. Wasn't a bad a weapon, he thought in a good mood. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. He put on some AC/DC on his phone and punched the first orc like a frying pan. His legs shot up and leather boots flew off. He ricocheted his discus between 2 heads and punched a fiery hole through an orc chest as all 3 iron sword hooks flew into the air. From a top perspective, no one got close without getting systematically smacked. Gobsmacked. He danced the dance of death and slaughtered like a bloody biceps ballerina on his slayer task. He grabbed their weapons and shields, threw javelin, broke bows. He pierced and pommeled with sword hooks, threw 2 battle axe. It smashed like a boulder into the orc and knocked him off the screen. Bodies were stacking like restaurant plates. They came with siege, they shielded together, they had katanas and daggers. James fought and danced until 300 orcs were piling up. Ding, he got teleported back. "You survived," said a voice like death or a wizard thrilled. No one was fighting in this room anymore. The battlefield was filled with teeth heads in helmets and colored blood. He went into another corridor and jogged perceptively. He could hear Yensid's farts like a guiding star. He punched through the wall with impact magic thrice. There was his team. "We had a hard time without you. Where were you?" said Inquisitor Clement the cleric. Yensid started screaming like a chicken and laid an egg. The egg had somehow explosives in it that destroyed the first layer of the walls in the room and knocked the party in different directions. The party had to recover from this, and they started chatting angrily about wisdom and religion and Yensid and everything they had kept in their better tolerant selves. Walk on the path of God as much as wisdom, live right, care for your soul. That kind of walking is a form of wisdom. There is no proof of God, Clement the Cement. What if you're wrong? What if you wasted your life? You are not a holy man, Yensid, but if you dare find signs of gods, you will. What if God is dead and we are worshipping someone killed? Said Yensid in a compromise. BWOK, just as things had turned to normal, Yensid was going to lay another egg. "No you don't, lad, keep that stuff in." Hack bent Yensid over and pushed onto his buttocks. "Your wizard is a liability," said Oswald. "His ass is powerful," said James. The next room seemed strange. There was tawny grounds it seems, half dirt half stone. It lit up as they drew nearer, 4 stages for duels, and there was the ghosts and black elves as a sitting audience gathering more height up back. They laughed insanely and seemed not like the newcomers were anything but mirages. 4 black knights stationed of hellish horse beasts with several horns and spikes, white heads half alive and mouths dead. The knights were fully armored and had glowing yellow slits for eyes, large and oversized visors, gigantic shoulder plates rounded. The armor was gleaming from roundness and the abyss blackness. "Let's go, men." James equipped his shield in his left hand. He walked menacingly as the first knight began jousting, fire laid in the wake as they sped up blazing. With speed technique James strafed and took the pole of the jousting knight. He pulled him off his horse and smacked his head into the dirt. The party engaged with battle cry. The knight fought with skill and agility. He had pulled a warhammer from his belt. James started throwing warhammers thrice, and a discus. It hit the knight and he wasn't as intimidating flying back on his arse. 2 fiery battle axes addled with magic hit the knight in the shoulders, lodging stuck. "Don't destroy that, I need it back," said James. The Black Knight was hard to interpret in silence. An impact warhammer ricocheted. He seemed immune to impact magic. No matter, James punched him in the stomach and up into the air, then kicked him in the head as he was going down. The horse went back practiced to its owner, both eerie in silence and death hollow. Communicating with dead wavelengths, a flail came flying and barely missed James' dodging cheek. It could expand by its chain by 15 meters, then it was pulled inside quickly with the chain. Then came a fiery whip and extended 5 meters. It hit James' armor and started to melt it. Hot. James spun out of it and jumped out of reach eventually. Better get back to my throwing strategy. YENSID, ice magic, please. Yensid shot forth a sheet of ice that shot upwards, knocking the knight back and pierced his feet. The lodged axe fell out of the knight's shoulder. James put another fiery one in there. The Black Knight alternatively flailed and whipped, but annoying James kept out of range. The flail spikes seemed poisoned, but James had full plate. The knight came running and his weapons were close, but James knocked him back with the discus aimed at his throat. He went for a double warhammer throw, confusing, thus they both dented the knight's armor. Yensid, without being asked, had time for another shot of ice. This time it froze the Black Knight, stuck, piercing his legs completely. James whispered Eld Fucina and went for a jumping axe throw. It whispered fire to the air and hit the knight between the eyes, searing its surroundings and cleaving his head. James went and helped his team, sneaking up behind a Black Knight and holding him with a half Nelson. Porpoise went up and put a piercing blade through his stomach. The knight shaked like he was being exercised and eyes exploded yellow explosions, smoking as he died. The cleric shot 1.5 diameter white divine judgment beams, half hit their targets and seemed to have no problem blocking the Black Knight's attacks with his thick armor. Laos had his short bow, often firing magical poison arrows. One Black Knight also had a spray poison attack and explosive blowpipe. James knocked him forward by hitting a warhammer in the back. Porpoise helped too and cleft his helm. Porpoise had been scared but had some really good moments where he motivated himself. He had been scared enough, for long enough, and he existed in it strangely motivated. Gregor had been poking frantically with his spear for 10 minutes, a flurry of jabs met by a frantic sword-swinging knight. It was the most personality both of them showed. He disarmed the knight and hit through his head 4 times. "A just idiot lummox," he said, triumphant. "An idiot just," said James. James thought about the essence of teabagging now insanely, like it's just like dipping things. In the room they found a cabinet hidden of gnarly cider, awesome sugary citrusy drinks unknown in 8-side circle with stringed cork, and awesome jugs of wine known and classical. "Wait, don't drink the one, I taste mercury. This would have killed you slowly. Better trust the Winnicella. This isn't anything compared to the Winnicella, it's just a little bit of respite. Yensid, how is your ass?" "Let's go back to the Winnicella, people," they agreed in stupid communication. And so they did. Yensid summoned summer winds that blew them in the right direction. They also made camp and cooked oysters and bacon, chicken in a wrap with bacon, and James taught them how to marinate meat modernly. Ask me for modern recipes. Did you know Italy spread their food everywhere? Many food types are global, and after England's conquest of India the foods fuse. England an empire, 10 colonies. Yes, hopefully we weren't too rough, you know, he thought as a contemporary Brit. They ate black sausage links, Yensid made tea, and then they soon replenished with wine and more bread. "James, Porpoise here says you're lightweight," secretly said a drunk cleric. Who knows what he meant? "No, I don't," said Porpoise. "Slap him in the nuts and bite him in the leg." Bodybuilder James grabbed Porpoise overhead and threw him out the room 5 meters in a silly mood. "Do you want some sausage?" James said to Porpoise. "Here, spice up the cleric's drink." Yensid farted a flame, small but just. The cleric looked unbothered in the distance. It was a wall, and drank, thus he went. God, someone farted in my drink. Don't use God's name in vain, said Laros. Throw me out as well, said Daisy suspectedly. Can I come in now, said Porpoise after 2 minutes. No, said James, someone put a keg of Bordeaux, he's afraid of good alcohol. They stapled 4 kegs against the door. Clement opened a Wizard's Digest against the door and exclaimed, "This is just like home." Laros spit the Wizard's Digest out. "This tastes like a hamster dipped in tea." "Keep drinking," said Clement. And so they did. Parched and sozzled they were, missing their mouths and satisfying their spirit, cheering their earthy lineage and celebrating the size of the glasses. "Can I have some bacon?" said Porpoise. They gave him bacon like nothing had happened through a barrel crevice. Technically Porpoise did do nothing. SSSSCHSSCH your did he SSSDTH fried chicken, said the dwarf, didn't make any sense. Hack, you're only making sense to dwarves and yourself, stop drinking for a bit. I challenge you to a drinking contest, said Master Hack. Loser gets punched in the nuts 750 times. They moved the werewolf's table and 2 chairs legendarily. That smells terrible, Yen said. That's not me. They had opened a keg with flatulence blue cheese manifest. Not that one, let's start with dwarf mind bombs. Hack took a chug, looking James in the eye brutally. James drank his dark ale, locking eyes, not giving anything away. Dwarfish mind bombs were easy for the dwarf, but James was used to them too. They actually ran out of mind bombs eventually. The dwarf was concerned like there would be no more alcohol. What are we going to do now? They were saved thus by gut-wrench grog, multiple alcohols, and liver's innate double regret. Now we're getting somewhere. James doesn't know why he said that. Hack laughed in confused drunk. Hack turned into a mental midget, but James went into normal IQ territory. James enjoyed himself. This is how normal people are. James was twice as wide and tall, but the dwarf would not be outdrunk. James moved the kegs. James staggered to Porpoise, read the labels and moved them easily. You are as fine a Brit as the Queen, Porpoise. You too, James. James wished they could have had a coffee between grogs. Next up, Wizard's misspelling and fire gutrot heartstopper. It made James water his eyes and Hack grasp his heart. The final alcohol they kept drinking was brandy, Bertha's Brainrow brandy. They drank and they drank and they drank, gathered time unnecessarily, defied their bodies, acted tough but also quite nice. Good, Bertha's catalogue. I already have Brainrow and no taste buds, said Hack. It's not that bad at all. I don't know why he said that, said Daisy. James didn't know where Hack was in terms of tolerance. James had pushed way beyond his limits, and who knows what kept him going. He started to have memory and seizure problems. He went for another filled wooden pint mug and felt like he was hurting himself permanently. Chug. It filling up again made him feel dizzy and his body ached. You're not done soon, are you, Hack? I'm a dwarf, I'm done when we run out of beer. But you're making quite a show here. I thought you were invincible at one point. In those moments, invincible he was, just like James would have been against a weapon. James reached for the pint who was being filled up. Suddenly the table went up in the air. He had fallen to the ground on his ass. The stone felt sleepy and cozy. Someone gave him the pint. James inspected it closely and drank disciplined, and then another. Hack looked addled, but the same when drinking. There was no telling how far he could go. This has been a fun game. Let's do it again sometime, said James. Are you giving up, laddie? I can go on, I think, but I'll stop, he said casually. Hack cheered for 3 seconds, raising his pint. I told you he drinks like a little girl and punches like an eunuch, then fell asleep. James thought the stone was cozy until his speeding brain realized, fairly scientifically, he might have drunk enough alcohol to die from alcohol poisoning. His body was strong, and with a crazy conditioned heart, he would have survived, but so did James not specifically realize. He got up and strongly lubbered to an empty keg, thought that he had to throw up. It didn't require much time for him to feel necessarily nauseous, and he vomited into the keg, again and again until his stomach was just food. He felt better but beaten. He started meditating with Stecker Yen Incantatum back against the keg solemnly, which he figured would repair some damage. And it did. They had drunk 99 units of alcohol. 1 medium beer equals 1 unit, together. No healing, I just need to meditate, said James. We have a healer, cleric, use it and it will sober you up by 60%. James didn't want to feel this afflicted, so he said, okay.
Let's check again.
Going really low. Oh, yeah. Finding his way back, but not giving me enough. And Billy actually dropping that punish.
James didn't want to feel this afflicted, so he said, okay, fine. James was very strong under the effects of something like this, yearning to be used, like a hero. Hack didn't feel like punching James in the nuts 750 times, he didn't want to be bothered like with the cleric's healing either or with anything. It had been tough beating James, but he was a tough oak used to go over his limits. He knew he could beat James before they started. The next room was the dodging room. This arena is big enough for our whole party against the door side. Instantly as the door closed, arrows shot from serpent heads covering the lower 80% of the area. Those who could, like Porpoise, jumped 10 meters into the air, Yensid with magic, the others blocked. Giant saw blades came through the wall making them jump away and up, some came vertically from the ground. Acid was pouring in from two sides of the room, narrowing it down more and more. It smelled like mercury sweet but was yellow-green. Some room tiles flipped 180 degrees into a hole in the middle. Saw blades pushed them into the middle. One tile started glowing and melting. 2 seconds later a hellhound head made out of fire entered and then dived down. "Don't stand on the glowing tiles," said James. Serpent head started firing arrows more sporadically and really made you mind your next step after the first, focusing on dodging, eyes on the surroundings. It was not for everyone. A spike shot up through the cleric's foot and then as he bent down, one through the other leg. Yensid, he can't move anymore. Yensid tried his best to move the cleric with air magic, but he feared for himself. Intelligently he went to the same tile as the cleric. The cleric took that time healing himself. Daisy got hit by a saw blade. It was poisoned. "Damn it, the poison makes it harder to dodge," she said unwomanly. A hellhound head got Hack. He wasn't the quickest, he melted instantly into a puddle of blood. Porpoise was by far the best here, dodging gracefully and flipping about. A small gargoyle started appearing and disappearing in the hole in the middle, its neck was glowing yellow. "Someone hit the gargoyle," said Daisy. James brought his whip resistant to fire. He had asked the elven to smith and supply it with mithril thorns 6 times 8 centimeters in diameter resistant to fire too. First time he wasn't quick enough, saw blades was barely dodged and deadlier. Second time he lassoed the gargoyle and pulled it up going into the abyss. It breathed fire around it until being properly removed. The room stopped moving, saw blades stopped halfway and the gate at the middle end was opened slightly. They took some time to heal the wounds, luckily the castle hadn't thought about this. Daisy went unconscious. "We can't wake her with magic, the healing isn't enough to wake her. We're losing the pretty herbologist." 2 of them tried to revive but she would not awake. Yensid sat on her face and farted so bad she woke up. It made cracks into the floor. Daisy felt high on medicine. Why does everything smell like cabbage and socks? She would get on to live another 43 years. They were curious to open the next room. It had one exit north, but in the middle was a circular staircase down. There was a dresser full of javelins and spears and vulgars, and that was it. "This must be one of the exits from the catacombs," said Osgiliath, a free room. The door north opened into an abyss, without a plank. It smelled more and the energy was different, something to interpret into a mistake. After Raphael scouted again, there were just some arrows. They used their biggest shields there and back as Raphael carried them with his wings thus and again. James threw some party members like meaty balls. No giant hands protruded this time. They came across a larger room, especially in height as they fought only giant skeletons. One after another they swung, content to be alive and sin again. They came to a room with a little bit of food and drinks that looked like black orcish mead. It was the stuff they had also found in the Winnicella. They weren't too hungry and stuffed it into their pockets and leather bags. "I don't mind carrying things on my back, I don't feel a thing," said James, like an ESFJ would. There was also a detailed large chest. James melted the lock mechanism and opened. Phoenix feathers, rare and valuable, a wand, a silver bracelet with 10 huge emeralds. Pure gold coin with faces of dwarf kings, silver ingots and a vile brown poorly mixed with gold color. "This is liquid greed," said Oswald, "a tricky potion to make as it is valuable. Made from unicorn mane, hair and crushed black imp horns and double not on sale alcohols. It can turn anything steel or silver into gold. Unless too large, it will work for about 1 meter in cubic." "Put it on the bracelet in it," said Osgiliath. "Save it for something larger," said Laros. "This is the licorice wand of grey men, I'll take this share," he said like an epic wizard. "It tastes like licorice," said Clement. "It tastes like liquor," said Laros. "No, it's just black." The wand was XLL large with 3 protruding segments, slightly bent. It looked high tier. "I am barely strong enough to wield this, it might drain more mana from me." "You're so dependable and reasonable, James, we're gonna get through this," said Daisy. James didn't mention that he used to compete in extreme wheelchair sports. "You're really strong and cute at the same time," Daisy said meaningfully. James knew just how to stop girls like this. "I like men, Daisy," he said in a deep voice. He lied though. Daisy didn't know what to say. You weren't supposed to say anything like that, she said, angry after a silence. You forced my hand, said James. Can we not have that kind of vague movie language in the book, please, said Daisy. Fine, said James. Can I at least get a grip around your waist? Try and see what happens. Daisy went relentlessly and hopeful. No, said James and slapped her hands away. When the girls are done, can we get going into the castle, said Yensid. This gate is locked, I can't find a reason. Back away, let a master wizard do his work. Yensid put his ass on the lock mechanism. Not much farting came first, but then like an ignition giant, the lock mechanism turned into a wide hole and with the sound of someone igniting propane. Propane mastery, said Yensid masterfully. Frequency and accuracy and balance is equally important. No one was following Yensid's line of thought. I think I got some pink AA from that, said Laros. I can cry with you if you want, said Daisy. Pull my finger, James, said Yensid. The party was like, do any of us actually dare to do this? Brave James pulled Yensid finger tough and coolly. Bang, the walls and roof caved in like an earthquake. Yensid had farted a 3x3 room hole madness. The explosion was blinding and deafening and smelled like alcohol and yeast. Skeletons were falling in from above, confused, bothering their linear thought. James was the only one who didn't regret it. He thought it was hilarious, a new direction. Daisy was screaming, her hair was on fire. James slashed skeletons into a rabble. We haven't been upstairs yet. Different treasures lie above, said Clement. The roof has another smaller castle and is unexplored. Should we split? Asked Gregor aggressively. I don't think so, it's dangerous enough in a team. A box 2 by 2 meters slowly unbalanced on a ledge above and broke on the floor. It was filled with ruby and silver treasure. The 6 huge rubies looked especially valuable, big as your fist. I knew that was going to happen. He didn't through. A boatload of hamsters started pouring from a room above. Before you could say microwave, there were hamsters everywhere. Don't step on the hamsters, said James, or I'll sit on you. Yensid, do something. Yensid farted, then air magic aired most of the hamsters into the tax evasion and parking ticket dimension. The hamsters were very cute. Some were white and had large fangs, some were 7 times the normal size. I shall keep this one, said James and cuddled on the belly of a huge hamster. He put it into his pocket, feet up. Oswald and Gregor kept a hamster as well. Beware, said Daisy, hamsters die brutally, it's never some normal shit. That's the curse of hamsters, said Yensid. Those were hamsters, said Oswald. I have seen them in Ixalig. They thirst for blood and neck and live 7 years at least. Might overfeed. The upside-down hamster in James' pocket thought it was very funny being upside down. Yensid hurricane magic aired himself into the rooms above and looked around. Only the floors closest to floor 2 lead to the dragon's center, said Oswald. I suggest James look in the roof for additional treasure, Yensid said, floating down like a butterfly. There's more than enough treasure in the center, Seth James. We might not make it to the center, said Yensid. Yensid started eating a can of baked beans. What else do you have except baked beans, said Daisy. Chili baked beans and some raisins. Suddenly Daisy came to a profound insight. It looked mathematical. Yensid, eat all your baked beans, said James with lots of energy. I can fart independently of baked beans, said Yensid competently. Can you make a hole into the roof? These walls were designed not to smash through, he said, countering but true. What about an Aslazer? James helped Yensid, shaped like an upside-down L. The bird noises commenced channeling God Ra, and then a bright white laser followed. Yensid screamed with power and the laser drained him, but his ass was strong. Who knew how many layers were pierced into the roof? Now some hurricane magic, please people. I'm as magical as a lesser steroid unicorn, said Laos, and so James was going through 25 stories up and up. Some rooms were larger than others. James saw glimpses of monsters and monsters of him. James thought about the Dicks Out for Harambe song and thought insanely or brilliantly about flashing his personal organs to the monsters flying by. Swish and flick, an unforgettable sight. He entered
That's a good song. It's on Spotify.
He entered smoothly on the roof. This part of the roof was dark, eerie and enclosed with sharp fences of brightest moonlight. And moonlight lit the roof. Still, it was 200 by 200 meters maybe. The fences ended into a smaller castle shaped kind of like a black knight they saw before, if you thought of a knight first. There were fountain statues of men raising a skull into the air, looking like theater people. The fountains spewed water for a meter towards each other. The ground glowed into a wave of starlight wherever he stepped. This seemed like holy or unholy ground. He didn't see them at first, but apparitions were closing in on him slowly. Some were very close. They looked like banshees with dead masks, floating above the ground slowly and with black tattered robes. They disappeared from view and could be seen again 3 seconds later, like there was a flickering lamplight. One was too close for comfort, it had drawn long broad blades now silently, ready to kill. James zigzagged between apparitions towards the castle until something eerie told him to look back. A piercing will, a fire-red-colored banshee-looking, nay reaper-looking wide tattered and torn came floating towards him with a reaper's scythe. Its hood was empty and harrowing, floating 1 meter above ground with no legs nor robe covering them. This infernal presence froze James strangely in place for 5 seconds. He tried desperately to move, but couldn't do it like in a fever dream. His instincts were on fire, he couldn't fight this. It was like looking down a red abyss into deepest hell. He could hear Lorna Shore playing faintly. He ran towards the castle intently. Coming up towards the door, he smashed the lock and went in, shutting hopefully. There was a spiral staircase and a door, he decided upwards. Most banshees wouldn't go into the castle, and those that shifted in didn't go up the stairs. And the spirit from Ultra Hell, another plane, could not be defeated. A single orc assaulted him. Coming up into a corridor, James was barely fast enough to avoid the primitive axe. He was brown with brown armor and a small shield. He trashed the orc through the wall and out the castle mercilessly. He met a meek, long and tall orc with glasses thus. "What are you doing so far up here?" said the orc, hostile and concerned. "How did you fight the 300 werewolves?" "I didn't. Where's the treasure in it?" "You think there's just common gold here? You'll find it. Now excuse me, interloper." Commandingly, he did not even fight. The castle had less dangerous rooms and more far between, like a bonus area or an unfinished expansion. He met more black elves, but they seemed to tolerate his presence, like an evil man tolerates new ideas. He came across an agility room. He dodged scythes and saw blades from the wall, pulled in his stomach between blades, did acrobatics. There was a huge water wheel he had to run upwards. It required all of his speed and more than he thought. Running like a muscle boss, he only advanced so quickly until he was at the diagonal top and exit. In a final room, there was a giant minotaur, dark fiery eyes with a giant two-handed sword, broad and jagged. Behind him was an opulent door of gold and finesse that could only be the treasure room of this instance. Well done getting past the werewolf's cur. This is the final challenge of this place. But not the dragon, Mr. Bull. Nay, wait. Is there to be someone else here? Are you just on reserve duty? I want to fight Kerr, no more talking. The Minotaur blew fire from his nostrils, and went for a double spin with the sword and then a quick overhead. The Minotaur assaulted right, overhead, left, right overhead, left, leaving no time for retaliation. James dodged an overhead and uppercut the Minotaur into the air. The sword got stuck in the ground for a second and James smashed it into 3 pieces with impact magic. The half-sword was good enough for the Minotaur. They swung sword for sword, clashing like titans and never measuring strength. They clashed a final time swords and fists. Their strength was even, though James was smaller. The Minotaur headbutted with his horn like it was his third arm. James got hit and it made him angry. With impact magic he headbutted back, knocking the Minotaur into the floor, flipping and hitting his head first. Another fiery swing from James destroyed the remainder of his sword and lit his bull hands on fire. Consider I have semester tomorrow, the Minotaur said in a deep voice. I don't even want to work for this guy. All this stuff about evil, decay and sickness cord. In semester you will find you a beat. James grabbed him by the horns and with the power of elf steroids. Steroid meteor. Jumped and knocked him out with the ground. He punched the door beyond. It wouldn't budge. It seemed to need a key into a giant golden hole that was probably here in the castle. He used fire magic to melt the lock mechanism. It seemed to resist him, but after 2 minutes of expert fire skills the door was hinging mildly. There was a gold view of treasure, swords of gold and silver and bronze, magical weapons, 4 giant diamonds and 4 onyxes, bars of mithril and adamant, restoration potions and restorative magical ale. He recognized a mimic in the middle of the room. He would not screw around with it. He carried the most valuable stuff he thought in his giant backpack, which was as large as him now. It was different, but he would get used to the weight as usual. He drank some magical ale, making him feel grand, also by the very light taste, almost like cider. Beer really tastes something special if you wait a long time in between. A long time for James was 2 days. He went past the Minotaur and the staircase, out to the courtyard onto the castle. The apparitions were fewer and the Red Reaper was missing. They seemed sluggish as he went to his hole down and balanced the sack on his head. Down he went like a missile. His muscular legs crunched the ground, making cracks eventually in a wide stance. The air was easier to breathe here, like an easier level. Looks like the party had painted magical arrows where they had gone. It was just 3 rooms. For the 3rd time he went to find his party. Christ almighty, said Laos. They were in another skeleton room. "You're as greedy as my aunt," said Osgiliath. James told him a bit about his adventure. "Look, James, why don't you teleport with our loot so far to the London base, then teleport back to Charred Woods?" James got even more to carry. "Put a shroud like of invisibility around me," Yen said, "so no one bats an eye." James smashed a vial and was once again pulled through colours and space to London. He went to the tavern base feeling funny. He felt there would be disagreements later, so he told no one about, and hid the diamonds. He took 3 minutes just resting his buttocks on a chair and boots on a table, not thinking much and enjoying resting. It was all he needed. He didn't realize he came into a frequency of peace, healing and wisdom he's been looking for, and when he was back in the castle after teleporting he was indeed sharper. His magical ability had increased his healing. James liked experimenting with aerobic brain-derived neurotropic factor training, keeping his heart rate as high as possible because the more blood his brain got as he was exercising aerobically, the smarter he got. James had gotten several IQ points smarter by being able to figure out how to get smarter. Dreamy. There was also a mushroom that looked like a lion's mane, curcumin in paparin and more brain blood through ginkgo tree leaves. These still grew, some like weeds, some common and homely, some frequent in another country. That's it. He would teleport to these countries with the prize money and buy locally, or pick. Maybe this is the time to start learning teleportation. He also suspected plants that increased learning speed also made you smarter permanently, like Spanish sage, coriander, 3 types of ginseng, rosenroot and ashwagandha. That which you eat daily makes you smarter, like it's permanent, as well like Indian long pepper. He wasn't interested, he was intellectually eccentric. Food tore through his burning anvil of a brain as he remembered the way through the castle. "James," Jams said, Oswald mimicking the British, "we could ask you to teleport out again." They were in a fiery coal, purple and teal crystal and magma room. "This heavy shrine won't open unless we're outside the castle, could be troll gold." "I can just carry it in my backpack," said James, "or I can teleport just to Charred Woods and open it there." James in his resource-saving mode, permanent solutions over temporary, which he usually was. "It isn't that far back here really, and we save a London teleport." Oswald put his palm close to the shrine, closed his eyes and said psychically, "Troll gold." James, who wasn't a bad psychic or spiritualist, also put his palm forth and felt deceit, falsehood smelly and trolls over gold like foot fungus over steak. James had sides of spirituality, calm, wisdom and peace, but they were introverted and not often seen. The mathematical introvert scientific planning and analysis side isn't seen in the ENTP, just like the unique magical moral world of inner feeling or any introvert side is. Many personalities thinks others, opposites aren't necessary and make no sense, can be ignored or superfluous. But balancing out your opposite, cognitive function, gives you wisdom and peace. Like engaging in all 5 senses and the now for the thinker. Teleport out. James opened the shrine easily after being outside in the insipid fog or hallucinating darkness, part of the evil just like the inside. The huge shrine revealed, troll gold, made out of blood bark and clay. Smelled like bad meat or good cheese, but also 1 diamond bracelet glimmering and 2 diamond rings that had 4 gold bridges leading to the diamond. Maybe we should use some of these for where he thought richly and practiced his rich man's laughter, ha ha h-a-a-o-h. It was troll gold. A-C-H-H-we. Except the diamonds, James protruded like it was nothing. Diamonds makes everyone react the same way. Yen said, "Could you teach me how to magically find rare mental boosting herbs and roots?" "Have you turned to natural medicine, lad? That's expensive."
Yeah, I was like, let's keep writing more and more rooms about this. Dragon's Nest is gonna be good, wasn't it?
"Have you turned to natural medicine, lad? That's expensive. If you promise to pick Spanish sage for me, I'll teach you rouge's inner sight. It will highlight your roots." Yensid and James did highlighting magic to each other over and over while the party was chatting. "Just coal in this room now, let's move on." Next was the depression room. There were masks they were supposed to look into, carnival and theatre masks with long noses and a dagger underneath, but would go through a metal you could rest your head. "This is the depression room," said the wizard voice. "Hold on to your will to live. Look through the masks to pass." The party sat down throughout the booths like actors ready to put on their suicide last theatre. James felt tired and his senses went to like dreaming, spirals of depression touching as he went through. They made him feel gloomy, and as ever the confidence was leaving him, the dagger grew nearer. The spirals were filled with his horrible childhood and a cold-blooded family. They rejected him as shadows cloth like the Reaper. Their eyes were white holes large as frying pans. "You're not behaving good enough. Weak grades. Can't you do better? Why do you slouch? You have no friends. Not smart enough." But at not smart enough he realized they were wrong. "You're not as smart as you think. He always had been. They were just phantoms, always punching downwards. He was doing good. He was out of their league. He was only strong now. If this test had come a few years earlier, it would have spoke trouble. Then came the promises of relief through death of his darkness and past, nothing hurt in the Trans-Europe train ride endless. Death greets you warm for your troubles. I would just be reincarnated worse, he thought cleverly. It would be relief came the feelings and thoughts intrusive, the power could be felt like a menacing spirit and weakening legs, but then it didn't become stronger. James exited into normal perceptions. His head hurt and he felt ravaged, but his friends were standing brushing their throats. It started penetrating James, said Porpoise. I was so scared. Thunk, the dagger went through Clement's throat and out the other side of the neck. He made some twitching. Your religious friend is a fearful coward and Your religious friend is a fearful coward and feelings poorly organized, said the wizard voice. As the body was drawn into a bloody exploding chute, the next door opened. Unbelievable. The next door was the dragon's treasure chamber. Indeed, it was a giant room of Greek columns, hollow rooms on coin and see-through elevation, mostly piles of gold everywhere, sea of gold, gems except emerald, diamond chainmail, mithril armor, adamant scimitars. Some weapons were too gemmed to use efficiently and made out of weak gold material. Maybe several rooms led into this giant room. Crowns and tiaras were magical. Cups had gold of plenty, so did horns filled with diamonds. We made it thus. This room is fair, just pick the things that doesn't wake the dragon. Teleport out carrying as much as you can, that is the brilliant meta. The dragon has never been defeated, James, said Raphael. Like the other sacred metal dragons, it's immune to many schools of magic. Yensid, make us as magically light and soundless if you can. Yensid was proud over him. And so they went in different directions, tiptoeing. James looked over a crown, pouring gold over as he inspected. It hid a diamond skull. He also took a beryl opulent chest with a giant golden outlaid keyhole. He thought to sell the chest as well as its contents. Probably a teleporting global access chest. Jade and sapphire and beryl figurines. Flawless rubies the size of heads, uncut onyx triple blacker than black. They went on and carefully like the wise, they had their packs and pockets half full. Crash. Another 10 members of the party broke through the roof and landed on the dragon with rubble. Enter the dragon room, a voice said. The dragon opened its yellow 4 eyes with 8 irises, slowly got up and snorted fire for 3 seconds. The powerful snorting stunned everyone, overpowered for the duration they noticed. They started attacking and axing the dragon, the other party. 2 attacks went through its hide and it magically spun, knocking everyone off with a sphere of magic too. The party intelligently started filling their bags with anything nearby and then teleporting out. Like an alien, the dragon jumped 10 meters in a second and ate or sucked their adventurers. The dragon gathered power gleaming, and regurgitated a skeleton with a sphere traveling slowly, shooting javelins, lightning and ice barrage. The spell was too powerful for them. Yensid blinded and confused the dragon as best he could, teleporting around, but the dragon used counter-magic unknown to them, locking Yensid in magical shackles. He teleported out. Raphael fought the dragon with divine vengeance spells, but the dragon beat him and kept him busy with his thick, armored tail. An angry fiery stomp of the dragon sent fire magic second quick throughout their party, melting their armor with degrees told them superior. James blocked and thought 3 seconds before throwing 2 rebound, warhammers and axe. The dragon seemed immune to impact magic. James filled his backpack hungrily but panicky, grabbed his arm's length with weapons opulent and glorious. As the mithril dragon spewed blue flames over him, he teleported out. He was teleported next to Yensid and Porpoise at London gates. Woohoo, I can't believe we did that, yeah. We got treasure despite a party crash, said Porpoise negatively, but analyzingly correct. The dragon is awake for 3 days when it is awoken, said Yensid. What a gamer, said Porpoise. On to the tavern, said James. Raphael came through a holy blue gate behind them. Raphael, stay here and we'll come back and pick up the stuff on the ground. In the tavern base, Porpoise Seth. Let's go to a tavern in London, James, and buy their most expensive stuff, something I've always wanted to do. And a 5-star hotel in we shall drink and ravage the penthouse. What do you say to fetching Eugene? There are parties around her. In the morrow. I'm going to...
Yeah, that's it. I think of anything good to say at the end here. Listen to this. ending is very good. Oh yeah, promised more Smite Esports, but how about like 3, 4, maybe 5 like the Magic songs, and then more Smite Esports? Got 3 hours after that. If you want to, not, I don't think so. the original. Just as good.
Thanatos in tandem versus Yum.
Stun hit. Now the Hoombots is here and level 5. There's the Fear No Evil. The bead's a bit late. The damage even better. First blood goes to Bile and to Wrong You in particular. Great answer back. The stun catching the Thor in the bush gave all the opening needed to the Hoonbots.
Yammer's pretty stacked actually.
If these first few minutes have been any indication to me,
They're
it's
missing
that
something
I
impressive
really
as
feel
well.
like Bile Innovidable is going to be able to take away the first Gold Fury of the game. Part of the reasoning that I have for that is just they have their sustain with their Yamoja, and unlike Yummers, they have a fair amount of burn there with the Agni. Get it? Fire? Anyways, and then you also have this jungler that just swung ahead. And
so
then,
the bar is on the floor today. Got it.
yeah, well, you know, I gotta make sure that everybody's able to keep up and keep along. You know, hop in. We're all on the punts here on Smite Prime, and unfortunately for all of you, I'm here for every game. So this Gold Fury is going to be very contentious, but Yummers have crazy steal potential.
Yummers.
With Daniel on the Sionis through space and time off the left side, that could be more than enough damage to scoop it away. So Violet needs to hold on to their Sunders if they want to confirm it.
I'm glad you brought up the through space and time, because that is something we're going to have to look for. Hang on, Ultimate's out in the duo lane. A stun going to grab Sot, only level 4. And Golden, the Flames hit their target. Solar Troll will go down. But I think you're right on it. We haven't really seen so far, because there hasn't been a reason, what Daniel can do on this Giannis. And while the character's so good, while it's so fun he's in the game with the mobility, you still have to be really great with those skill shots. And I think that's going to be the biggest test for Daniel this game.
Worth mentioning too, over on the Yummer side in terms of relics, we talked about those double sunders. You know what there isn't any of? Shells. And that's already biting Yummers in the butt so far. Wrongyu's able to just kind of walk up, throw up the waters on top of Sot, and then your Barty's kind of dead. No real way around that. So already this dual lane getting as aggressive as they are is going to really propel themselves into a situation where we could look at a very early Gold Fury.
You've been calling it, and it looks like Yummers might be listening. Sot over there with Jake. Is it a full commit, or is it a bait out for Golden? Golden goes to turn the corner, doesn't fully go all the way. Ronnie instead steps up, wards out, does get dashed on, but what's the angle here for Yummers? The ult out, all the attention on the Yummo so far. You've got the Thor nearby, but there's rotations coming out from the rest of the team. How much do you want to commit to this when you've already almost lost your Bari? Up to the air goes the Thor on the landing, gets the stun, gets the combo, but Golden is still standing, and backup is here in the form of Merlin, and down will go Golden and both the Thor. That's 1 for 1 so far, and everyone else seems to be just like, all right, that was fun, let's get out of here.
Well, I wonder if killing that Agni is enough to persuade Bile to not go for the gold immediately after, but with Yummer's position where they are, I think we got another fight on our hands.
There was a jump forward. It kind of seemed like it was all going to depend on just how much Jake was willing to step up with that Fear No Evil available. He does not, and things calm down, so it's past 6 minutes now, getting closer to 6.5. Musi was right, the Gold Fury would be the spot of contention, but no true fight over the objectives so far, as that one kind of rolled down. Now, I want to go back to the shell point you made as we're looking at the items, and I want to look at items because there's 2 matching items on the board right now that I find interesting. Might have to hang on.
Oh.
Hang on, it does have to hang on. Nope, maybe not. Jisu's been baiting me this whole game, Yuzi. So if you want to yell at somebody, I think it's the Hoonbots. Ult out from the Ganesh for the purple buff answer. Look at the damage onto the monkey! Down into the portal, but the beads will get him out just in time. He almost got brought down, but he's standing and fighting more, and he'll go down to Daniel. Golden trades it back, handles the Daniel problem, and stands for more. The rain fire finds a second, the dash forward. Can you find a third Golden? The beads to make it possible. He sure does!
Goodness.
How about a fourth? He walked right at you. Yeah, baby! Quadra kill for Golden!
Baby, yeah.
Dude, when the Umoja walls come up, it is Golden's playtime hour because nobody can run away from this Agni. No shell is really hurting Yummers here, and a really good ultimate from Jisso there too does earn Baile and Ovidable 4 kills for your Agni and a Gold Fury.
Like I said, one of the most experienced ADCs in Smite 2. Golden's been playing since the very first launch tournament. And it's showing in moments like that, looking fantastic so far on the Zaggy. The first Gold Fury goes to Baile, as you said. Their gold lead is looking amazing for 8 minutes. And on top of that, 7-2 in kills, 5 of which now go to Golden.
Golden's level 9 to Sot's just turning level 7. We were talking about how this Princess Bari needs to be hitting their late game stride. A lot of the picks from Yummers are looking to scale, but I don't think Baile is going to give them that chance or opportunity, especially if they can keep this aggression up. Just get right back on that Gold Fury timer the moment it spawns, and you're going to find yourself in a position where nothing can really touch you.
All right, so let's roll back the tape a little bit, Musi, and let's talk Lifebinder.
Yes. Okay.
Did I guess the item right? Did you guess the item right? Okay, cool. We were on the same page. Look at us.
Well, because, you know, there's a couple of Jotun's Revenges there, too. So you're like, oh, okay, what's going on here? But Lifebinder for this,
So the
Umoja
support and the solo. It's an interesting combo.
Yeah, and it's there for similar reasons, but 2 different uses. Basically, Rongyu is using Lifebinder
Sot's
so
dead.
that when...
Oh my goodness.
Well, he's dead. I'll miss you. Anyways.
Okay, for context, Musi, I watched the map. Sot stepped forward for like half a second. I thought, oh, Sot's just gonna dash away, and then he just died. So,
As one does.
all right.
When you're a
Anyway.
Bari with no movement, you get locked down.
As you
XC.
were.
As you were, as we all were. So Lifebinder for Umoja, it offers a little bit of extra damage that she already does, but also offers a little bit of extra safety for other initiators for Baile and Ovidable. You throw a Lifebinder into somebody, and then Jisoo jumps up. Now they get a little bit of a health shield, a little bit of a heal when they go on top of that marked target. For Haddix, it's there strictly to brawl and keep up with all of the sustain that Yarkor is supposed to have in lane. And it has stats like the intelligence and the health, which is what he's looking for because he wants to get the cudgel as long as possible and more healing in his somersault cloud. So a lot of utility and a lot of great stats.
Sot has yet to get a purple buff this game, and that will continue as Jisoo just wanders through the jungle of Yummers. They send 4 police to chase down the Hoonbots. Can they actually catch up and bring him down? The sirens are blaring. The wall is out. They've got the trucks too, the K9 included, and finally Jisoo will go down.
Good ultimate, though.
All right, they were mad about it, sure, but they dive in the right lane. York is fine through it all. I thought maybe they would get at least something extra across the map, but no, not going to be the case. No solo under the tower. The Jisoo kill is the main one at hand.
I mean, you want to talk about a character that can live forever, it's got to be Hercules. And Yarkor, especially with those regrowth striders, they're going to stay super mobile and constantly healing once they get mobile. I think it's crazy that Yummers has to send the whole kitchen sink at Jisoo in order to take them down, but what ultimately did it in was the fact that he didn't have jump and he got Thorwalled off. So without that, he's just kind of a sitting dunk, or a sitting, monkey rather, just kind of stuck between a rock and a barrier of wealth and destruction.
A rock and a barrier of wealth and destruction. I'll take the latter, please. A lot going on across the map so far. In the mid lane, you can see the Thor kind of looking at the Hoonbots. Now he gets caught out by Baron Airy, who's got all the damage needed.
Okay.
When the icicles fall, they'll take down the God of Lightning.
So I guess Bandary's just at a point here where you just can't really step up to it. You got the Polynomicon there with the Chronos Pendant, so we're throwing out abilities, weaving in auto attacks. It's a lot of bursts really quickly that if you're not prepared to deal with it, you're going to be in a tough spot. Pyromancer's looked at and Yummers want to take it away.
You see Jake around the side, the pillars are out, and the Pyromancer is still technically aggroed, almost falls to the pillars. It does not. When the Rebuke crashes down, there's somebody left behind. It's Sot, finding his 4th death of this game so far, and Bile will walk right back over to the Pyromancer. This time, there's nobody to contest it. It will indeed fall.
It's really unfortunate to see Sot die there, just because in these opportunities, you really just want to be focusing on your farm, trying to catch up to Golden over there in that dual lane. Now you're 1 player down to even try to contest this Gold Fury. Bile's just moving through it.
It's already at half health. You can see Golden going slow with the rain fires. Yummers at least want to try to contest. They've got a Sunder on Jake, but can they get through to the fight to even begin with as Yark plays the defense on the Elephant? Jake's got to retreat or he's just going to die. The Thor to the sky, going to be too late. The Gold Fury goes to Bile. They'll take the Elephant too. They're taking all the prizes on this hunt. They'll walk away now with an even stronger gold lead and maybe a pick onto Yark. The Thor goes back in. No, can't find it. Instead, just backs away. So still positive for Bile. Just a scarier retreat now.
You have Yanis trying to catch out Wrong You. Could be in trouble.
You see the stuns back and the CC's enough for Golden to turn it around onto the Thor. And he is no more. So Yummers go for the chase, but I can't help but feel like they might regret that chase, Musi.
Call an ambulance! Call an ambulance! But not for me! Just turns it around on top of
Classic.
Bandit. Has not been able to catch a break this game. Tries to go in on Banary, gets blown up and dies. Tries to go in on Wrong You, gets blown up and dies. He's seen 1 moat of success, and that was going after Jisoo, and that's only because he had all the boys behind him, hyping him up like, no, you can do it, man, we got you. Here, I'll Dharmic pillars for a single kill for you, man. Go out and get that. And without that, it kind of feels like this Thor is just not able to keep up.
As long as the homies are supporting you, though, you know, I mean, that's the biggest thing. But let's kind of go across, and let's look at what the homies are focusing on now, and that's getting a pick onto Golden. You have to imagine they'd love to give that kill to Sot. Golden dashes forward, the beads out from Sot to get for the chase. The ultimate, too, they're committing everything to bring down the Agni, but can they actually kill him before Golden kills Sot? Oh my god, he almost did it. Sot does get the shutdown gold for bringing Golden down. The Stampede out, you know where he is.
Oh, no.
The Emoja's here, son. Run away. The Sunder too. Oh no. And the bubbles will drown him.
Knowing exactly where Sot is, because you stampede in, you look around, I don't see him. He's got to be inside that bush. Just when Solartrope was able to get a little bit of shutdown gold under their pocket, now they lose out on the time to be able to farm to catch up to Golden, so Golden will still reign supreme.
And the Yummo might be caught out, but look who's around the corner. It's that Hoonbots. No fear, no evil anymore. It just got dropped on your head top.
This one
Later, buddy. Oh man, Bile have an answer for everything in this game.
It's like a hamster running into the fire from his cage.
It really does seem like no matter what Yummers does, no matter how they move, if they zig, Bile will zag, and often they will zag with the fury of 1,000 suns. But I really appreciate how Jisoo is just keeping the pressure on throughout the whole map. He doesn't stop. He doesn't relent.
Agreed.
He's like, why do camps? But I can just kill everybody instead. And this monkey can kill just about everybody.
And it's interesting too, because usually when we see a Thor get out jungled like that, we're spotting missed ultimates and things of that. That hasn't been the case so far. A gank onto Haddix. The Ox to get away, but the stun will catch. Haddix does have an ultimate to buy a little bit of time, but man, everyone's going to be waiting when he comes down. This will not be an easy escape. Another gank on Golden in the left lane. They'll get another kill onto the Agni, so not traded out. And Bile find themselves in an awkward spot, Musi. They can only get the tower in response to losing Golden, and they didn't kill Haddix on the commitment.
Well, Gold Fury is still down while Pyromancer is available, so they're going to shift their attentions over there. While Yummers is putting so much to try to put down Golden, they're leaving open other objectives on the opposite side of the map. So I do appreciate how Bile is kind of moving around where the objectives are. No point in trying to help out Golden. He's going to be fine. There's no Gold Fury up over there anyways. Instead, we're going to confirm a Pyromancer after we gank that solo lane.
even with the focus that's been recent onto Golden too, I find it very interesting how much we talked about items. Great silence there from Jake. Now, wait, Jisoo maybe in a lot of trouble here, kind of caught in the pillars, has to fear no evil for zoning, takes a lot more, takes the monkey to get away. That's going to make the Thor miss his ultimate too. The double tap, still good, combined with the through space and time. No more Jisoo. The beads out from Golden, the rainfire helps Baron Airy bring down the elephant with a singular auto, and Baron Airy might be interested in more, Musi.
I mean, with that Thor wall, it's going to stop Bile for just a little bit, but Glavis still has to burn those beads in order to back off. Kind of crazy again, how much is used to bring down Jisoo, and then Yummers don't have any gas left in the tank for a fight afterwards. This type of exchange will only benefit Bile. They don't mind if they have to sacrifice somebody if they mean that they can trade out and look for even more.
I want to talk about Sot a little bit more, actually. I might have to wait because Haddix is getting absolutely rushed in the mid lane. Gets into the ultimate fairly quickly. When he lands, he should be all right, but we were talking about the difference of the int versus strength build for Bari. Sot's been on an island, he's very far behind, but he's going strength, so when he rotates around, is that damage going to be even less impactful because he didn't build int, whereas if he had built int, could he have been more impactful from behind?
So I feel like if you're going to be playing from behind, your strength items are going to benefit you just because they're not as expensive. You don't have to commit to much of them. You can be a little bit more relevant in a fight. But as you scale up towards that late game, your damage is going to fall off compared to that int scaling Bari. As a Gold Fury is confirmed, and it looks like Herc's in trouble.
But can they confirm that Herc? He's pretty low, but he's still not dead, notably. Through space and time is available. The boulder gets thrown around. Sot takes a lot of damage and gets pulled forward. Sot will go down to Golden. The ADC violence continues. Off to the right-hand side, the Hoombots gets stuck in a wall, but gets the Fear No Evil response to 3. That buys time for the rest of Bile to get there, but Golden is already almost dead. The Thor will land, but not on Golden. The double tap into the spin to win. Finally gets him down with some help from Haddix. You can see the beads out from the Merlin to get themselves out of the portal, which opens the door for damage back as Yummers continue the chase out. As Bile is just trying to retreat, but the Giannis has the backline cut off. Yark's almost dead. Baron Aries trying to survive the dive from Haddix now. The knock up, the pre-beats from Giannis is perfect. And Yummers is fighting back, and it's looking fantastic.
You have so much damage still coming out. A Hercules boulder just bit off the mark. You know what isn't, though? That portal. But again, so much sustain as a through space and time kind of splits it right down the middle. Unfortunate there for Yummers. You want to know why Yummers was able to win that fight? They really split up Bile there. They were all over the place. You had 2 people next to the tower, Golden up above.
Why is Golden frontlining? He's like their secret weapon at the moment.
He should be a little bit more protected. I feel like maybe Bile got a little bit too overzealous, a little too much air in the head there, because they kind of felt like, oh, we could just take any fight that we want to and win. Not the case, right? Yummers, as we scale a little bit more towards the late game, are going to have Bile and Ovidable should still be able to keep control of this game and kind of maintain pressure and presence. We just have to make sure that our team fights are not as sloppy as maybe that last one was.
That was crazy. One of those portals hit me. I'm good though now.
Okay.
Did it hit you too? Is that where you were?
It caught my car. I don't know if insurance covers
I just want to know why when you're inside a Giannis portal you see Smite cart. That's my biggest question.
I think it's like a bug leak thing or something like that.
Yeah,
it's like an
I think
Easter
so too. Definitely a clumsy Easter egg if I've ever seen it. 20 minutes turning to 21. Bile could be caught in the mid lane again. The Ox out, the Dharmic Pillars, lots of damage on. Ronnie's getting pulled around, but remember, that's Ronnie. That's the Yemoja. Plenty tanky. Another ult hits the Yemo. That's so much committed to the Yemoja so far, and no pick gain. I mean, sure, Ronnie has to back Musi, but is that enough? I mean, was that worth it at all?
Not quite, because now you're going to have Haddix forced out, and you do still have Yarkor looping around the side ready to get active.
Into a portal, you see Smite Cart dashes away. Might be okay. The boulder drop too. He's falling lower, and through space and time will hit its target. Down he will go. Baron Ares no more, but Jisoo still fighting back. Sot will fall, so no more ADC for the side of Yummers. Mind you, that's some of their lower damage, so perhaps they're not too bothered. They'll regroup in the mid lane. Bile just trying to hang on to this tier 1 tower, which, by the way, all this fighting for these last few minutes has been for a tier 1 in the mid lane. It continues. The rebuke catches everybody in it, and the bombs start dropping, and down the bodies will go. At least one for the moment. It was almost two, but Haddix gets away.
That's the difference maker in these team fights. Wrong, you being able to hit a huge ultimate
What
like
a
that,
silence.
lock them in. That's how you win.
The pullback onto Jake, who's really low. Look at the Odimo go. Jake almost just died to an Odysseus bow. I can't imagine the rage that would have consumed had that actually gone down that way.
Taking a look at this Agni build too. Sunbeam, Tierfing, Audi, Xe. Be it objectives, be it a tank, Golden is just going to shred it away. Very dangerous situation for anybody who walks up.
Jisoo's in a lot of trouble and is just down, and there's no answer. The Pyro will go to Bile, but I guess it's just one of the ones you've got to accept. I mean, usually when we see that happening, I mean, when you and D'Lo talk about sacrifice, usually it's the support, not the jungle.
Well, once you don't have your ultimate, Jisoo's just kind of like, I'm going to back to base. I'm going to get some items. And if anything, he's able to make space for his team, but it does mean that Yummers could take a first crack at this Fire Giant, just because when you don't have to worry about that jungle damage, maybe Yummers can just shotgun Bile before they get a chance to respond.
You can see Jake playing aggressive, tends to be the MO. Yark around the side, can't get a pull on the stop, but now the attention's on, the silence is there, Yark gets the dash away. The sustain is cooking through, and the backup has arrived. The rebuke catches a few, but Jake is able to dash through it. But once the elephant dashes through, he dashes into a rain fire, and down he'll go. Yark will get the credit. That leaves 4 standing for Yummers, 5 up for Bile.
Still, a little bit split up. Bile needs to try to get back together to get the rest of Yummers here, but it doesn't look Yummers is very interested in trying to fight them off. Again, when you have this Yamoja and you have Bayonary combo specifically, anybody who gets locked inside of River's Rebuke just kind of dies. We're instead going to look at that FG.
It's already at half. Yummers is nearby. The Sunder that's up belongs to Bile. It's going to be close. Haddix has already gone aggressive in. His Sunder is going to go down early. The fire about to fall. It goes to Bile. Ronnie gets the credit for the fire. Golden stuck between a couple members and a lot of decoys at that. While the rest of the team is pushing away Yummers. That works out fantastic as Jisoo gets Thor. Down will go the Wukong. Baronary can handle him. The Giannis has kind of transitioned behind. The rest of Bile will find Baronary alone in the jungle. A 1v1 between the mids? Not quite. Giannis gets away.
So much pressure being put onto Golden there, but this Agni is so big at this point that trying to kill him is going to take more than Wukong and a handful of clones. Yummers has to really
There
start
were
committing
so many
to
clones,
this
by the way.
dive. Yeah, he can have up to 2 at a time in Smite 2, be it from the ultimate and the passive, and with the build that Haddix has, he's able to put out a lot of damage, but just not enough that Death's Toll, soon to be a Death's Temper, was able to keep the, a Golden alive just long enough to be able to get that damage out.
The towers get cleaned up by Bile. They're holding on to an over 10k gold lead, Musi. That means uh-oh territory, our favorite thing, once my prime. 21-11 is the kill tally. And the most important to me on the map in terms of levels has got to be the ADC role. Jungle, definitely a close second, but the Agni's almost level 20. Add in the Ancient Fury, it's even more to that. Whereas Sod is still farming for level 17 and trying to get to that point. The amount of damage output, the difference between these two right now is just so significant.
Well, and the thing is that Sod isn't even farming as much as he probably should be if he wants to try to catch up to Golden. He's been a part of a lot of these fights, a lot of these engagements, just trying to offer whatever he can to the team. And it's worked out yes and no for Yummers, in that they've had a few moments where they're able to fight back, get a few picks, even win a fight outright at one point. But overall, winning a fight and not finding anything off of it is just not going to be as valuable as just sitting in your lane and farming creeps for a couple of minutes. Now,
And what about Sot grabbing his Helm of Darkness?
That helm is going to be an interesting pickup. It's just there to help him position, kind of like how Hurt needs to position out of that.
But once again, we see the tankiness pull through. Look how much health the Hercules got. He almost has more. The boulder almost hits Sot, who has to get out of dodge. He got too low. The Thor, the calls to retreat as Yummers fall back to their base as the Bile siege is on. Do they full commit right away? Do they wait for minions? They walk right in. They've got Yark, who steps up. Silence out. You can see the slow burn. Now you've got minions. The Phoenix is already down. What about the fight, Bile? Do you want to take it here? Yeah, they do. And they'll get the Thor instantly. Haddix dives deep to try to slow things down, but the other monkey responded in tow and is taking out the back line. Yummers have lost 2 in their own base. It continues as they lose Daniel, and Bile are looking to grab this game away from Yummers in a dominating fashion. Onto the Titan, it's below half. This game is Bile's.
It was a story of a jungler putting
Lee Hayden was the biggest after Arnold in bodybuilding. The dominant guy. Ooh, 4K documentary. What the fuck is this?
Can I get 30 Egg McMuffins? 30. 30.
30?
Yeah.
Are you 30?
Yes.
30?
30.
Okay.
Can I get another 30, but with the pink meat disc?
You want ham?
Yeah, ham. So that's a total of 60.
60.
It's so much meat, he doesn't remember what ham is
Are you
called.
serious or serious?
I'm dead serious.
Will that be all?
No. Can I get 30 sausage McMuffins?
Sir, are you
I'm dead serious.
okay?
And can I get a blueberry muffin?
How many?
1. That should be about it.
Is it a party?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Oh, you want to change the game? Well, if you want to change the game, you got to stay ahead of it. And how you do that? You eat a well-balanced breakfast of eggs, bacon, sandwiches, and liquor. Rise and shine, you tired-ass mother...
Epic meal time got bacon for days. Thick cut bacon. Flipping bacon by the gram.
Do you know that bacon is 3 times unhealthy as other meats?
We got multiple bacon stations.
It's 70% fat.
Keep this grease for later. In case you want to drink it. We're stupid Pete smart. Making dough, netting dough.
That is awesome.
Step 1, drink the whole bottle. Step 2, use the bottle for other things. Smart. A what up? A McMuffin? A mountains? Can't you count, bitch? 2 dozen McMuffins. Laying down a basin, stacking them up.
Why did you buy 30 McMuffins?
Not really doing anything.
Oh!
Really good idea. And then we did it all again. All these sausages. Ditch the bread, but we don't waste it.
This guy eats it.
Epic meal time, still beating with our hands and fingering those chicks. Bacon scrambled? Classic move. You like sausages, right, hater? Let's build. Sausages, bacon, cheese, eggs, bacon, eggs, sausages. 84 egg sandwich, built on friendship.
The champion!
Jesus Christ, man.
Is here. The champ is here. Now, this is a good idea. This is a really good idea. 100 million plus views aside, this is smart. We got coffee Jack Daniels shots. We got all this liquor and syrup. We got a blueberry muffin. We got a big-ass breakfast egg sandwich. And what are we gonna do? We're gonna eat it. Your belly ain't ready, but Muscles Glasses is ready. Muscles Glasses is gonna get it. He's gonna get it. Go get it, Muscles. Next time.
You hit orders of 80 self-typed construction crews in the summer. You didn't see that guy. He had pants on, some bodybuilder. Besides, it's only in Twitch where people report you for being like you showing there too much buttocks, not in the other places. Don't set me up. Shakunabe, woohoo! On Sumo Rushers E. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? I can write first to review others. Well, that's disrespectful, man. About the disrespect. Yeah, the guy was pretty Italian. I'm making out of your fucking ancestors. Witness my rebirth. I like this episode of my mac and cheese, but I didn't eat it enough. It was just too little eating, you know. Honest viewer, you know. Alright, let's go more to chef.
It's the biggest culinary competition. Last time on MasterChef Canada.
Special delivery.
24 home cooks stormed the kitchen.
Oh my God, look at the aprons are there. No!
To battle for a spot in the top 12. Tonight, they face their very first
Why is this more
Great
esports?
SDI coming in. Or great DI coming in, excuse me.
Nice back here. Dead even.
And right now, Shiryuki has the gyro. Does he have gyro combo? Seems like he does.
Wow.
And gets a quick 50% coming up onto Rob.
Wow.
We're finals.
Alright. Oh no.
Oh no, is this it? Is this it? No, he retreats back. He realized he didn't have a hit right there, so he retreated back to stage. And, the gyro!
No.
The gyro!
Oh my god! The plot armor!
That is Zachary plot armor. And the up air!
Zachary
No
plot
way!
Oh,
No way! You know that hurts if you're Shiryuki, because you had that if it wasn't for the gyro.
Japan, the original place.
That
So
would
many
have been a
good
very to up
fucking
smash and
games,
would have been a
man.
stop. Or maybe a forward smash because of the side blast zones.
Yeah.
What a set.
What a set.
The holy
What a
mecca
set. That
of
was amazing.
gaming.
Oh, is that Radu? No, Radu-kun. So we got Radu-kun coming up.
Ganbatte. Oh, that was...
Obviously, Zachary's the king, but that was a great showing from Shiryuki.
No, that was
and if it
great.
wasn't for the plot armor gyro right
Yeah.
there, then he would have taken that game 4 and forced a game 5.
Yeah. That was literally plot armor.
That was the plot armor. It's like, oh, he buried him. Oh, the smash.
No, it was
Then
like...
the gyro just pushing him away so he couldn't
It
get
was
it.
just
Oh my
God
gosh.
watching VZ is like, oh, nope. I'm not going to let Shiryuki win. I'm going to get that gyro right when Shiryuki does not want it.
Right. It's very clear that God has a preference among pro players.
Yeah.
He's a Zachary stan.
Yeah, Zachary is a Zachary kids.
That's true. So
God
God is a...
Mystery box. And start things off with a bang.
Are you okay?
Then a sweet and salty twist leads to a bitter.
Being one of the top 12 home cooks in Canada is insane.
I left my business, my family at home. I'm not here to slack off. I'm here to win.
I am a doctorate student, but I'm willing to put my PhD aside to be here on MasterChef Canada.
I am the oldest guy here.
Yeah, it seems pretty fucking difficult to get time for this.
Old age and treachery always defeats youthful enthusiasm.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the MasterChef Canada kitchen.
Think you look good in that white apron?
Yes.
Chef. Don't get too comfortable. An apron is hard, but hanging onto one is even harder.
Here in the MasterChef Canada kitchen, you'll find everything you need to succeed. A fully stocked equipment room and premium German-made Miele appliances.
Your home kitchens might not be as awesome as this one, but it is the place where you all learn to cook. And it's the work that you did there that got you here to your very first Mystery Box Challenge.
Are you ready to find out what's under your first mystery box?
Yes, Chef! I have no idea what's in there. I just want to lift it up and look.
On the count of 3, lift those boxes. 1, 2, 3, lift!
Ah, it's a knife sharpener from my house. Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's Pierre the Pig. All of the things that could have been under this mystery box, this guy is not one of them.
The items that you see in front of you should all look familiar because they're all from your home kitchens.
Canton extract is a common flavor in
Oh, it's
Southeast
like medicine, lol.
Asian desserts. It's a flavoring from my childhood.
This is a cross-section of a tree from my grandfather's farm. It represents a lot of memories.
I thought
There's gonna
Watts
be
was doing
1,002
something.
coming out. On the
There's
bunch
2.
of-
Oh, it did come out 3.
Oh, and yeah, there's
4.
that. So I don't know how to say that in English because I don't think this technique hasn't been going around in the U.S. So what you do is the Plana Pan has a Petui swallow cancel that is happening right now. So when the Petui swallowing animation is canceled, it'll just throw out the Petui like right in front of him, while Plana Pan is Polanapan is already ready to move.
I see, okay.
So
Tempest.
it's like
The Patui swallow cancel.
I think that's
Fuck
what
it.
it is. So
Call
direct
that-
the direct translation is like, I don't know, Suikomi cancel.
Suikomi cancel.
So I think it's a swallow cancel.
Swallow cancel. Everything reminds me of her.
Yeah, so it was a
And
bunch
we are getting back into the first game of Raru versus Tasu. Of course, with seeds. Raru is, I believe, seeded top 5 for this tournament, so he should be doing very well. And this could, in theory, be a very, very massive upset. But we are getting into game 1 on PS2. Toss versus Raru.
Yep. My goat Raru, let's go.
And of course, with the Patui frame 1 just going up right
There
now.
is no need, get in the combo.
And 3, 4. Okay, is able to get out.
Yeah,
Really
almost
good air
missed
dodge
the
coming in, so
fucking
he's not
combo.
getting
That's
grabbed and probably eating
disgusting.
another. Actually, with this percent, that may have been a down throw to upbeat. Can he? Okay, the upbeat
That
did
would've
a
hit.
strong hit. Was he? He was not able to capitalize on it, unfortunately.
Oh, back
The back throw. Okay. It didn't look like he was expecting that because that sent pretty far. May have been a little bit of questionable DI.
Yep. And this is the tough part about Polanapan. He
Press
can't
1 down and
get
stop
off
doing
ledge.
that.
Can't get off ledge and you can't land. Other than that, the character's good. But it doesn't matter when you're getting sent into the skies from a Luigi up smash. And that was all. It wasn't a 0 to death,
Some
but
good
it
Mario
was pretty
shit.
close. It was pretty close. There's only 17% on Nadu right now. Okay, a little bit of bread and butter combos coming through from Tasu, but nothing really getting started yet.
Yep, getting that Zair, infinite amount of Zairs.
Oh
Wait,
no!
Wow! Great confirm coming from Rauru to get the second stock.
Right, and Toss's face said it all when he got hit by that. He kind of reeled back and
Some good
smiled,
shit.
like, man,
No
this matchup
way.
sucks.
Oh,
Okay, he was very lucky to be close to the ledge right there. So
You're
because
either
the
very
AI
lucky
can
or
get
very
away from
lucky.
the Luigi blender. But one more and up B,
Oh, wait, no.
it doesn't hit. And the up smash doesn't hit. Maybe nerves coming in from Toss, but he does.
No
oh
way.
no.
Okay.
Okay, goes for the down air instead, so not a killing blow, but Toss is on life support right now with 126% on his last stock.
Nice parry, forward air.
Tempest terror against. There you go,
Patui,
can't
do
be.
it. No, okay,
Just
goes under it with,
right
with
under
the
it.
running jab.
Oh, the back air.
And
Oh, wow.
okay, really good for him to air dodge through the, or I'm sorry, to spot dodge through the down smash, so doesn't get hit with anything off that. But I mean, man,
Oh,
Toss is holding his own, but he's not hurting Raru. He's not dying, but he's not doing anything to Raru. Okay,
There we
that
go.
forward air off the side is going to take his first stock. He does have 160% on him, so isn't going to change anything. Who knows? But
wow.
wow.
And a
Forward smash from across the stage going all the way out there. Looks like we may be changing the lighting.
Yep.
They said, Watson, you're too white. We need to change this. And then
We need an actual stand.
Yeah,
not,
we need
not
an-
like the small fancy.
yeah,
cheap
we have
ones.
a mini tripod on the table, but they're like, nah, you're getting blown out. We need to. Okay.
Okay.
We're in the middle of work.
Yeah, we're doing work.
Yeah,
so-
we're in the middle of work. Okay, so we're going back, and I'm kind of surprised that Toss picked up a smaller stage on this because he basically couldn't get away from Raru in the last game.
Yeah, but
So-
at the same time, there's not much Planet Plant can do from far away. So I think it is one of
That's
the best,
true.
good options. Because it's a lot easier to send characters off stage in a smaller stage, right?
That is true. That makes sense. And what I was saying before with the Patui, if you can get Raru off stage, then yeah, forward airs, Patuis, you can use a bunch of different things to basically stop Luigi from recovering. But you have to get to that point first, which Raru really didn't let him do much in that first game.
Nice forward air. But this is really even.
For now.
It's a lot better.
Oh,
compared to what
wow.
we just saw. Nice.
Can he
up
get
air.
one more?
Yeah, nope. Dash attack.
Dash attack to stop the landing, really good coming in. And Raru is almost back on the stage, but Toss is waiting for him.
Forward tilt.
Another forward
stage.
tilt off the side, back at ledge, and the
Yeah, so that guy was
that was it.
So this is the Patui swallow cancel.
So it goes right through him
it
and the
goes right
stage.
through, yeah, it goes right through the platform.
Leave it to Japanese just character specialists to have some super niche tech like that.
Yeah.
Spargo, take notes, bro.
Yeah. Spargo's gonna lab that out.
Yeah, he'll lab it out and have it done in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
It's him. Oh, okay. Calls out, just getting a little bit too antsy on Raru's shield and just does the up B out of shield.
And actually, the swallow cancel is really hard. Actually, that's why he had to do a bunch of.
Hey, it only needs to work once.
Yeah.
And with this is almost a complete turnaround from the first game, and that
Oh,
toss
yeah.
is doing extremely well. And it honestly seems like Radu is struggling to find the hits that matter.
Right.
He's only getting chip damage at this
Yeah,
point.
I think it's because Toss is not getting grabbed like at all.
That's one of the big ones, right?
Yeah.
The stupid vacuum cleaner.
But I think instead, Rauru is trying to get more of the aerials. Because Ruigi has one of the fastest aerials. The forward air is really good.
Yeah.
Back air is also quite fast. Up air is also quite fast.
Trying to send him off stage with the back throw, but wasn't really enough to send him far enough from the stage.
Yeah, exactly.
So he just was able to recover immediately.
Oh, no.
And this may be a down B. Yeah.
Even with the planet plant's weight, it's not big enough.
Yeah, I mean, nobody has ever said Luigi is a weak character, and Radu is one of the best ways of showing it that this is one of the top characters in the game, if we're being realistic. Top 10.
I'm making some coffee.
Okay, get the footstool. I don't know if that was on purpose or not. Gets the phantom footstool just to get away safely. And he does have Radu at 80%. So if he's able to get a meaningful hit, like a forward smash, that will more than likely take the stock.
Oh, yeah. Or an up B.
Up B. Oh, absolutely. And the forward throw off. Can he get him? Okay.
No.
Amazing weight on Radu to go through that because he knew it was coming.
No
And the down B.
That kills?
Bro.
That kills? No way. That is not okay.
Domo. All right.
That is not
I
okay.
want Toss to do more because Toss is such a good, interesting player. But it's just your opponent is Radu. And Radu is just showing it doesn't matter the matchup. It doesn't matter what stage I'm on. I will always come out on top. And he wants to prove that again as we are going into our game 3. Same stage.
Yep. Yeah, this is going to be quite tough for Tass. He needs to find
There it
something
is
like
again.
right now.
Tries to get the platform reset, but was not able to do it. And we are back in neutral. He does have a good health of 60% on Radu at this point, but that's just one Luigi combo away.
Yeah.
That's good. He's just using the Patui just straight above his head and kind of using it as insurance for any time Radu comes in and tries to hit him.
Oh, wow.
Getting too antsy on Radu's shield again and just eats the up B.
Oh, nice.
Radu! Where's the tech, bro? Where's the tech, bro? Okay, gets, what is that, swallow cancel?
Yeah.
To come down through, and oh, that's a small shield, so that was a really good for him to parry that, because that more than likely would have poked.
It would have poked.
And going off to the parries on this man, I swear. Yeah, at this point, it's just waiting on Radu to, oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Really good.
That was scary.
Aggressive up air out of disadvantage, and the Patui almost taking it.
Nice nair to send Rauru off stage into the Patui. Perfect control.
Nah. Luigi just went straight head first into that, but there was nothing he could do.
No, there's nothing he can do.
He definitely didn't want to burn his jump early, so that was his only option, and the back air doesn't take it. That is a heavy piece of plant right there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look
See,
at
yeah,
that.
This is actual confirmed.
There's that character specialist tech coming through, the Patui into the grab.
Oh, that could have been
The drag down nair into the jab confirmed. Nothing quite yet, but he
And
does
it's
have
on the
Radu at 100%,
potato.
and this is definitely kill percent, especially for Piranha Plant.
Oh, yeah.
Is he going to take his game 3 and force a game 4?
No.
Forward throw.
Yep.
And the Patui. Radu goes low.
Oh,
and he air dodges.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Toss.
You know, potato
with a
balls,
two-stop.
small balls.
Let's go.
Toss with a
That now it's
two-stop
all like
coming
a
in.
day today. I did 1,750 calories yesterday, and then 150, 1,500. Now 1,750. The hard time is over because I'm out of.
Yep. He gets now. He got one
Can eat
game.
even smaller meals now. I
But
eat 3 times per day.
needs to get
Maybe
2 more
meals instead of just
against
1.
Raru,
Yeah.
which is not easy.
And Dodd,
Just a sushi piece, vegetarian has like 45 calories.
I have seen
So I can
Radu
still eat
when
6 to
he
18
gets
piece sushi.
kind of down,
in theory.
put in disadvantage too many
Don't eat
times.
anything else that
He does
day.
lose steam and start playing a little bit antsy and making a lot of mistakes. So if
I don't
Toss
want
is
to
able
eat a
to
lot,
put
you
that
know.
much
Tell me eat some
pressure on him,
vegetables then,
then
because
this could be his game.
this
He's
fills
not,
up the stomach with no
he
calories,
isn't
you
to
know.
the point of a cola where he's a clutch king yet. He will get there.
Oh, yeah.
Getting inside of his small
I have
portions.
seen him panic against the likes of
Sizes.
MKLeo and other people like that.
Sauce. Oh, yeah, compared to tomatoes.
He was slightly away, so he
That
was
was
able
kind of
to shield
predictable.
through it, and Toss lives to see another day.
But he's just trying to get better, you know. He's not trying to push himself. If you push yourself
That
too
is
hard,
such a useful tool.
before you don't
If I
have room
if I got
to
hit
grow
with
and
that
get
online,
better.
I would be so salty. I would be so salty, it wouldn't even be funny.
Let's get some tomatoes.
Ooh, that smash, but
We'll go to the bathroom
Piranha
also.
Plant is a heavy boy.
Yeah, heavy boy, so really wasn't able to get anything started. And the back air catching the landing. That is one of Piranha Pant's biggest weaknesses, is he does have a hard time landing. But so does Luigi, and Toss answers that with an up smash to get the seconds to put him on the even footing with Radu.
Alright, up air, up air, up air, up air. Oh, wow.
Oh my
wow.
god! What was that?
Oh, no, wait. Oh, okay.
Okay, tries to up B through him to put him in a bad situation, but Radu just air dodged right through it, no problem. I am curious though, who is going to get the lead and get this first stock taken?
Oh, yeah.
Because they are both at very, very opportune percentages right now to put on a lot of damage and maybe get the stock, but it requires that first hit. There it is again. He's so good with that. I thought you said it was hard, bro. He's hitting it every time.
It's hard. But he's been messing up time to time, though.
Okay. That is such a good setup. Use the Patui at the ledge, they roll in, and you just forward tilt them right there.
Yeah.
His
No
character's
way.
broken. No, not
Oh,
okay.
okay.
So not the upbeat, just the back air to put him off stage. Not a stock yet. And up throw?
No.
Oh,
Showed
that
me.
is a top player match. if I've ever seen
Start
it.
believing, it's just kept it in, you know.
Yeah, you
Oh,
need like,
just as you said. Look
Yeah.
at this guy with the percents. So now he's at 148, so in theory the up throw will kill if he's able to get another grab. But it's up to, and this will be it. And Toss takes the lead again on game 4.
Rudy is good. We don't like him because the grabs are unfun.
101% is totally
It's
a
like
percent.
you feel nothing
Anything like
instead
down
of
throw, cyclone, any of that stuff would kill.
Absolutely. Up air.
Oh,
drop.
Ooh, reading the jump.
Draw is ahead of stock.
Not yet.
Well,
Okay, using the down B to kind of give himself a little bit of insurance coming back to stage and don't land
that's
on
a
top of Luigi.
fast up
No,
smash.
that's what-
Man.
And with that, he lost his stock, and we are back to even footing. And this is the dangerous percent. You can see him just waiting on the ledge, or on the platform. He does not want to get grabbed right now.
Oh.
Up air, forward air, tries to get more, but a really good air dodge coming in from Radu.
Not yet.
Yeah, this is still a low-ish percent, so he can play a little bit risky around Raru's shield, but once he gets about 50-60%, it starts to get where the risk is not worth it
Do you think you
anymore.
could beat up Harry Potter shots?
And you can see him trying to
At like,
beat Byleth and just
School Year
nair over the
3.
top of the shield, hoping it pokes. And that is 80%, 90. Can he finish his food? And that is it with the Patui to down
Imagine
smash.
if he
No.
was in Smash.
Oh!
I told you. It's a confirm. It's a confirm.
Toss. Is he going to reverse 3-0?
Oh, because the sun is shining out of my ass.
Oh my god.
Every time I say that, it's true, you know.
Plant top 15.
I'm not just trying to make you guys feel good. It's a blue moon. It will also be the end of the studio show.
It's time. This is a good. This is a
Independence,
goated song.
country.
Nadu's got some taste. If nothing else, he
Bought
does
up
have some
by
good taste. Oh, there's Hurt.
I want to see Walmart.
Hurt and Kadage. 1-1. Hell yeah.
And they're in losers, by the way.
No.
Oh no, they're in winners. My
Yeah,
bad.
that's winners. That's winners. What are you doing? Don't lie to us.
No,
Come
chat
on.
lied to me.
Chat. I mean, what else is new?
Yeah.
Bunch of liars. Liars and trolls. That's all you guys are.
And they
I'm
don't
kidding.
even
I love
play
you.
Smash. All right. So, oh wait.
Okay. Oh, the grab
Stuff
confirmed.
in.
Okay, but Toss is able to get out of it. Really good stuff
I
coming
was
in, but
used
the
to
blender
Oh,
doesn't
really
stop
shit,
it.
man.
That is an
Already
immediate
100.
100%.
Stop doing that
Toss
shit,
is
man.
0.
It's just
Oh,
bad
wow.
math.
Back air, a 0 to death,
Anyway.
without even the
0 to
confirmed 0
death.
to death off a grab. Just a
Right.
bunch
You
of
believe
straight
me now,
hits
Chad?
leading up to
Luigi
it.
is
Luigi is so broken. But it's also just how good Nadu is, trying to get the swallow cancel.
When I
But it
play
seems
this
like
shit, you gotta
Nadu
buy a
kinda
Switch
understands
now,
what's
that's the
happening.
problem, right?
He was able to shield it that time.
What if you wanted an Xbox to play some
That is a
4K
very
games
low
instead?
shield. You need to be a little bit more
I
careful.
don't have to
pass.
get a like an Elgato streaming capture card to stream from.
Nice parry, but yeah, it's
That's what it lacks,
fast enough.
capturing.
Yeah, Toss is
This copy is so good, it's gonna
Nadu's
keep it from
pace
eating
right now,
for
and
6
that is
hours,
not what you
I
wanna
think.
do. Able to get him off stage, but nothing
Something
really
like that.
started yet. Just
Someone
put a little bit
right
of
straight
incentive
away.
on him.
Yeah.
Can he get the down
Was it a
air?
stupid
No,
idea
he's
to
not.
eat
He doesn't
everything
go for it.
immediately
Tries
and
to
then
go
just
for
eat nothing
Two
basically for
mix
24
up,
hours?
but Nadu
Yes.
just hugged the wall on the back.
This was
way
stay up
back to the
17 hours
edge.
though.
Oh, the cyclone. Tui, but nothing much.
Patui to forward air, gets it to the ledge. He was expecting a jump and was going to catch him.
The
with
dash
up
attack has
smash,
been
but
like
Nadu was too
seriously
smart to fall
improved
for
since melee.
to those easy tricks.
Nice.
Okay, parry into a forward air off the side to another forward air, but
There
nothing
is
yet.
no jump.
And the
So,
Patui
yeah.
misses, but
The
either
flavor
way,
is so
he did not
strong
make it back to stage.
and smooth
So,
and fat.
Toss.
It makes me satisfied, you know?
Okay,
He's alive.
he is alive and well for the time being, but he is already at 100%.
Yeah, I'm not dying now, Shad.
And the up smash will
Even
definitely
he doesn't
take
count
it.
every
He is
day.
on his last stock.
Could eat the dairy, then I'm gonna be vegan as well because
No,
vegan
no, 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 no,
foods
no,
tend to
no,
have
no, no, no,
two-thirds of the
no.
calories on average. That's talking
Oh
about
my
like
God.
the
And this combo
the
works
fruits and vegetables
because
has
Piranha
pretty
Plant,
much 0
Piranha
calories.
Plant has his fall speed is so fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
Very
stuff to
fast.
Toss, but even better stuff to Nadu.
Yeah.
You know he's happy about that,
Yeah.
especially since he was about to get reverse 3-0'd. That was just great play coming in. He was just suffocating him in that last game. There was
There's nothing
he could
nothing
do.
he can do.
Jungle, a dark roast,
Good stuff
bourbon.
to Tass. He still has losers. That was a
Doesn't
winner
taste
side
like bourbon. It
game,
really
so he
tastes
still has
like
losers to go.
bourbon, you know?
And now we have a cola.
It's about a strong flavor
versus-
of bourbon as bourbon. How did they
Oh,
fucking do
Yoda
the
went
beans,
away.
man?
Oh, no, he changed his shirt. He's right there. I know those shoes anywhere.
No uniform.
She may fucking be
So Yara trying to mix me up, changing out of his yellow shirt.
Bro is drinking OJ. I want a pina colada.
Yoshidora's got this.
Yeah, Yoshidora. I'm just watching Yoshidora a little bit.
Yeah.
He's
So
gonna be fine.
we are getting into our first game right now. It is the goatiest goats who's ever goated, Yara. Obviously Samus main. And Akola. It's I'd be willing to bet money that Akola
This
is
one.
going to go ahead and go Steve, considering that matchup is absolute cheeks
You want to use
for
drum?
Samus. There's just nothing really that Samus can
I
do
also
because
drink
in order to break blocks effectively,
also
you need a move that is
best
big
box in the world.
and
This
fast.
one,
Yeah.
And Samus
Espresso
doesn't have any
variant,
moves
she
that are
also
big
has-
and fast.
Yeah.
She has moves that are big, and she has
is
moves that are
considered
fast,
exceptional
but
high
none
and
of them
blend
that
on
go
the
really
finest
together.
available on smooth
So you
sweet
can
and
use your
all
charge
finest
shot
chocolate
and break all the
with
blocks down.
notes.
But then while you're charging it up, Steve is just going to build more.
Include the price
And
make up
there's-
the mountain.
this
that's
just is a
the
really bad.
top
I don't.
piece in the best coffee in the
I
world.
think Yara disagrees, but I don't think this
Filled
is
with rich
Samus's
crema,
worst
soft
matchup.
play, low
But he
caffeine
thinks
content.
this, if I'm not mistaken,
I can
this
do more
and
of that
Olimar
then.
are
Huh?
Samus's
Huh?
absolute
Huh?
worst matchups.
If I was a real coffee connoisseur, I
It
would
is
notice
very
the low
hard.
caffeine.
I want him to win. He's gotten really close
Buy it,
before,
Chad.
and this
Just
was
costs
years ago.
like fucking twice as
But
much as
Akola has
regular
said
coffee.
Yara
Buy
is
it.
one of the only
Taste
people
it,
who I
you
think
have to
can
know,
beat me.
right? Be
Akola has
wrong.
evolved a lot from then, but then again, so has Yoda. Hi. Okay.
You want the game
so
now.
they're gonna do a little hand warmer to get warmed up. And
Once you know,
so yeah, just a
it's gonna be different
little bit
because
to
you
get
go
there.
back.
Yara's gonna practice pressing B, and actually so is Akola. They're both gonna practice pressing B for a little bit. And so yeah, like I said, this is just not really a good matchup. But since since Yara took about a 1-year hiatus when he was in his 4th year at university before getting his new job in Tokyo, because he lives in Tokyo now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he just moved.
Okay.
He was originally from a completely different area of Japan that didn't have a lot of tournaments. But yeah, he moved to Tokyo in April.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So he is a Tokyo resident now. So he may come to Smash Party and stuff like that, but he's a working man.
Yeah.
Unless he wants to do a Tari no Kiyamiya and wear a suit every time he comes, he will mostly be at weekend tournaments.
Oh, it's Zachary and Akakitsu on mainstream.
That's a good match. That's a good match.
But we need to watch it.
So everybody, I hope you tune into this one, but on the East Geek main stream, there is Zachary versus Akakix coming up. So that's a match you may want to watch as well. So just dual monitor it. Just watch both at the same time. But be sure that you mute the EGS game and listen to us. It's not like you understand Japanese anyway. It's fine. And they are getting into Art Game 1. I unfortunately didn't see the stage, but I'm assuming it's PS2 because I know Yauda does like that stage. And even though it's good, yep, what did I say? And so we are going to this stage. It's a great stage for Samus, but it's also a really good stage for Steve. It's just a matter of who can get their thing started first. And Akola immediately gets started with a nil combo, putting 30%, but up B out of shield, baby. Frame 4.
Yeah.
She deserves it.
No, she doesn't.
Yes, she does. Okay, and he...
Oh, wow.
Wow, Akola not teching that? That is maybe one of the first times I have ever seen him miss a tech on something like that. That is the pressure of Yara. That is the GOAT putting pressure on him. And with that, he already has 1 stock and is putting 30% up more. And that's what I was saying. He gets close to the blocks, and all he can really do is just jab them. Because everything else is either too high a risk or he wastes a charge shot on it. Okay, tries to dash attack in, but is immediately met with a minecart, so there's no option for him to go right there. But he is still just playing neutral and not letting Akola get any of his shenanigans started. Except for a minecart.
Yeah,
except for an iron minecart. Speaking of shenanigans. It's okay, though. We got that up B out of shield.
But Akola is running out of resources. And PS2 is one of the slowest mining stages, so...
Look at this combo, 80%, and then Akola has the lead. And then
the jump.
Yeah, and even though he does have diamond and gold right now, I can't see him pulling them out until the last stock because he doesn't want to use them right away. Really good air dodge coming in. And he misses the confirm. Yeah, doing a down air to back air right there will kill most characters at like 80 or 90%. But unfortunately, the that confirm also works at just about every percent. Amazing. The up tilt. Samus is such a cool, good character, and I know nobody agrees with me, but she is so cool and even better when Yara plays her.
No, she is so...
Milk
I hate her.
I know, it's very strong coffee flavor. That's bias. Yeah, and like you can see right there, with the stone blocks, it's just Yara, he just has to basically just keep zaring at them until they break.
Candy in the world, they say.
Once Steve gets momentum and a lot of materials built up, this matchup becomes even harder. That was good, but it didn't look like it was the tipper, so just not getting the strongest hit of the forward smash right there.
Wow.
The Nair coming down.
Isn't latte le in French? Milk.
Parry. Back air, step 4.
Is that it?
Oh,
Yo!
Wow, that kills.
What did I say, bro? Down air to back air. It works so good. You can, and down air is amazing. You can do down air up B. You can do down air up air. If you want to actually take the stock, you can do down air back air. Man, Samus is such a cool character. I swear to God. I swear to God. Is it hot in here? Or is it just me? No, I tell you what it is. It's Yara in that play he just showed us. I think during this, Akola's second best, right behind Mia. I don't remember.
Oh, what do you mean, the seed?
Lumi rank?
Lumi rank, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's Doramigi. Yeah, Doramigi, Akola, Mia.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. So right now, even though Yauda did place in the top 30 after taking a very long hiatus, he is already coming back and showing how amazing of a talent he is. Able to take that first game, not rather convincingly, it was
nice
close, but
cross
able
there.
to take the first game off
They won't
Akola,
shove
and
his
we are
deep
going
his hand
to
to shove it up my ass.
game 2 on small battlefield. Okay, delayed his recovery a little bit, goes for the fair, and tries to get, if, you know what, if I have time to do another up tilt, why not do 2?
Snort Kevin. Harmonic.
Yeah, at this point,
Baguette.
there's not much Steve can do in terms of, like, there's not much resources, and the weapons are not as strong either.
Yeah, that's true. And so Yara is going to try and take advantage and
Remember, chat,
basically do as much damage as he can, while Steve is still in his still extremely strong, but in his base mode. But the up smash is probably going to take it right there. Doesn't matter how heavy your character is. That move is broken with a capital B.
No, capital everything.
Capital everything. It is broken in all caps.
Yeah.
Speaking. Okay, and really good. He just immediately tethers back to the stage. Doesn't try to wait and get reversaled or anything like that. Akola does have a pretty big lead right now.
Yeah, very convincing lead, and with the new weapon on board.
That's what I'm saying,
Getting
bro.
up to
Walls are the
7,000
bane of
apps,
Samus's
just
existence.
silly, you know?
You jab twice and then you come
Ludicrous.
through and get hit yourself. It seems silly.
Captain,
Akola's
he
gonna
must
play
got
it
the
out
ludicrous
as much as he
speed.
can without any weapons.
Not
or
ludicrous speed, he just
trying not to make
goes
any new
straight,
weapons. He already got the diamond, so.
Yeah, at this point he's just basically getting
completely
materials from
paused.
minecart.
The first going in light speed,
And
you know,
gets
way too
the
far.
back air off the stage, but it is from the opposite side, so nothing quite yet. Tries to go for a delayed neutral air, but it doesn't get anything, and instead he gets fared off the side, and Steve, Akola Steve is up 3 stocks to 1.
Oh, wow, nice
Really
catch.
good call out on getting the charge shot as he landed off with the anvil, but either way, that is a nil combo to put a quick 37 on.
I thought of a part from
We're
a
going to
book.
throw him off. He has minecart,
I
so
thought
he'll
that
have no problem
the
getting
wizard
back.
butt magician Wizard Jensen, you didn't know that. He has a
that was a risky
12.5%
dash.
chance
That was
to
a
misfire.
really risky dash attack.
Using
Come on,
his
man. Come
launching
on, man.
magic.
We talked about that.
And it will go faster than light speed, completely
And he
decimating.
tries to go down with a landing neutral
Just,
air, but doesn't really work out
obliterating
for
his
him. Can
opponent,
he get
but
off ledge?
who knows where he will end up.
Kind of.
And no further place to come back.
Kind of, but he gets sent right back. Okay, really. I've seen
Limits
so
of the
many
light
people
speed
get
is
hit with that
boring,
down
chat.
smash.
My
That just shows
move
how
doesn't
much
have
of
to
a
be-
goat Yara is. He said that's
It
not going
works
to work on
because
me.
he's warping space-time around
And
him as he's farting.
minecart comes through, but he's not really able. At this point, it's almost inevitable. And okay, wow, great DI coming in from Yara to live the up smash right there. But at this point, it's just a matter of time, which I don't want to say. But it's Akola, and he's up an entire stock. The dash attack not quite yet. Goes up to the corner. Great DI coming in from Akola. Gets the charge on. Yara is so tricky with his timing.
Yeah,
Everybody gets caught,
this,
but now he
and
has a
maybe
fresh
this.
diamond.
Sorry.
Yeah. And
He is a little low on the materials.
oh, wait.
The bear off the side. Can he get it? Gets a charge shot, and at this point, Akola is just happy to sit off the edge of
Really fun.
line.
Okay, to say it on stream. It's too bad, chat. But there's like
Is coming
runes
down,
and stuff.
cannot get the grab. Watch for the back air. Watch for the back air. Do not dash attack right now. It's not going to kill. It's not going to do anything.
Oh, a B?
Yeah, the up being
Left,
through the minecart is actually a really good option.
Butt cheek.
And already, Yara putting up almost
Works
100% with Akola, no
better
resources left.
You know what?
with
I said it was over and out, but it may not be. Just don't let your shield get hit anymore. At this point, he needs to get a strong hit from a back air or something like that, because it's not high enough for. I wasn't talking to Akola. I was talking to Yara, by the way. I was talking to Yara.
Perfect.
A strong hit like a back air from Yara.
Yeah, we just got it.
But he got it. Akola could hear. I mean, this tournament has coaching, so it's fine. But he could hear me. Akola was like, "Man, that's a good idea. Thank you, Watson."
Let me just go with this back here.
Like the left side of the brain. Oh!
And with that, obviously no character changes, but we're going to be going straight back. And I didn't see the stage, but I'm assuming since it's Yara's counter pick, we're going back to PS2.
Oh.
I think so.
Probably. Or maybe Hollow Bastion. PS2. Okay. And we are going back, so Yara is going to try and get a repeat of game 1. But with that, it requires him getting a stock very early. Up B, he goes for the up B out of that. A lot of times it doesn't work, but it only really works consistently if your opponent is at 0. If they even have a little bit of percent, they can SDI out.
Yeah. Ooh, nice. Knowing that the combo doesn't connect, he just steps away.
And, okay, no problem, is able to get back. Yauda with the weight so he doesn't get hit by the TNT. And an up tilt, and that's a stock.
Oh! Oh! Wow, that feels so early.
Oh my gosh, Yara's so good! Why is he so good? So yeah, that is a confirm that basically Yara made. And it works so well. And it you can see right there that Akola was just not ready for it. Because the only way out of it is to tech the down air.
Right, which is very hard.
Very hard to do.
What a unit.
And so, yeah, really good stuff coming in. But Yara has a big lead, just like he did in the first game. It's just a matter of not getting hit with a minecart. And now this is basically the same pattern that the first game was in. Yara is up a stock with about 40% of extra credit, and then Akola immediately comes back and matches it. An aggressive back air to get back down to the stage, but the charge shot doesn't lead to anything. Jab 1-2. That's how you know these guys are mashing.
Boom, boom.
Back throw off stage. The
Again,
recovery.
boys.
Okay, really good fake out right there. Good fake out
magic.
using the grab. I tried to grab him out of the air like that. Come on. Come on. Samus's grab isn't that good. No! No! The
Just
flubs!
barely missed.
But it's okay. The he's using his wave dashing on the charge shots. And this is going to be an up throw and the stock. Yara is up. As long as he's able to give maybe a little bit more extra credit, he does have a chance. He said, why don't you minecart my face again, fool? I dare you.
Actually, if one John, you know?
And okay, tried to break his shield
like
right there, but it didn't really work out. And the lag from the up B.
And so we know what to do. So what do? No, what doesn't do it. It's pretty fun when he says like, I think
No,
I'm trying to stop.
You can land on platforms and you can
You
decide
gotta,
not to.
That's true.
So it's
gotta
just
say it the
be-
right way or something to get the right visuals.
Oh, I thought he's gonna go for fair.
Akola's just a
That's
goat.
funny.
Yeah, I thought he would too, but he maybe realized that he was not really in a good position to get it, and he had the risk of getting reversaled as well.
Another good John pose.
Akola's
Oh my god, there's a horse in my house.
adaptation and his understanding of risk reward is really good, so it does make sense for him to not go with it right there. Can he get off ledge? Just shooting out up tilt. Okay, this might be it. He misses it. Really good SDI coming in from Akola right there to DI in the minecart to the face.
Gonna do it.
The fucking minecart. Shove it.
Yeah, being within burst range of Steve and charging charge shot, it's whatever Samus wants to do, but it's so dangerous. Because those are, in that exact situation, caused Yara to lose 2 stocks in that last game that looked like he was going to win.
And it will kill quite early as well, so.
It will. And of course, we are going to be going right back to PS2. No character changes. My tea is almost gone because I've been talking too much.
And it's, I think, almost time for us to switch as well.
I think it is.
Alright.
Okay, and so
Uh-oh.
get sent off stage. No real problems here. But gets a quick 40%. That was a preemptive grab, which a lot of Samuses, including myself, do. But you need to be really careful because it's such a laggy move.
It's super laggy. Nice dash attack.
Look at
I'm a
the
genius. I
spacing
keep some
on
of these
Akola right there. He
attacks,
knew
man.
that dash attack was going to hit. Okay, does the jab 1 into reverse. That's how you know he's smashing right now. He's not mashing, he's smashing.
Preemptive.
Nice beat to get out of the
But
minecart.
for the
But
fine
the back air, not
baguettes.
yet.
He will be sent back up and really, really good. A lot of players will try and just sit at the ledge right there because they don't realize that Steve can just forward smash through the wall.
Oh, yeah.
So doing a neutral get up in that situation is always extremely dangerous. And, oh no, the minecart, but he should make it back right here, just tethering back to safety. But Akola has a lot of percent on him right now. About 10 more percent, and Yara will be at the sweet spot for the down air, but instead, he got hit with a minecart. And Okay, he's going to retreat back, get a little bit of charge, put a bigger threat for Akola trying to approach. But yeah, at this point, it's just so hard for Yara to do anything, because Steve with a lead is scary. Akola Steve with a lead is terrifying.
And with diamonds.
Exactly. And look at him, basically a full material bar as well.
Spot weakness, baguette. I want to do some more writing, I think.
And there we go, doing a little bit of fake with his charge shot cancels to get one more hit on Akola. But at this point, he's still on his first stock, and Akola is about to lap him in percent. And the minecart again. And the forward throw. What is he going to do in this situation? He's going to get back on, but it doesn't matter. At this point, Akola is happy to run. You know why? Because he's scared of Yara. He knows what Yara can do to him, so he's just going to keep running away and mining, making himself stronger. Okay, playing a little bit of pinball, but no stock yet. And look at him jumping over the minecart. He's adapting. He's learning. And the block. I mean, that was 150%, so it wasn't going to take the stock anyways. But either way, Yara is on his last stock now. Up throw, maybe? Yep, and that will be enough, but he still has an uphill battle.
And now Akola has the newly made diamond tools.
With another one in the pocket, ready to go.
But if Yara gets some early kills here and there, it's totally feasible.
It is, but he needs the kills first. Tried to fake him out with a grab right there, but it didn't work. Akola was very aware of what was going to happen. You got to wait out the up tilts for the right time and then be out of shield. It always works. Yara does seem a little bit more aware of the minecarts now. He knows they're coming, especially with this amount of materials, so you don't see him just sitting there and waiting for it like he was before.
The only problem is, as a floaty character, it's not easy. Even if you know that it's coming, yeah, it's very hard to dodge it.
And there it is. And that is a 3-1 in favor of Akola. Of course, Yara did take the first game, but Akola, of course, being consistently #1 in the world and now #2 in the world, he is a great player and showed how well he knows this matchup and the game as a whole. So good stuff to both players.
Yeah, and on mainstream, Zachary is down 0-2 against Akakiksu Sora.
It's all right, bro. Zachary's unranked. And that was really good stuff to both players. And again, that was winners. So they can both. So Yara is not out, down and out. He still has losers where he can continue on. I think that may have been the last match for our block, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but Z-Man's not here yet, right?
Z-Mangs is not here.
Did anyone say
Did anyone say anything in Discord? Because Strides is here, ready for us.
Yep.
Because we don't have any matches coming up, it doesn't look like. Doesn't look like any messages. Well, Nicole said he's almost here.
Oh, okay.
So
he can come up as well.
I guess he can do it for one of us as we go. And then there's Tama Pete coming right back.
Yeah.
Welcome. And you can see everyone crowding around because I will say, even though Zachary is the king and everybody loves him, Akakiksu does have a lot of fans in Japan.
Yeah.
He streams a lot because he has no job, as he always points out. He does stream a lot, and with that, he has built up quite a following.
Oh, yeah.
And
I yipped.
Very good. Ha. Come on, man. You keep showing me this video 10 times now. I don't want to watch it. Oh, that's pretty cool.
What's up, guys? We are in Edinburgh, Scotland. Yeah, so we're here and we actually did the Scotch whiskey tour, and
Bunny!
I was like, I just want to have a pet. Not even put the keys in the door, he already like react, and that's not to all the cars. I'm not sure if they are capable of doing that. Also, when you're a bit stressed, he just starts to follow you. I never expected him to be like a dog bun.
The cat's freaking out, man. What the fuck? It's not natural how the animals realize as well.
My experience with bunnies when I was younger is like they were always in the cage in the garden, forgotten and not like cuddly or anything.
Using my keen spiritual sense, I notice all the bunnies are get depressed from being in small cages. They barely move, you know, and barely react to your touch.
He's still surprising us.
Let them roam free. Just put all the
When you
cables
say hi,
full of
Chris,
aluminum
that's not
foil.
allowed because he knows. He just grabs one more bite and he just runs up.
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
Push.
Push.
Hello.
We had another one for a very short time, but he's too dominant. Bunnies are really good pets, but for adults, not for small kids.
Football rabbit.
They need a lot of care.
Yeah,
They're
make a
very
joke
sensitive
like,
to food or to stress. There's a lot to think of.
Football play with IQ higher than his shoe
Such a
size
sweetheart.
spaghetti.
I'm thankful for his loving personality. He's such a good boy.
Enigmatic IQ shoe size spaghetti. You know, it doesn't have to be any better. It's good enough. It's just two things, two words. Senior Bunny.
He's almost 5 now. I think he has a...
Look at that fucking unit, dude. Look at that fucking ram. I gotta take a picture to show to people, man. This is a giant bunny, looks like. We read a little bit in the book, and honestly, I want to read more from the book in TTS because the bunnies, multiple sizes, and we got new viewers. The telephone needs charging. Baguette overhead. Bunnies. Let's start with bunnies over there. Bah. A little bit too much, but we can also just stop, you know.
Outside there were indeed giant bunnies. I empower you rabbits, use your hoppity legs thus. A band of giant rabbits had been fighting crane-necked polar bears. A bear jumped clawing a poor fluffy bunny. The bunny jumped too and kicked the bear in the chest, with impact magic and a bang, thus the bear flew far. Bunnies sometimes jump kick even in real life. The bunnies came onto James licking, smelling and inspecting. 10 bunnies were carrying a sleigh with a man and a ton of stuff. A covered traveler came and shook his hand. They only take for those attuned to nature. I'm Benny, merchant and attorney. They only drink the finest brandy or maybe some higher alcohol wizard's misspelling, if really thirsty. The cloak revealed a blue body with shining light blue eyes, shining of a lighter color hieroglyphs on his forehead. I come from the ruins. This dungeon gave me the most important thing I didn't know I needed. I feel wise like a guided spirit. I see them eat hamburgers sometimes also, but not other meats. Strange credulity. I feel like I can relate to being a giant bunny somehow. You can ride the sleigh or a bunny formidable. I'm going to Solga Docks. You know, the biggest city to the Arctic Sea of the Einhenja North Pole. James mounted a bunny and held into its sleigh leather contraption.
3 meters high.
The bunnies went off like a rocket. WOOHOOO, this is awesome. Later entering Solga Docks. I got to get myself a ride like this. Look inside the docks in it, said the nice merchant. Looks like the ice melted here, into sea. The city was snowy and frozen, many red and green wooden buildings and massive icebreaker ships of almost every color. Parts of the city were only accessible by boat, some water streets were small, some large, some islands. He could see the mount shop from the icy gates.
I want to write something extra there. Grus. We only had winter sports for sports. Already mixing in wheelchairs down the mountains. But what's it called? I don't even know this in Swedish right now. You know, the thing that carries you up the slopes mechanically, you skiing, ski lift. Sky lift, ski lift.
He could see the mount shop from the icy gates. Indeed, they had giant bunnies and compact mammoths, giant curve-horned yaks and white gorilla steroidieties pulling with giant steps. A bunny-eared elf with a lisp offered a spell that lets you talk to animals somewhat well but drained your mana a lot, and a blizzard's bite spell that cooled down bunnies in warmer climates. But they're cool about the winter. No, everyone freezes here. Every animal in snowstorms realizes eventually that this place is just awful and pointless, so they seek out warmer climates. Especially the yaks. James bought the lot, bunny food, Angus hamburgers and 1 bunny, thus went to choose one outside. Who wants to travel around the world, he said. Some bunnies jumped close. Is it safe? That isn't safe, they said. As he touched a white bunny with a bit of a mane of fat-looking royal, it jumped 3 meters into the air. Pick me, I don't mind traveling and it never goes as planned anyway. Let's be friends, said James and gave some giant peppers, blackcurrant pie and cowberry redcurrant pie. Goodbye, gang, said the bunny. Due to the spell, the voice was heard inside his head.
Yeah, that blackcurrant pie with cowberry redcurrant pie sounds strange because translation errors. Sounds better in Swedish.
Goodbye, gang, said the bunny. Due to the spell, the voice was heard inside his head. He felt an urgency in the voice, a bunny urgency to be alert and safe. Like stress to be afraid. It is really a fear like the darkest void. Bunnies can get a heart attack from being scared, and now James would ever be afraid of this himself, stressing about it. He guided the bunny in leather straps. Did you know I'm a very smart human? Super smart, top 0.1%. James said randomly. Wow, said the bunny, I am very hungry. I want 1 more pepper. James agreed reasonably and pat his head. I had actually a rabbit before we got separated by a spell. A tiny cousin rabbit, white like myself. Dog-sized rabbit, brown and tolerant, interested in the new and other animals. I don't mind many things, being so strong and big. With me you can feel safe. The best thing I know is to feel safe and not have to think about being eaten and blood. The bunny James thought was complicated, vulnerable yet valuable and something of an accountant personality. I wish I could fly, said the bunny like a bunny and unrealistic. You can fly in your dreams, means your spirit is lifted. Where I come from we have a saying, multiply like rabbits. I am not very good at math. 9 plus 10 equals 21. What do you think of these tomatoes? Should I buy these? The bunny ate the tomatoes. He was red like blood around his face. Service fee, maybe I'm a killer rabbit. Maybe you shoot lasers, said James. He hopped around on the rabbit and visited the library of Solga. It was grand of several stories and winding staircases, gold and silver staircases, the railings. It was like a capital library. Students sat sweaty, mesmerized, and he enjoyed the last Shakespeare book he hadn't read, an Italian drama. He remarked history and philosophy, culture of their sea trade and University of Magic. He read some philosophy in a book about not acting and not taking part to not suffer, but thought it was about not living. Avoiding suffering through philosophical isn't always the ultimate goal or practical, but James would be stimulated in the future figuring out how to stop it. You can always stop suffering by changing your perspective, said James to the giant bunny face, solid and speechless like a rock, mind over matter. Even the worst things you can give a purpose. You can also be conscious about suffering until it ends. They rode on to the university. It was dark blue and looked like made of ice. It was built in many six-pointed ice crystals. I invented the six-point goat, argued one wizard. What have you unleashed? Argued the other. What's a six-point goat? Said James. This mangy wizard here invented a goat with an explosive ramming. It will destroy the entire block. I agree with the mangy wizard. He invented it. Your goats have no lasting impact if they destroy everything thus and double thus. I can make more goats, but it's making me bald. Your excessive use of goat in your magic is making you bald. You said my bald head looked good. That's why I started oiling it with bowling grease. Yeah, your head shines like a shooting star, said James. He's balding because he gets no maidens, said the wizard with luxurious hair. If you're balding, you should get a fashionable hat and beard, said James. There cannot be a goat without explosions. Don't you see? He didn't make any sense. James saw someone like they were driving an invisible car 2 meters up, but ass pointed out and backwards driving. He pulled the handbrake and drove away. Was that vehicle invisible? No, you drive ass first with butt magic. I find it unbelievable. You butt deniers want us all prosecuted, the wizard said in the same wavelength. Look, I have perfect buttocks. The wizards calmed down, looked and agreed with irrefutable logical fiber. Inside an impossibly large castle on the sea, mostly he asked for what magic? There is conjuration, butt magic, water, air, earth, fire, summon alive, summon undead, impact, blood, healing. It's all boring reading, mana increasing rituals and lessons. Said an old
Magic. It's pretty funny. It's a stupid joke. Maybe I can wonder how I will advance with this. In Earth Magic, they had a bald, flat-headed dwarf.
Said an old monotone bored ugly clerk with a wide luxury desk. Butt magic, do you teach one of the unholy strikes here? No one has applied or succeeded in that butt magic for 200 years. No one should be that powerful in my opinion. I can fart my rabbit out of the room if I eat whey protein powder. Potential, that is, but I wasn't finished. We also have holy and questionably unholy and defense against unholy magic. Practical magic for productivity, easy magic that makes you feel smart, turning yourself into something magic TYS, turning something into something else magic TSSE, tier 13 ridiculously, ludicrous difficult magic. Magical crafting and fletching, magical potions, elven crystal singing, interdimensional magic, elven magic from Solga, alchemy, best magic for a contemporary jobs, the dark magic solar allows, magic to break someone's concentration, Sears foggy advancement, transmog, magical history. Magical produce farming gardening, intersectional spirituality magic, battle cry, shout and voice magic, professional explosive magic and just blowing things up magic. Magic in writing, poetry and music, very difficult that. Getting stabbed in the knee 2 times and someone steals your shoe magic. Shape-shifting magic, magical curses, transmutation magic, double unicorn magic and magical bullshit and defense. Air, fire, earth and water magic together is 20% off as usual, 2,640 quid. Elven potions and crystal singing 30% together, explosive and double unicorn magic 30% off, other lessons 850 quid each, 12 lessons usually. I summon magically deep pockets. Maybe you're thinking about alchemy. You know they never make more money making gold than they put in. The real gold lies in transmutation magic. This is where you get dollar, I guess. You invest in yourself and your skills. Talk is cheap that it cannot afford university lessons, the clerk said, bored and monotone. James pulled out a 100.000 shimmering ingot. Keep it as a deposit until I'm done. I don't want to think about money. I didn't invent the world, pal, or Ahinger, the clerk said like a smoker. When you put a price on knowledge, people learn economics, James said with 145 IQ. Let's start with fire magic, James mostly exclaimed to himself. Remember, Ahinger is a lawless land. There is no police, fire department, or jail. You will have to fight for your things. Just like the capitalists want it, every service and tax is unnecessary. It's not so bad when we have guys like the coolie-leaning guy over there. He executes and hunts top criminals, the vision of horror, prophet of despair. James walked and was ready to talk the talk. Hey, how are you doing, Sonny? You look like an angel mixed with a street fighter. His crown of despair hovered over his head like a halo, hummed like a vacuum cleaner. Things are going well for me, he said unexpectedly. The drug lords aren't being replaced and the gangs are breaking. Pulverized skull is fleeting into the wind. I like hunting criminals too. Maybe I am a mercenary for hire. Let's consider fighting together, unholy man. Clean up the streets. If you didn't look like this, I would have stabbed you with a mongrel's Mongolian paternal leave more. I know of the unholy strike. They teach one here. Can you learn it? Honestly, I will try my best. This technique is auxiliary. I don't judge a man by his farts. He was shredded topless with a grey angel-looking haircut and array of weapons. Light grey skin, burning grey wings, red eyes. 2 big grey wrapper-like pants. In fire magic arrogantly advanced firefly course, they stood in front of a short fat big-headed grin with a large remarkable nose. He was short-tempered and stupid about lots of many modern chivalrous things but surprisingly cunning. Smart to work less, Ulrich had the perfect grin of business. The perfect fireball should be deadly in explosion damage, area and fire over time. Practice with me until it changes color. Eat these capsaicin pills. If you snort them they can get rid of migraines. True. A cheeky squirrel-looking lady, well human look first, but still remarkably squirrel, already made a blue-purple fireball, as hot as it gets 30,000 Kelvin plus. Most were red to yellow 3,000, 6,000 K. James tried and tried getting his fireballs white 10,000 K. If he didn't do it now he would before fire lessons were over. They practiced melting chocolate sculptures, detonation, breathing fire, which was a fire technique like reliable and proficient. Students blew white blue sparkles, dragon breath projectiles. You need to be like the blackest, most smoldering lava lake, Squirrel said. James was conjuring hotter fireballs, maybe he thought. Good job, student, said Ulrich from beneath, hot like a pie oven. James felt full of power, compliments and spirit overtaken in almost not his control. He glued genius orange body and eyes and unleashed lightning white red strange and thick. The dummy melted and happily returned. Wow, this is quark gluon plasma, 150,000 Kelvin. Another form of fire class. I must tell the principal and my mom. Turns out James could channel fire and power like a particle accelerator experiment. Now to figure out how to do it again. Chaos and random was at the tip of his fingers. James met a superhero for the first time, Pigeon Man. I was born to fight crime in this lawless land, tooth and claw. You have superpowers, James said fair. I have wings, I can fly. He flapped his wings. Yeah, you really look like a pigeon. I also make beer. He put his foot on a bag of barley, drink pigeon. Chapter 4 Beget, Begot, Beget. In the stabbing magic class James followed the 5 piercing truths and from a magical half-breed British elf mercenary. He did more than shank, he believed in the book of stabbing. Stabbing into someone's liver is something to consider because... Crash, asterisk, the window broke. A French assassin stood bent upon the window's lit. He was smoking unfiltered primitive cigarettes, wore a black suit and his face looked very rugged and attractive to women with thick brown curly hair. Which one is James? Could be me, said Fat Kid Fuba with a dragon t-shirt. No, it's me, said James. I'm sorry someone sent me to kill you. I'm thinking about the money already, he said too honestly in a thick French accent. He pulled a baguette out of his belt and whacked it menacingly. Firm hand, strong baguette. Take it outside, James, don't kill my new cactus, said the teacher Heineken strong lager. James jumped into him and out the window 2 stories below and landed on the Frenchman. You're lucky you landed on me, he said like he was talking to someone stupid. They spun and wrestled with his daggers until the Frenchman threw him upright. Bombs Humphrey non-baguette. The assassin threw pano chocolate that exploded, removing James' eyebrows. It smelled like berries and jasmine. James only had a throwing hammer rebound with him. They screamed and went clashing epically. What would he do with a baguette despite being delicious? They collided, Warhammer and baguette clad in absolute unit, so the baguette was hard as any steel, acting like a cudgel of winding steel drive. The assassin with the same position struck him, moving through gliding with arrogant power. In 1 second James was flying, thus surprisingly like he was outschooled. But we'll see, it's just the start of the fight, writers edit. James turned and shot his plasma cannon, but the assassin was fast enough for his neck. He puffed smoke behind him, thus. I need to stop smoking. It's making me nauseous and sick, thin and weak like a French sardine in coffee mixer. Your hair is on fire. The Frenchman applied more Dapadan gel to his hair, creating a smoky smell and putting out the fire. Your baguette has reached its length. And it will be bad for you. Baguette length termination. He made a devastating explosive punch that spawned 100 baguettes like a fountain in the punch direction. And baguette Glacier Arnaud summoned a 10 by 10 meter baguette that knocked him away. His baguette elongated into a 2 meter long rye baton. Tomato barbecue baguette is a lie. He twacked in an assault one end at a time, gracious and spinning quite aggressively and Frenchy. Tomato barbecue baguette is supposed to be a one-time new experience, that's why it's so salty. James deflected with truth, strafing back, sacrificing position for defense. Arnaud assault. Assassin baguette. Heavy baguette. Baguette fire. Imaginary baguette. Hair à la royale truffle baguette. Sparkling baguette. Felix baguette. Quarter baguette. Fut baguette. Brittle breakneck baguette. Backseat ostracized ostrich baguette. Resolute, forgetful baguette. Resounding tax evasion baguette. Farquaad haircut baguette. Dire baguette. Betting your life baguette. Constipated goat baguette. Tempest terror baguette. Death empress baguette. Killer disco midget baguette. Unholy goat cheese baguette. Overwhelming baguette. Breakfast steak baguette. Low fitness baguette. Insane horse baguette. Misspelling spelunking baguette. Baked and burnt baguette. Stupendous baguette. Gent gin baguette. Ghost of calories baguette. Winter baguette. Unhinged berserk baguette. Hot sauce in the eye baguette. Roundhouse clean sweep baguette. Garlic baguette. Merciless gorilla hot sauce baguette. Ocean soup baguette. Transforms into a double-tipped spear asterisk spear baguette. Baguette fireball. The fireball spawned baguettes asterisk. Unforgettable front teeth baguette. Drunk diplomat baguette. Baron drunk baron baguette. Ultra baguette. Drunk for a month baguette. Golden idiot baguette. Baguette superstimulus. Landmine baguette. Half infinite baguette. Tectonic supreme baguette. Jade horse baguette. Spirit baguette. Scapade a la pied baguette. Steroid seagull baguette. Dynamite basket baguette. Subjugation baguette. Snorted harmonic chili baguette. Upside down baguette. Ouchie finger baguette. Vengeful lacerator baguette. King always me baguette. Trapdoor baguette. Unyielding Babylon baguette. Sensible triumph baguette. Illegal pet, parking baguette. Idiot golfer baguette. Compound baguette. Sacred jack baguette. Decapitate defenestrate baguette. Infinite tuba session baguette. Infinite yodel weekend baguette. Screaming giant goat baguette. Lactose farting baguette. Mind baguette gaslight. Harking baguette. Faint flaunt baguette. Clown, baguette core. High glycemic index baguette. Toagem and Earl baguette. Square buttocks baguette. Baguette tendrils. Wish upon a baguette. Beyond insanity baguette. Feet tackled by deer baguette. Horizons baguette. Conception baguette. Laughing bald cyclops baguette. Roaring baguette. Stark stirring mad baguette. Suggestive ruminating baguette. Roaring baguettua. Sublime capybara baguette. Jerkball hairstyle fried chicken baguette. Preemptive but poorly timed baguette. Spot weakness baguette. Enigmatic IQ shoe size baguette. Interloper's banana skid baguette. Transforming into an orangutan at 70 baguette. Bayonet baguette. Square deep fried hamster arse flute baguette. Illusory baguette. Ungraceful no bitches baguette. Railgun baguette. Upsetting baguette. Nether baguette. Squawk square parrot baguette. Ardent baguette wave. World horsebreath baguette. James was completely busy defending the assault. Usually attacks bounced off him like he had a power belly. Paris baguette. The Frenchman power twacked, echoing, knocking James back 8 meters like hit by a thundermaul. James was wondering, what was he doing on his back, having dug up the ground? James threw a circular hammer, but he blocked with a raspberry tart. Arnaud threw a fast to rise baguette, but James caught it. Mockingly he ripped a bit and put into his mouth. C4 baguette. James' face exploded. James wasn't pleased, and when he got his hammer again he threw it like a Sioux, mal-hungry, into his chest. The Frenchman landed on his buttocks and his cigarette flew. You don't need that. I should not smoke at work, he said, generously accented. French steroid and Olympic dominator, La Roulle. His arms glue, got bigger and light red with bloodfire, he came expecting James to face it. Arrogant power, beast bloodfire. Hunger slap, ravenous baguette. I mean hunger. James slapped him like a bear and outranged him. It beat his attack, knocking him 3 meters left at a sharp angle like getting hit by a London double-decker. James uprooted the only tree nearby and swung against his double baguette. It was an even match. Blows were parried skillfully, minding footwork and by-the-book baguette defense. The Frenchman had rhythm and danced the dance of baguettes. Die Mr. Norwegian or whatever, silly man, don't make me blow this place away. And I want your robot arm that looks really cool. I object completely to this assassination, and thus, there must be a way a court can stop this. You could file a police report. No, they didn't exist here. Look, if you give me some cash I can tell them you were hit off a cliff and probably died. It's a hard world for a man with stuff. Let me have a whiff of that cigarette you're lighting. James planted the tree and they sat down exchanging dwarf coins. 450 quid. Okay, you are definitely off the cliff. Who sent you? He was hooded but had this ridiculous stuffy Spanish accent. You know, I only do this to have work and also the money. I like to imagine people don't mind getting killed in business. You know, like, I'm not bloodthirsty or anything. I don't kill women unless they're big fighters. What do you think about safer jobs here, mate? I think I manage myself fine in Ahenger. Only one guy I ran from. He was a huge red orc man. I told them I killed him. They never checked I got paid AEHECH. Then he ransacked their village. No witnesses. He raised his hand for a high five. Smack. Free money, James said. I could do with more friends. I have a giant bunny and I drink anything you throw at me. James. Sure, whatever. You can hit me up, homeboy, as I finish up magical curses. Fuck. Do you fight with something else than baguettes? Yes, I also have these breadsticks. People can't get enough. What, are you serious? Do you go to the school here? Yes, they call me Arnaud. Thus, he shaked his hand, pronouncing his name with a cigarette in his mouth, switching. Arnaud talked James into magical curses where they had weakness, weaken, suffer, which was a form of weaken and weaken weapons. Yes, you can still do curses and be a decent person, said a balding white-haired sorcerer in red-purple robes with adventurous eyes. It is a means to an end. In the first book we have amplify damage, reduce resistance to magic, reduce resistance to elements, and quicken bleeding, which also makes them use more energy. We shall also practice making their swords burn, sluggish snail arms with cursed feet, and Seer's mind grab. We're just going to do the mind entering part, which is illusory, weakening and confusing. James?
I wrote, I was in the class from the next winter.
James was proficient at Seer's mind grab just as he was spiritual. Reducing resist would make him overcome immune enemies, so he practiced keenly. I have a contract, James. Someone at the school, tall ass cheek Albert, gave me his money just to maim and take this guy's stuff, man. Goad Sheffy earlobe. He's poor, weak and without defense. What do you say to taking Albert's stuff then? I will give this boy Mr. Earlobe something as well. Ass cheek Hall Enteth. Hey Arnaud, did you take his stuff? It's a free country. Arnaud went up and smacked him silly 5 times with his locker and kicked him in the nuts professionally, into the ceiling. Tall ass cheek Albert said, You're not serious, a bleeding heart-conscious assassin. We spell it ass assassin in French. I am passionate. Albert pulled out a scroll that Arnaud cleft and hit him grievously with a baguette. Your baguette is weak, said James menacing. In the end they took his stuff and buried him, legs sticking up hairy, in the garden. He has magical shrines and collected scrolls. One-timers is something getting used to. They gave the cash to Goad Sheffy earlobe. Goad Sheffy barhead like a goat, thus unintelligible. Arnaud visited his mercenary friend Von Vague and wife Von Valorant. In the hospital he had fought his last contract. He had taken a troll twice his size, alpha, and wasn't even stupid. Wow lady, Yepsadoodle, remember when I asked if you had a sister? They think nothing will wake him up now, sniff. Nothing. Arnaud went to his bed. Come on bro, you gotta lock in. You said this wasn't going to be the last as long as the locating baguette to Buxreach isn't found. Lock in. As Arnaud said lock in and shook his shoulders, Vague rose quickly and military. He looked ready for orders and breathed brutally through his nostrils. If you passed away my life would be lifeless and grey. He went on to live another 47 years. Quote, James took the weekend to get back to Arkspire and found Toadsburg being very uncomfortable with all the animals and people. I will finish my training. You can have a lesson in the jewel rooms right now. Enteth Jewel Room. Elemental Adapting Absolute Unit or Elemental Spirit is a way to adapt to your elements. It's earth magic. I will cut you and insert an evergrowth seedling in your stomach. James got over the cut as quickly as his lunch. Focus on your resilience, eternal like the stars, cosmic, and grow into a sentinel. James and Toadsburg grew into an exoskeleton that looked like mahogany wood, like a smooth tree ant. His face was rund, gleaming, chest and shoulders sleek and fashionable. Faceless, expert and alien he was. Eternal seed of growing and growing through you are. Very resilient against ice, water, cold, earth, heat and air. Also, this tree doesn't catch on fire. You will find you need less energy, water and oxygen like this. Practice with me. Once you get really good, you can turn into a fire, water or air elemental shortly, completely, and absorb the element. Live longer as long as you were an elemental. Without complaining, they soundlessly practiced until after 2 days he was going to go back to university. He saw someone getting backstabbed by a baguette and somehow steal multiple wallets at the same time. Let's eat some of this dwarven earthy food. Ah no. It's on me, this dwarf is rich and behind on payments. Dwarven fine restaurants had exclusive bread and butters that were very comfortable eating and easy to eat continuously, carrot and a vegetable that only grew here, dwarven artichoke, into soup. Wine testing and wine pairing followed. James thought the wines were unimpressive for the cost, but fit the food well. Small birds and mashed potatoes main course, then it was crackers and cheese. This was something exceptional that they were sad it would eventually stop, so they agreed with the luxurious servitor, who had the most luxurious silver rings and bracelets in his dwarf beard. They bought another round of just crackers and cheese. That is a delicious yogurty blue cheese. Inspired by my boss's salary, said the dwarf. Rye is disgusting unless it has a cheese wedge on it. Ah no. Back at university, James was learning alchemy. Something that interested him was to make bombs. First idea, super poisonous or flammable gas bombs that cover all enemies, then he would protect himself in absolute unit and detonate. Stun bombs. He didn't alter his enemies' senses often, he thought strategically. After grinding and reading, he figured out a custom way to make impact grenades, knocking people off like trampolines. He called them blueberries. The book recommended making adamant silver bombs that addled mages' magical abilities, or poisoned dragon glass also works but can be cured with black gull if prepared. It said some asshole always is. Flash adamant bombs to blind. If the dragon can do magic, its intestines or half-giant liver can be used to make bombs that blinds you and instills fear for 10 minutes even if you did not look at it, like an error in your brain. Scarecrow, he named this thus. He found half-giant's liver in a butcher shop, magical shop, and went home crafting bombs like a dirty inventor. James' genius went speedy as he built and put too many books and ingredients in cluttered space. Experiment, separate, combine, possibilities and theory. James took a stove and turned into a chemical station. Glass blew a chemistry set he knew from chemistry and some own ideas for sizes. He tasted, tinkered and thought like a processor about mathematics. Sometimes his thinking was indistinguishable from a cyborg hitting the ones and zeros. If it was something you would feel, it would make you feel scared like looking at an alien. Eventually he came across a functional bomb that blinded, instilled fear, chemically burned that could not be stopped with water, stunned and slowed your movement and reduced your resistance against elements. James realized at the same time slowing with water, ice magic and shooting with his plasma cannon would be a good combo. Being a lone wolf thinker lets you pursue inventing and science freely. Motivated like there were enough people, and you spent enough time. The introverted intensity for introverts is just this, the speed they should work on long experiments. Being 160 IQ makes you pursue inventing much longer than 140 IQ. The sun seemed like a morning ritual familiar as James peeked out of his dormitory sooty. He held a giant hand to his eyes as the sun covered half his vision. There was a deer with heart-shaped antlers together. It chewed on the tundra and wondered what was this human up to during this morning already. James threw an explosive bomb. The deer flew like a ragdoll. God, I'm such a good hunter. We have heard you have good stuff, Kerr. And Red Orc said deep like a demon. Just a minute ago, we inspected you. Forget fighting orcs, pay the laws of Ahenger. I'm going to give you something to run away from, like a scientist. James. An orc came with polearm ready to dodge. James, like the undead, breathed frost, chilling the orc to an icicle, then shot his head off with the plasma cannon. Run away hither, tactical run away, best criminal for himself. They scattered in 8 directions and would maybe tell their friends this was not an easy target in the future. What would James do when the plasma cannon ran out of battery? Toss his robot arm and return to the medieval yet quite magical times. He needed to make a battery, and he would crank it manually. James swept inside. He needed zinc, copper, lithium. He dismantled things small and large and outfitted his robot arm on the outside. In addition, one large cracking arm like on an old car. Third good idea, he made a lithium overload battery larger, then he would crank and try to charge with lightning magic. Enter magical bullshit and defense. Are you vulnerable to your senses' pupils? What if I stunned you? swept your memory with my tea and stirred it into an antidote too hot to drink. The teacher Ignatius looked clever and was cunning. He had expertise and thought at least enough to be a step ahead. Long jawlines on a pale face with dirty wet-looking hair to his face cheeks. He dressed close-fitting in mostly black mixed with crystal purple armor. All through it can make you feel thick and uninterested sometimes. There are potions you can drink to increase your stun resistance, 3 months per potion, build up the resistance. It's got the same half-life as coffee, he said interestingly a bit to himself. This class supplies you with 2 free potions, 1 long-term and 1 for the intense day. One funny side effect is that you tend to shave your hamster insanely. Yes, I know you get free hamsters from Jin's classes. Stuns are strategic of your born mind limitations, just like pulling wool over your eyes. It is common. The school makes some affordable potions, students learn to make them and students drink them, profit free for you. There are some really terrible potions after potion classes you can buy cheaply also. You want to write down every mind and senses alter way your opponent can beat you. James mentioned his bombs and everything it beats kind of like an inventor. I see you have stepped in the same thought. Class, now we are going to practice mind-altering resistance, like probing, illusion and insanity. Test your minds for fun. Some minds are strong, and for surprising reasons. Just because you're smart doesn't mean you're stable. The teacher put on a dangerous smile. Resist the temptation, use your willpower, never break your attention span into the curious and dangerous. He smashed the overly bottom thick purple vial in the center of the room. Gather round now in it, he said vaguely as the situation didn't require thus more. James felt the pull of something he knew he should not engage with. Eventually headlocked, he resisted. I think you're not stable enough because you haven't been treated human before in life. Shame, James, you're an excellent student, they say. James held on. This challenge didn't need a stable house. I see Jacques has thought. What happens if I give in into the intriguing unknown? Jacques was pulled in double quick and exploded into the corner of the room upside down. Your curiosity will kill the cat here, or more like a shaved hamster really, being shaved efficiently running into the nitroglycerine. Boom goes the dynamite. Jacques was pulled in again and exploded into the corner. Everyone else passed, although you evil and you are sliding against and again like anxiety. Know that if you are a feeler when focused your feelings are more powerful. You're halfway to the middle in it, said a charming adult top student. He was happy no one had noticed his weaknesses. For the mind-probing part we have an alien, a master butt probber. He is harmless and useless really. Baron, used to do it proficiently and professionally. It's about analyzing your brain, he said in a confusing Irish accent. When it was James' turn he felt nothing at first, he was having some strange thoughts. Do you feel anything strange? Said Ignatius. It's the unusual things you need to remove, focus on it like an idea and remove it like you could flush it away with a spell. Identify what's strange and not you. Every dark spirit feels like an opposite. More strangeness came in waves and soon James spent going back and forth. When faced with powerful illusion you want to counterspell. Albuquerque squash fries and go backwards as you thought they had gone in your mind. He looked at the class. What the creator of the spell gets to name it. Remember class, we won't tolerate any use of Lotus Psychosis here. You will get kicked out of the dormitory and spanked with a dire baguette 757 times. What's Lotus Psychosis? Said James like a main character to his classmates. It's a drug that ruins your personality into a zombie and claims the souls of someone you never knew. Eventually you are a zombie, parched and dry, desperate for water. It's a problem on Ahenger. Maybe one should be careful criminalizing new drugs. You sound like an idiot. No, I just believe in decriminalization to reduce eventual crime, like an officer. If you make something like weed legal you stop drug lords, syndicates, killings and systems, infrastructure of crime, their illegal tricks and ways. They have to walk and get normal jobs. James would learn to turn himself into a rabbit, the ultimate vegan spell, in transmog class through top skill and solitude, unwavering skill. You must learn of animals through your heart, not always thinking, feel what you need to feel, be an animal. Said a fat but short purple-dressed senior wizard. Like a toad she wasn't pretty but had have people confidence in her conservativeness. She made everyone play fair and could implement any magical system, giving order and productivity indeed while doing so. James read through the many pages and details to the advanced magic. Before the teacher was done he read lightning quick and poof * turned himself into a black rabbit a meter long on his first attempt. Are you saying I'm not fast enough, James? Outstanding move. James went around the room at far from maximum speed, feeling inferior from the short height. The genius prodigy Nougat Nigel Learning University at 13 went to pet him. You get this without effort, James said in a sexy deep rabbit voice. Honestly I feel I miss a lot of information from school, even if easy. He felt proud over his life like an adult. Transforming and trying to take mana, but not staying as an animal eventually through these classes. Pay attention. Smashing, said Nigel. Nigel read and puffed into a grey Angora rabbit. He shrunk like a machine. He jumped to James. They laid next to each other in different directions and flopped. In the end, half the class succeeded. Nigel's older sister indeed turned into the nicest alligator. Next we will learn to inhabit strength and properties despite being a smaller animal. Some will always be lost. Second transmog class. Toad-looking Urquell ECHLM teacher said outside. There are spells only when in animal form. Echoing breaching boing is used to scale tall schools, galleries and maybe escape with an explosive start. It's not unlike getting launched by a bomb. It works on herbivores. Our school is full of rabbits. The furniture is new through in my dress. Most of the progress practice jumping as an animal can be quickened with this Dracrude curry steroid extract. No, it's not like those steroids with BI effects class. Think of a trampoline, wave your fingers in a spring and echo through the building diagonally. You've seen the students do it here, launching like steroid launchadors for late lunch. Attention was given to URK as she bent her interesting fat body into squatting. Like this, Urquell turned into an azure rabbit boing and exploded 400 meters diagonally. Before you could say scaredy cat, the rabbits were flying in all directions like overpowered long-eared uncatchables. Wow, she's not a toad, said Henko's little brother upper body Uriel. He was twice as wide as tall with a large grin and knuckles reaching the floor giantly. With chicken legs, don't skip leg day even if your friend doesn't show up. This one is as useful as the practical lessons with Gentleman Duckett's easy magic to make you feel smart. Primal mammoth instincts. Practice channeling this arduous spell to increase vision, hearing, smell, taste and touch as an animal. The hawk seagull has the best vision on Ahenger. Although useless as catching the prey they see, imagine yourself as a seagull. Crazy, isn't it? You can also see infrared and ultraviolet at elite level. The world is purple. Makes you less aggressive, they say. The butterseal followed by the butterseal lion has the best hearing, infinite earholes almost. Listen to Ulrich fart fireballs through the room. What about the giant sea parrot? Yes, the pirate parrot, bane of seamen like the diarrhea pigeon, has almost the most acute hearing, 300 colors and survive like alpha centaurs. Remember to offend and confuse it with curses. Smell the tiniest amount of poison, said a student average and sweaty. The fatigue strider, cousin of Canadian elk, lives to be 350 and never eats a poison it can smell. It is clever and cannot eat everything its stomach cannot melt it. Stand the taste of dwarf Guinness, said Arnaud. Keep going, said Urquell. Get overstimulated from touch, said Dragon Fan Fat Kid. Having stronger senses like a superhero is ideal, like imagine if you were deaf. What did you say, said Arnaud like he was gurgling wine. James whacked him strongly with a baguette which made Arnaud flip and bring the seat and desk with him. I'm sorry my friend is stupid, we're treating him acutely and desperately. James. I remember when we talked about the benefits of quantum mathematics and he was setting up a luxury restaurant meal in the back. Now when we are going to practice overexcited senses, it wouldn't hurt if you set up a French meal. Like Arnaud had been the biggest school sports star and had heard his significance, he set up a fine dining table with James and their friend Grey Jordan. They poshly drank in suits and were quiet in pretending privilege. You eat like a thick brown horse, said the fat kid. I don't concern myself with the opinions of the sheep, said Arnaud in upper echelons. Fat kid Fuba transformed into a rabbit and bit him in the forearm and James twisted his nipple which made Arnaud make a goatee bar sound. This works on French people. Going back to normal senses was disappointing but motivated James to do more of his physical training. Once a bodybuilder, once an animal with stronger senses. One thing James did as a rabbit was discovering the grounds, magically warmer and green some places. Other animals understood him, but they didn't have a language. He exited the purple antioxidant beet bushes and saw Ekberg's delicacy store and Ekberg picnicking with his wife. Visibly he jumped to the parasol, thinking not to transform into a human. Wow, what a big cute rabbit, said Ekberg. He was balding underneath his bowler hat, but still had a thick grey moustache down to his chin 2 ways and the energy of his 50s. James flopped, breathed quickly through his nose. Do you want some of these dark chocolate-covered marshmallows with frozen raspberries? They're out of our stock now. Om nom nom. James thought it would be funny to jump over their stomach again, and it was very bunny-like. We're drinking some celebrity-sweetened and aroma-infused wine. James popped into bodybuilding form, wearing an armless black and 20% white suit, striped and striped shirt, and logically matching pants. Do you have any port? Berkeley hamster, you like bodybuilding? I can barely use the dwarven exercise machine my wife bought for me. You should train your entire body at once in it, she said, making you expect her to say anything more. Those machines are pretty boring, honesty, James said unexpectedly and kind of like wheezing. Sorry, I thought you were a stupid rabbit, said the wife vaguely. I have port fitting of Port Salut, he said and expertly exited. Our income is so erratic owning a shop, but we get a consistent amount of wizards. Looks like you're the closest to the university. Enter Port Edo 1104 with 2 expensive wine glasses and slices of cheese. I can thank you by inspecting your shop maybe. Do you have any stunning, mind-blowing cheese? I don't have any fat percentages, but I'm a gourmand. A gourmand makes you unhappy most of the time. You're looking for new stunning things. You don't have to, but sure, Mr. Student. James left buying 6 boxes of marshmallow dark chocolate 70% off and a wheel of green pesto peanut black olive cheese that flavor-wise actually made complete sense. As James left in the university horizon like a gunslinger, the man exclaimed to his wife, "That boy is crazy for buying a wheel of cheese. What is he going to do with that?" It was a big wheel. How much money did you make? Even in the night, James explored vegetation and other animals. Other rabbits were friendly and could have been other students. James crashed through the window of Ekberg's delicacy shop as a rabbit, having launched 400 meters approximately. "What a big cute rabbit, you're like a ball of hugs," said Ekberg with his mustaches almost muffling the voice. The room was dark wood with charming wooden rough tables, thick custom-made wide legs, sometimes barely cut. It was rustic and sold rustic coffee. It smelled of capital kind of nasty smells and breadsticks, fried bread. James just nosed around herbs and carefully jumped. "I have smelly cheese straight from Paris. Would you be a customer?" "I am not James Rabbit," said James deep and sexy. "I am just a cannonball rabbit." "Is it bad luck being shot through the window by a black rabbit?" James finally puffed into unyielding chest day form. "Honestly, I'm going crazy," he said hyperbolic, from the green pesto cheese. "It's like a party in Valhalla. Do you have any more? Anything from the same brand?" "We have dried tomato garlic cheese from the same brand," said Ekberg, nailing another customer like a carpenter putting in a nail with one hammer strike. "I'll buy it, I think, but can I try it anyway?" Back to rabbit form. Om nom nom. Wow, that is some fatty flavors, like a mix between 2 delicacy butters. Do you want a wheel again? If it's interesting, James transformed back into human form. Do you want me to donate an ingot to this fine small business? Yes, I think I do, sir. I'll buy 3 wheels then, 9,000 quid, right? Ekberg went and brought the 3 wheels he had. James pulled a 10.000 purple Maystar ingot from his Babylon Infinite hamster. The hamster seemed addled but flexible. "You won't believe the gold clover of insane adventures. Give me 1,000 back. Anything else?" Krug and Chardonnay, 25-year-old. "You should try Alchemist Gold Buckle. Wizards increase their arrogance and slurp with purple lips." Chardonnay and Alchemist then. If you drink Chardonnay 975, you will want more though. Blessed are those who can afford. Find a way to increase your income. James went into a wheezing Spanish fat laughter. James put the basket into the hamster, then broke another window jumping, concerned with studies. In Air, Thunder and Sparkles class, James was fighting Arnaud. James had a groping pose fitting his giant hands. "Stop, Arnaud, you can't take his punches." "Yes, I can. EUHUEG, ECHH. Arnaud just gets more handsome as you beat him up. Arrogant power, sparkling connection. Arnaud glided through his groping and zapped his buttocks with his fingers. "Ouch. I'm just testing your connectivity." Arnaud sidestepped a slap but then got hit by a knuckle. In slow-mo, fittingly, we can see James made a lightning power plant requiem punch. Blue eyes blazed as James made an impact of muscular lightning. Lightning jetted everywhere. Arnaud's face was chiseled as he laid on the ground on his side, body resting on elbow. Glass pyramid stealth. Arnaud tiptoed around until James showed his back. Counter baguette. Arnaud's both thumbs inwards, fist closed, emitted distorting lightning on his arm. James was stunned for 2 seconds, smoking, then attacked competitively. Greased lightning. James hit Arnaud in a blur of finger pistols, index finger. "Come on, James, use the particle technique. I can take it as a superior assassin." Super Collider. James smashed Arnaud into a suit cube with the sound of a gigantuan hammer slamming down on an anvil, and then he flew across the training room for elemental magics. "Wow, he took that like a puffy poodle," said Ignatius. "That's the worst I've seen since Apple Whiskey Wizard transmogged into a Nokia under the hydraulic press." No one seemed to blame James. Ignatius, teaching competent magic, again proclaimed, "That was a good demonstration of the techniques. Everyone read to page 37 and I'll allow you more 1 versus 1s. Lightning flows on weirdness like magical ability is mana blue." "You were holding back, right, James?" whispered Ignatius Fiddlefire and turned his head. "I think I can reach records of strength if I keep practicing Super Collider." "Lightning is air magic," said Ignatius intelligent. "Air magic when angry someone stepped on your chemistry set. You can still change the winds, stop arrows and fly when you reach last year. Uriel pet his pink cat. It was a three-tailed wide-faced cat that could eat like an adult. In potions class they were making strength solutions. I know lightweights who pop strength solutions constantly and beat every beatnik, said Dwarf Alfaro with a bronze mohawk and square-edged nose the size of a fat fist. It gives me diarrhea. Shut up, said Alfaro. He was known for throwing piercing black javelins and being one of the few survivors of military black hole Tarbay in Ahenja. There is ephemeral strength solutions that makes you equally weak afterwards, but they're stronger. With your options skill you will learn to make strong nerd potions, to muscular insecurity, seeing red, seeing black and even extreme strength. Don't pee in the solution of entropy. Tell me again how you hold the fort at Blackhold, said James. With these bare hands, said Alfaro. Wizard's purple-lipped prosecution hails every time a wizard has turned an enemy into a pigeon or removed their beard. Wizard's misspelling, it's useful for other things than getting drunk like finding your keys, glasses and fridge. It cleanses your kitchen sink and cures you from arcane underbite and lisp. If you want a worse wizard's misspelling you can grind down a baguette instead of bratwurst, finish with cream cheese when stirred teal. Arnaud's cauldron exploded. Shit in my baguette, said Arnaud. I see you let it harden in laziness, there's crucial moments and moments that doesn't matter. What an idiot, said James. Fat kid Fuba forthright stole the rest of his ingredients. You can have 1 pint of misspelling each, write down a summary of alcohols, they are related to bombs we can see from alchemy. Transcontextually you need alcohol lessons for alchemy. James thought the words were dancing as he finished just a few sentences. What goes with the rest of the misspelling? We're going to use them to clean the toilets for giants and blow up the infestation of idiot lions. 3 birds, outstanding tit, were sitting on the balcony. Fuba started inflating the one in the middle with a flick of the wrist and wand. He's not going to land, you oaf titnave, said Saphira. He's just going to release some pressure. Fuba, surprisingly dominant against the weak, deflated the tit and it farted like butt magicians. We have enough time. Here's a potion that's going to make you fancy me over Ulrich Vogelmann. Potion that gives you 15 more IQ temporarily. And there are more points if you really master potions. Wow, now you know what it's like to have 15 IQ, Arnaud. Not to sound stupid, but what about permanence? There's a legendary spell in Tier 13 ridiculous magic that makes you smarter through calories and temporary sanity loss, James. Try your best and good luck, Sonny. Indeed, he needed his top possible grade, outrageous outstanding in potions and a legendary item to apply to this few student class. There was a black and white goth-like mate with hollow stare into distraction, Raven on his shoulder. Elderly wizard with 5-star beard that looked smart, necromancer looking elite robes with black shoulder skulls. Ardent mithril scales from a magical metal mithril dragon. I already have it, it was sprawled but I didn't kill the dragon. Voice knowledge kills a mithril dragon, said Teacher Gar demanding the most of him. He had bent wizard hat with a clan sigil, Merlin class wizard ardent and with such long beard and sausage moustaches down it was 75 centimeters into his beard. He looked elite like lethal. You need reanimation 10 through healing at final class, or nowadays we just restore the scales into a mithril malicious sphere ourselves, it's a one-time thing. The elderly wizard blasted the hovering scales with power, it violently changed, purified. With spiritual-like magic you must keep connection with the sphere, keep it with you. It whispers to the smart like faint potential. Yes, it will start the transform when given sanity, keep the connection with life force and magical healing like the shaman druids do. You can't overdo it, you'll turn lost. If you succeed today, students expect to gain 3 IQ per year, that's 30 in 10 years. James practiced the shaman healing technique. It required brains like reading about quantum physics, like it could be explained longer. Let's try it time. James did everything properly. Afterwards he was exhausted like he had tried some new experimental medicine. Navigating with less sanity took time. I want to deep fry your raven, James said. Kidding. Very good, James. Ho ho. Eat a chocolate bar. Conspiracy theories seemed likelier and all connected. The government was definitely fake and unnecessary. I'll do this before I go to sleep. My dreams will be insane. There was no chill as the next alchemy lesson was alcohols and bombs. James' mind felt ravaged but repaired. Aqua Dragon Bombs covers your opponent in the toxic liver kidneys of the aquatic lizard. It sticks like blue jelly, doesn't really come off and in 2 minutes renders the target paralyzed and unconscious. It needs dwarf obsidian liquor, bard's bleat, dragon intestines, mixed scales, red phosphorus, red sulfur, said adventurous eyes sorcerer. We're also going to make dragon's nitroglycerin, which is the cannonball elves use in the dragon siege. It is the premier explosive. It is chemically very close to the ADHD medicine Adderall. James read the book Vegan Hamburgers and Elven Explosives. Nitroglycerin is unstable. It needs a primer to ignite safely. The primer is pressure-sensitive graphite that hit your target fast. Enter magical history.
I'm just gonna get one spoon. 1 scoop of protein pudding. I think that will help. I just randomly felt like reading more. Sometimes when you're a genius, you just do something, some feeling, you know? Like you've thought enough.
Crisis and he doesn't know what he is.
Let me take a picture too.
Hey. I'm Ryan, and this is Snoopy Story for GeoBeats. Sometimes he lies in front of the window like a cat, and he listens a lot of times like a dog. Hey. And sometimes he has typical rabbit behavior, but most of the time I think he's a little bit of everything. A few years ago, I really wanted a dog, and my ex-boyfriend came home with the bunny. The moment I saw him, I really fell in love, and yeah, he stayed. When I was young, I also had a dog, and the bond between me and the dog was also really close, and it feels the same with him. He's part of me. Always in front of me, most of the time at my feet. When I'm moving a little bit so I can see him anymore, he moves too. When I come home and open the door, he runs through me. When I'm in the kitchen, he's in the kitchen. When I go take a shower, he is waiting in front of the bathroom door, waiting for me to come back. He's really sweet, and sometimes he's a bit strange because he gets angry on me. When I leave the house for one night, the next day he doesn't want to talk to me and he go lie next to me, but with his head away. And then after 1 or 2 hours, he comes to me and then he's okay. When he's really hungry and I have his favorite food, he sprints right to me and then he makes a really weird sound. Sometimes he's like a little pig. Yeah, it's it's really funny. Yeah, I can, he does it better. He's still my little bunny. Sometimes my friends come over. Oh, I'm still surprised about how big he is, but I'm like, no, he's really small, he's little. But then I see pictures with him in front of me, and I'm like, oh, maybe he's a little bit big. When I see him with a dog, I'm like, oh yeah, you're bigger than a dog. In the beginning, he liked to eat the chairs and the table, and now he only likes to eat cables, especially important cables like chargers for my phone or for my laptop. He's allowed everywhere in the house. Sometimes I close my bedroom door because he has really a lot of hair. It gets everywhere. And he listens a lot. Hey. Typical rabbit behavior. He's almost 5 now. I think
Perfekt. Respond to text.
He has, because he has really a lot of hair, it gets everywhere. Snoop, wat ben je aan het doen? When people want a rabbit, they want a free roam in the house. They need a really good vacuum cleaner, and they need to vacuum clean the house 3 times a day. He recognizes his name when I call him Snoopy, or the vet calls him Snoopy. His ears goes like this. And also when he does something he's not allowed to, and I call his name, he's like, oh, mom sees me, and then he quits. I tried to get another rabbit for him, but he doesn't like rabbits. And when he's in front of another rabbit, he's like, okay, where's mom? Where's mom? And then he comes to me and lies next to me. They are intelligent. I call Snoopy, I'm going to bed, you too. And he was like, oh, okay. And he goes to his bed. They are, I think, one of the best pets you can have.
That was delicious.
I tell him every day, he makes my life so much more beautiful, and he means the world to me.
It's so long.
I really start crying when I think about the day he stopped living. Yeah. No, I cannot imagine that.
I can listen 15 seconds before it's copyright problems.
Out of the corner safely, no poke though.
Okay. Even with the blocks, that was pretty high, but it didn't matter. As Shibo instead does that combo.
Maybe if you could get like one more up air. Oh. Okay, low on mats. Oh my god, amazing air dodge.
Yeah, that was amazing air dodge. Interesting option. Made it back somehow.
I think the Tatsu might kill here if he's able to find the confirm. Oh my
Oh,
god.
what?
Not
Still
dead.
living. Oh no, still living.
Bro.
Oh, another chance at life. Finds the
There.
border.
He's not.
I don't think he has
Alright,
Jones.
Ashimo's not letting it land.
Wow. Gets out of the corner safely. There's the minecart. Oh,
Back
wow.
air, there it
Ashimo
goes.
back air. Ashimo
Finally,
back
it
air.
takes it. Yup.
Ashimo back air. You know what's like really funny about Ashimo? Like he has all these insane kills he does, like crazy combos, but actually the move that he gets the most kills with is back air. Is actually his go-to kill option.
And that's when it feels like a lot of Smash players notice how insane Dude's back air could be.
It was better in 4 if you believe it or not.
Was it?
Yes. Oh wait, we're actually switching back to this stream now.
Oh, we're
Because
back to
we sitting
BGBC,
down.
yeah.
Okay, if you guys want to see the rest of Ashimo, it's on East Geeks YouTube. And I recommend watching it. It looks like it's gonna be a good set. Wait. We're back on this stream.
Now, do you want to show that Zomba?
Look at this fucking chicken, Chad.
This is Zomba magazine.
On the shower there.
Zomba.
Goes into my kitchen.
It's in Japanese, so if you can read Japanese, you can read all the articles. But it's really cool. Look, they have a whole article on Zombear.
Zombear.
Actually, wait a minute. This is my first time actually opening it. This is really good. I wonder who did this interview. Nice. Shout out Zomba. Best Rob in the world. And top 10.
Well,
right?
It feels like, yeah. Well, although it feels like Tomago slowly
Snaking up there.
Yeah, Smego's really good lately.
Yeah.
There's a few other really good Robs too, like, you know, Big Boss.
Yeah,
There's more good Robs in Japan.
even in Japan too, like Kuropon.
True. I heard
Sasoro. Yeah, Sasoro.
He was supposed to be here today, or yesterday, but he like DQ'd. And obviously Zach Ray's Rob is still really good.
Yeah.
Wait. I should see who Leaf is about to play. Because Leaf just lost to, it was Ashimo, actually. He lost to Ashimo on the other stream in winners just now. Let's check. If I'm able to actually pull up the bracket successfully. The hardest thing to do using Start GG.
Unfortunate. Well, I mean, I should be biased about this, but like, sorry, I may guess, but as Motsunabe beats Gax, Loki was kind of rooting on Gax for good reason.
I really have been like wanting to see Gax like pop off again, but he's been having a hard time lately. So, but good stuff to Motsunabe. Okay, well, I guess we found out who he's playing. He's playing Lax.
Alright, Fire Emblems.
I mean, both these guys like play other characters
I
besides
should never have said
their like main. So, I guess on paper,
Yeah, I
it could
shouldn't.
be Robin versus Crom, but then there's a chance that Leaf plays like Cloud or Palu
Sorry,
or
can you
something,
answer that, thanks?
and Lax plays Roy or Sora.
When
or
you say
Lucina.
competent things,
So, I don't know. I don't know what match we're actually gonna get.
oh,
Should be good though.
my father and my sister's kid were supposed to visit me yesterday, but I didn't have any phone battery, so they visited my grandmother instead. Great grandmother.
Yeah, actually, you know, Lax Sora is really good, but lately I haven't seen him use his Sora lately.
Lax Sora?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, he mainly used Crom, so.
Yeah, but you know, Crom's a horrible character, so sometimes he has to
I
actually
didn't
play
go
like.
that bad. I didn't go that far.
Sometimes he actually has to play like a real character to win, you know, against like bad matchup, and it tends to happen more often than not. Lately, I've been seeing him play Lucina and Roy, but this is Robin, so like I think this is like a matchup where you can afford to play Crom. Yeah.
This is button check, by the way.
Okay. You will probably still play Crom in this match.
Well, I just like to see, regardless who wins, you're gonna see Crom, a winning streak.
Yeah. Wait, what? Huh? Winning streak.
A winning streak, like the result. Winning.
You think Crom's winning this?
Yeah. No. Like, even if Robin wins, you still will see Crom.
Oh yeah, I forgot. You're right. Yeah. I forgot that's a thing.
A wizard di Sardone.
I mean, I don't know. Just for the sake of like Crom being a basically extinct character, I would like to see Lax win this with Crom.
Right.
We'll see though. I mean, it is Robin. Like Robin's not like an insane character, so like Crom can still play the game for the most part. So if he is able to like win this set without switching to like Roy or Lucina or Sora or something,
Seems like they're both ready.
it wouldn't be that crazy. But I don't know. Leaf is also really good. Leaf's like best Robin right now, I would say.
I see a little shenanigans. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. This is weird because he's in the Robin screen, but he's also in the
like clapping.
Yeah. Like, what's going on there? They didn't really think this through. I don't think. Okay.
All right.
Crom versus Robin.
Got 4 packages to pick up as well. Oh, 2 of those guys gonna come to my as a letter to my jar pills to my
Is he's actually really good with Crom.
capsules and
Like
stuff
he plays very confidently with
to
Crom.
my door.
It's just every time I see him like lose with Crom, it's just like, man, he's destroying his opponent. Then he got hit off stage.
You can see my sister's kid for like 2 months. I don't watch any movies here, like Lilo and Stitch. But maybe she can go today as well. It's like 2 times in a week. It's gotta be 50-50.
Really well.
Ouch. That tech chase was basically perfect. Oh, Robin having some pretty poor up close
There's
options.
no doubt about it. When you like, it's not bad or anything, but when you country, a farm, become a different person if you're born in the city, into a city apartment. You're suited for the life you're supposed to live in the city. Spiritually. Some people are very bad at adapting to other
Wow, that was a
cities.
mess. Even if it wasn't
But
unestablished, he doesn't have a
it's easier now that I have 145 IQ.
Wow.
Now I realize I need to adapt to social demeanor and settings, you know. I need to submit, be submissive, slightly, you know.
I would never underestimate this character. Neither of these characters.
I need to talk like I can adapt to new cities, you know.
Nice parry, but
There you
no
go.
punish. Tech chase. Oh. Off stage.
Situation.
In Stockholm, for example, people can be very cold and have big brick walls to everybody. That barely goes down even with their friends, you know.
His weakness.
Strange for other people. It's about being a hard ass when you're born there.
Robin, like, you know, not like a top tier character.
Yeah.
Kinda.
He's fine to go Crom. But that offstage situation looked really terrible. And it makes me wonder if he's thinking about... Yes. Yes.
Roy, he switched to Roy.
Of course. This is what someone who wants to win would do.
What did Crom do to you?
I'm
It's like
just being
Stray
honest.
Games,
Like, no
Celia.
one thinks Crom
It's
is
only
good. Not even Lack
75%.
thinks Crom is good.
We're gonna buy
Otherwise,
it.
he would be using it right now.
That's just 40%.
No, I mean, okay, this is
60
a
euros
better
per game,
choice.
that's too much.
He still gets the same, like, you know, reward he got from Crom, except now he can afford to, like, recover without potentially dying to, like, random options, you know? Okay, it's a reversal, but not able to edge guard, unfortunately for him. Oh!
That air to upset. There he goes.
You have way too much time to confirm off of that. It's crazy.
He doesn't need an edge guard. He still has a lot of punishing options.
Yeah, kind of hard to catch that. No sweet spot on the forward, so, you know, funny enough, I'm pretty sure Crom's forward tilt would have sweet spot there. Oh,
Back air.
not enough?
Still, yeah, not enough.
Oh, hit by the last part of the L-fire. Oh my goodness. Okay, fine.
It was harder.
63% kind of rough though.
Yeah, kind of is.
Oh, we're
okay,
fine.
He made it back.
Kind of.
Even though he'll swing it the other way.
What?
What?
That's a
What a
thing.
combo. How
Oh,
can you do
double
that?
parry.
I've never seen something. None of
You know, I'm thinking of buying a new screen, which has like, oh, really? I wanted to buy a 24 240 hertz 43-inch 1080
But that was insane. I
screen
didn't know
for
you could do
1080 gaming. Turns out doesn't exist.
Alright, looking like
That's how
Roy
vicious I am
Crom,
about
it
new
doesn't matter.
screens.
Leaf is ready to fight.
But if I buy a 144 hertz 4K one, there's 43 inches, and if I
Nice,
need
off
that,
stage again.
see if we can get it cheaply, at least under 500 euros, because this TV that's here only goes for 30 FPS because of
what?
error I can't fix. I've tried to though, but after 40 minutes still shit.
Robin into the corner, but Leaf just doesn't.
It's a big
really
difference between 30 and 144 FPS, especially in 1080 gaming. I mean, that's a good idea. Although 4K FPS doesn't even come up to more than 120 right now, right? I think Sony released. He was released a new screen though. There was low resolutions go up to 720 frames per second. Smooth like a baguette.
It's Lucino.
Sorry, text.
Oh, just kidding.
I'll try.
Just kidding. Of course, he goes back to Crom. Who wouldn't play Crom here? You know, good character.
Hey man, I wouldn't underestimate Crom. I think Crom is pretty decent.
Yeah.
Except for recovery.
I think Crom is really good until he's off stage with like no jump, and then he dies. But it's okay. You know, as long as he just doesn't end up in that situation, he's definitely in a good spot to win.
You know, yeah, I've eaten vegetarian sushi pretty much. Been vegetarian for 10 years. Ate a little bit of meat, like 30%, 20% meat eater.
Oh, yeah.
And now I'm gonna be vegan again.
Honestly, the DI Leaf had on the down tilt is really hard to follow up regardless.
Yeah, no,
I actually like the force smash there. In case you like
beer and potato chips and fried food can be vegan.
Oh wait, that hits?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, to be fair, Roy dies from that.
Yeah, it turns out that vegan junk, if you're a vegan but just eat vegan junk, is actually you can get as bad health as a meat eater. I didn't even think that was possible. But it's gonna drink a lot of soda, eat a lot of chips.
Hits back easier.
Fried foods, lots of snacks.
I mean, he's in the 0%, still like some good damage.
Yeah, but it's kind of like, if you are vegan, though, you should be, most of the time you should be fine. Doctors say there's also vegans who aren't that healthy vegans, actually. Eat vegan junk instead, you know. You should probably only care about this if you're vegan, child. Otherwise, stay healthy, you know, don't think about chicken.
Uh-oh, it's gonna hurt. Nobody lost the fire book. Fortunately for Lax, because that could have been...
You know, I've never had more than 60 FPS ever. It's crazy. It's definitely time to play some of those 80p games with high FPS. You know, this TV, especially the biggest one is this TV has slow response time, has delay. Flying play music, not a mobile breaks out of 10 80s.
These setups are too nasty right now. Oh my god. Okay, we're off stage. Nice. Can't really drift safe. Oh, okay, never mind. He's a much better player than me. He knows how to edge guard. That was nice. Combo. Looking for the landing trap. Nice. Okay, we still getting good juggles here. Nope, nope,
That
nope.
is nope. Pretty even.
Oh, what a parry.
In that case, stream comes online. I'm gonna take a break. I've been streaming for like 6 hours now.
Great parry, but he just can't find a hit. Oh,
I don't know,
got the
man.
sword. Forceman shield. Good
I
air
really
dodge.
wanna quit maybe 1 more hour.
If he'd gone for up B, it would have been closer.
Yeah. Oh, okay, Lax in a good spot. Oh, you're crazy.
Oh!
Crazy, you're crazy.
Yes.
All right, okay. I'll admit, Roy can't do that.
Yeah, Roy can't do that.
Roy
Crom,
can't
that's
do
what I'm
that.
saying. Crom could be decent.
Whatever, let's keep streaming.
Crom's a character. Crom is a character in Smash Ultimate, for sure.
But I don't even like ew.
Ew. Let's look at documentary. I mean, let's look at
Obviously,
been randomized to the...
Let's look at this how to not age book presentation. Don't you want to learn how to scientifically live as long as possible, Nisha? Turns out, for example, let's remember what we had yesterday. You can, with spermidine, make your own joke. A compound found in vegan stuff, and especially wheat germ, for example. If you eat 12 milligrams per day, it turns out you end up being 6 years younger and live 6 years longer. Just from doing that shit every day. Stuff like soybeans and shiitake mushroom and wheat germ, yeah, I have those. Beans, one of the best sources. Lettuce. If you eat lots of lettuce, it works out for you. But we can feel that effect actually from eating lettuce, that it's healthy like that, the spermidine. Because it handles autophagy, it means that your body cleans up junk, DNA junk and cell junk better. It's really important. They say that anti-aging should only be called anti-aging if it's about one of the 9 ways that objectively actually the body keeps itself young or survives, gets older with. We learned that yeah, look chat. I have a photo at least 141. Doesn't that look good? Doesn't that immediately shoulda, woulda, coulda, you know? Spermidine autophagy. So the habits of the longest living populations. Yeah, here it is.
It's the foundation. The final 5 guidelines are go easy on fish, eliminate eggs/sugar, reduce...
Those the longest thing.
More than 150 dietary surveys from the world's longest living people to create a set of 10 food guidelines. The foundation of the Blue Zone's food guidelines is making your diet at least 95% plant-based, avoiding highly processed foods, emphasizing beans as the healthiest source of protein, water as the best beverage, and nuts as the healthiest snack. That's the foundation. The final 5 guidelines are go easy on fish, eliminate eggs/sugar, reduce dairy, and retreat from meat. Noting that Blue Zone centenarians only eat up to 2 ounces of meat or less about 5 times a month.
And turns out that centenarians usually have genes that the lower side you have one cancer-inducing compound from meat and keeps spermidine levels.
Historically, there have been 5 recognized blue zones, but only 1 accelerating toxins. Yes, a variety of foods are affected, but the number 1 source of more alcohol, the more disease, with showing that those random teeth, vision, and finally, our dignity in death. Let me just share a few quick pearls. For example,
I remember
did
these
you
parts too well. Let's just skip a little bit like bone density stuff.
Was pitted against
Keep
the
your
leading
muscle
drug for
better,
hair
you don't
loss in
break
women.
your hips as
A
an
little
old
less than
person.
a quarter teaspoon applied to the scalp once a day versus...
You know, like wheat germ, this stuff. The whole wheat capsule kernel tastes like cereal. If you eat this, you can eat 2 teaspoons or even better 4 teaspoons per day. It's fantastic. It also increases, makes you smart, increases cognitive functions, which is notable, I think.
Versus a dose of the
Seems
drug,
kind of fast.
And they both worked, but the drug worked better. But rosemary oil, however, may be more closely matched. 100 balding men were randomized to twice-a-day minoxidil like Rogaine versus a rosemary lotion. It took 6 months, but significant comparable improvements in hair counts in both groups with no significant difference between the two. The rosemary lotion appeared to work as well as the drug. If you want to give it a DIY try, you can pre-mix about 10 drops of rosemary essential oil to each fluid ounce of your favorite lotion and rub a quarter teaspoon on your scalp twice a day. Cost-wise, The nice thing about studying spices is entire servings can be stuffed into a pill to pit them against placebo. A quarter teaspoon of black cumin powder a day led to significant improvements in memory and other tests of cognition within 9 weeks compared to placebo.
Wow.
Black sesame seeds, less than a teaspoon a day of ground black sesame seeds stuffed into capsules against placebo drove down systolic blood pressures by about 8 points within a month. If sustained, that alone could decrease the risk of stroke by about a quarter. What else can we powder? Strawberries. Osteoarthritis patients were randomized to 2 ounces of freeze-dried strawberry powder versus a fake strawberry flavored and colored placebo powder. And compared to placebo, the real strawberries significantly decreased constant pain, intermittent pain, and total knee pain, and improved disability and overall quality of life.
Yes, the fucking baguette.
Osteoarthritis
Finally.
is the most frequent cause of physical disability among older adults. Yet how do we treat it? Acetaminophen. Tylenol is considered the first-line painkiller. But guess what? It doesn't work. I mean, it works, just not much better than a sugar pill, but at least it's not going to make things worse. Like other things we doctors have cooked up, like steroid injections, which actively worsen joint deterioration and offer no greater pain relief than placebos, or arthroscopic surgery, which may end up tripling our risk of ending up having to get a total knee replacement. I mean, so, even if the strawberry study is some total fluke, what's the worst that can happen? Tastier smoothies? Right? And less than a quarter of a teaspoon of ground ginger a day can beat out placebo for joint pain. Researchers conclude ginger, therefore, is recommended as a safe drug for these patients.
Kind of clear and agreeing on this, scientists.
But by drug, they just mean a couple pinches of the ground ginger you can buy at any
I get a teaspoon of ginger every day, Chad.
store.
Spicy
There was
smoothie.
even a study on topical ginger, at least when applied to the scrotum. Paper-thin slices of ginger applied over the inflamed
No pictures, please.
testicles, and the researchers were on the ball. Healing nearly 3 times faster than the control group. There have been more than 100 randomized controlled trials on ginger shown to help with nausea and vomiting and everything from COVID to PMS, heavy periods, painful periods, migraine headaches, multiple sclerosis, and the
it's anti-inflammatory.
list goes on. Bottom line, mounting evidence suggests ginger can promote healthy aging. What about garlic? Clinically proven to protect against those who want to suck your blood. Literally, 100 Marines were randomized to a clove a day or a placebo, and those on garlic had significantly fewer tick bites. Though, sadly, garlic does not appear to help against other blood suckers. So far, I've touched on preserving your bones, bowels, bladder, hair, hormones, and joints, but preserving your mind is the largest chapter in the book, because dementia is one of the most pressing public health problems and most feared condition of later life. There's a common misconception that we have no control over whether we develop dementia, but the good news is that although Alzheimer's may be incurable, at least it is preventable. There's an emerging consensus that what's good for our hearts is also
that's pretty interesting.
Good for our heads. Because clogging of the arteries...
You don't want clogging of brain arteries and veins and plaques in your brain.
Inside the brain with atherosclerotic plaque is thought to play a role in the development of Alzheimer's dementia.
Yeah, there you go.
This is what our cerebral arteries should look like: open, clean, allowing blood to flow throughout our brains. This is what atherosclerosis in our heads looked like. Clogged with cholesterol, closing off arteries, clamping down blood flow. What kind of brain arteries do you want in your head? Too much cholesterol in our blood is unanimously recognized to be a risk factor for the development of Alzheimer's disease. Those with a total cholesterol of 225 or more may have nearly 25 times the odds of ending up with amyloid plaques in their brain 10 to 15 years later. Cholesterol explains how the Alzheimer's gene ApoE4 ravages the brain. After all, ApoE is the primary cholesterol carrier inside the brain. LDL cholesterol in those with kind of bad gene variants of ApoE averages 40 points higher, but switch people to a diet lower in animal fat, and that cholesterol difference can be effectively smoothed out. So diet can trump genetics. This may explain the so-called Nigerian paradox, where they have among the highest rates of the Alzheimer's gene, but some of the lowest rates of Alzheimer's disease. How is that possible? Genes load the gun, but lifestyle pulls the trigger. The paradox may be explained by their low cholesterol levels, probably because of their diets low in animal fat. Human beings may have evolved to maintain an LDL cholesterol level of around 25, but the average in the Western world is approximately 120. No wonder heart disease is the leading cause of death in high-income countries, and dementia is killer number 2. That helps explain why the so-called Alzheimer's gene is the single most important gene when it comes to longevity too, which is good news.
Well, it turns out that the vegan diet can turn off bad genes, turn on good genes associated with health and intelligence and longevity, like flickering a light switch.
Because even if we've been dealt some bad genetic cards, we still may be able to reshuffle the deck with diet. So, in terms of dietary guidelines for the prevention of Alzheimer's, we should center our diets around vegetables, legumes, fruits, and whole grains. In other words, the dietary pillar of lifestyle medicine, whole food, plant-based nutrition. Or, even simpler, plants, and more plants. Any plants in particular? Note that the director of Loma Linda's Alzheimer's prevention program single out berries and greens. Eating strawberries and spinach can mitigate age-related cognitive decline in rats. But what about in...
You can just eat spinach, and what's the other one? Damn it. There's a spinach, red beets have a compound that literally dilutes the vessels, making your blood vessels larger, allowing for more blood. And more blood to the brain is associated with getting smarter. For example, that's brain booster ginkgo biloba, increases blood flow to the brain and everywhere else. It turns out makes you smarter that way. It's a lot, it's like 13% more blood, though. Was it 11%? But spinach is also for a short while, I guess.
People. When the cognition of hundreds of twins was followed over a decade,
kind of caffeine
consuming the
like.
berry pigments in less than a quarter cup of blueberries a day or about a cup of strawberries was associated with slowed cognitive aging by about 4 years. And nearly all the randomized controlled trials on blueberries and cognitive performance found improvements in at least one brain domain, perhaps because blueberry consumption can improve blood flow to certain critical regions of the brain. Now, the one study that flopped mixed the berries with milk. And we know that the addition of milk can prevent the artery protective effects of tea and prevents the bump in antioxidants that you'd normally get eating dark chocolate, and impairs the absorption of the autophagy activating compounds in coffee. What about mixing berries and cream? The antioxidant activity of blueberries is not just impaired by milk. Check this out. researchers found that the total antioxidant capacity of our bloodstream, measured in two different ways, shoots up within an hour of eating a cup and a half of blueberries with water and remains elevated 5 hours later. With milk, maybe we'd expect like less of a bump, but in fact, they ended up worse than when they started. After eating a whole bowl of blueberries, they ended up with less antioxidant capacity in their body because they ate the blueberries with milk. One reason greens
You should
may
eat
be
milk at
referred
all.
to as
Every glass of milk reduces your lifespan with 30 minutes. That shit is shit. Capitalism wants us to think it's healthy because it has calcium, but it is not meant for humans.
an anti-Alzheimer's
You
plant
want
is because dark green
the
leafy vegetables can
lactose.
also improve blood flow in the brain in interventional trials. Randomize
I forgot
older
something I was
adults to
gonna
the
say.
greens pigments found in a cup a day's worth of cooked kale and see significant improvements in complex attention, cognitive flexibility. And those randomized to even just half a cup of kale's worth of the cruciferous compound sulforaphane got significant improvements in processing speed and working memory. Here's the rate of cognitive decline in elderly men and women eating a serving a day of green leafies compared to those only eating greens about once every 10 days. Are you sitting down? The rates of decline among those who consumed 1 to 2 servings of greens a day was equivalent to being 11 years younger. So now, are you sitting down to a big salad? Greens come up in chapter after chapter. What's the recommendation for preventing age-related macular
Yeah, it turns out if you eat a bowl of salad every day, it's very good.
degeneration are leading cause of blindness, or even treating it in its earliest stages? Consume a diet high in green leafy vegetables. We're talking 2 to 3 servings a day, so at least greens at every lunch and supper, with bonus points for sneaking them into breakfast and like a green smoothie. In fact, blending greens can triple the bioavailability of a key vision-protecting nutrient. The main reason greens make it into my anti-aging 8, though, is because of the nitrates. In a serving of
Makes you
cooked
stronger
greens
at the gym as
can
well and run
slow
faster,
our metabolic
longer.
rate. For the same reason that a little shot of beet juice can help free divers hold their breath longer, because it improves the efficiency of our mitochondria, the little power plants in our cells, allowing us to effectively extract more energy from each breath. Another dietary intervention that has a similar effect on slowing metabolism is calorie restriction, right? The candle that burns half as bright burns twice as long. But instead of starving all the time, you can just eat a big salad. What else can greens do?
Being motivated to eat a salad is for a wild chance.
The Harvard Nurses Health study,
how
the
it is.
consumption of leafy greens appeared to protect against the development of frailty. And when put to the
I could eat more
test in a
salad
random
myself, being vegan. It's just something that I forget.
double-blind, placebo-controlled trial,
But
the
it's healthy
equivalent
to
of
it's better to eat dark, leafy, dark green vegetables than it is to eat salad. You want spinach salad, I guess.
2/3 of a cup of spinach led to a significant boost in muscle strength, muscle quality, and
purple
muscle
salad.
mass in older men and women. A single cup of cooked greens worth of vegetable nitrates significantly boosted maximal power and velocity in quads so much it was functionally equivalent to acutely reversing the effects of several decades of aging. A single cup of cooked greens. Of course, when most people think about maintaining muscle mass into old age, they don't think spinach, they think protein. But if you put together all the randomized controlled trials of adding extra protein to the diets of older men and women, you find no evidence that adding protein increases muscle mass or strength. Okay, yeah, but what if you have sarcopenia, excessive age-related muscle loss, right? Surely then protein helps, right? No. No significant effect on physical performance or muscle strength. What does work? Exercise. When it comes to age-related muscle mass, it's use it or lose it.
All right, that's about it. Orlando Bloom, one of the best actors ever. Just like
Justine, what did you find under your mystery box?
It's my first ever pastry bag that my dad bought me that I still use today.
Trevor, what did you find under your mystery box?
This bad boy here is a pepper grinder that I stole from my mother when I first moved out of the house. It's pepper. I'm a spicy guy. This is my wheelhouse. I'm so stoked.
We want these items from home to really inspire your dishes and show us who you are as a cook and, more importantly, as a person. For this mystery box challenge, you'll only have 1 hour. You'll also have a well-stocked specialty pantry just waiting to be raided.
And at the end of the challenge, we'll taste the top 3 dishes. And the home cook with the best dish will be given a huge advantage in the upcoming elimination challenge.
Are you ready to make us a mouth-watering taste of home?
Yes, chef!
Your time starts now.
oh, what are you doing again?
Ready to do this thing?
I'm ready to do this thing, bro.
Sorry.
This is the first mystery box, so it just sets the tone for all the other ones to come.
What are you looking for?
I don't know the word in English.
What?
No,
You want
this
this?
and then with that, you know, the other stuff. Oh, thank you so much. You're so nice. Thank you. Oh, nice.
I want this advantage more than anything.
I'm not going home today. Not. Definitely not.
I need to prove to the judges right now that I'm someone to watch.
We're asking them to draw inspiration from an object from their very own kitchens at home that they found under that mystery box.
These meals are going to be infused with a lot of love, family, and emotion.
Woo! It's kind of like your brain was
Finally know what I'm making.
Cook from your heart.
Today I'm going to do
Wait,
a
what?
pork Wellington. I'm going to try and do it all in cast iron. This cast iron pan has been passed down from generation to generation. It reminds me of my Bobby. She would just light up watching us eat our food. It's the people and the places. That's the reason why I cook. I just gotta do this for them, and I'm gonna try and kill it.
I am cooking a tart with custard and lemon curd for my dad because he loves lemon. I really want to impress my dad. He wants me to be this businesswoman, but I want to prove that I can make my dream come true. I am part of this competition, and I'm not planning on going home.
I'm gonna be making a seared cod in a little bit of a play on the clam chowder.
I always wanted to be a cook. And then my grandfather passed away, and my grandmother needed somebody to run the business. 11 years down the line, I'm still there.
Ale, let's go.
This is my opportunity.
That's
for me to
super both
reclaim my
being
passion.
cooking, working there.
We'll get her done. We'll get her done.
45 minutes! You have 45 minutes left!
I'm gonna make a version of the chocolate cake I made for my wedding. And I'm gonna do it with my mom's famous frosting.
Recently, my mom has been diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's. To see the woman that you've learned from and admired slowly fade away, it's tough. All the more reason I have to win this. I gotta bring it home for my mama. All right.
May,
Hi, Chef Alvin. How are you?
what's in this green bottle?
This is Canton extract flavor. It's used mostly in desserts from Vietnam, born there. So my favorite was flan.
It's about tradition.
Yeah.
Family. Good luck.
Thank you.
I can't believe I'm top 12. This is freaking awesome.
Last week, I was driving a Zoom boom at my construction job. Now I'm cooking in the MasterChef Canada kitchen.
I am doing a seared chicken breast, a cauliflower puree, roasted carrots, and a blue cheese Mornay sauce. My mom means a lot to me. I'm dedicating this dish to her. I love you, Mom.
This was the first thing I used to eat with.
These chopsticks are really important to me. It takes me back to my childhood. The very first dish that I cooked was dumplings.
I wouldn't trade this for anything in the world, and I'm so happy to be here.
30 minutes! You have 30 minutes left!
Come on, come on. The energy in this kitchen right now is incredibly intense.
A lot is at stake.
The huge advantage that they get if they produce the best mystery box.
I smashed my heavy cast iron plate right into the front of my glass oven.
Are you okay?
Fuck's sakes.
The oven is completely shattered.
I literally destroyed my oven. How am I gonna cook chicken? There's no way I can recover from that.
I've never seen this happen in this kitchen. These ovens are state-of-the-art quality pieces. I don't know if he's being reckless or just careless.
You cannot cook without equipment.
Alice, can I borrow your oven?
Go for it, go.
Alice really helped me out. I went from feeling totally crushed to now motivated. I can do this.
I mean, I know it's a competition and everything, but it just shows what kind of person she is, and I'm very thankful.
Okay, so I'm going to be making a poached lobster. I have eaten lobster several times, but I have never actually ended up cooking it. Get in there.
Oh
my
no.
God. Go in. Oh my God, I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Hey there, Jordan.
Hi, Chef Michael.
One of the top 12's got to be feeling good. What was the object of inspiration?
Just remember to, we have a lobster, just chop his head off, put a knife in the neck so they die before you put them in the boiling pan.
Under your mystery box.
Under my mystery
This
box
should
was
definitely be the
scale.
standard.
To me, what that says to you is you're a man about precision. Is that true?
Absolutely. I don't really know how this is going to go in this case, but
I think you should just take a deep breath.
Yes.
Calm down, take your time. You'll get it done.
Thank you, Chef Michael.
You'll get
All right,
it
good
done.
luck with that. Thanks, Jordan.
Why would I pick a protein I don't know how to cook? Oh my God.
Pierre is my kitchen supervisor.
He's overseeing the whole operation. I'm doing a pan-roasted rainbow trout with a spicy carrot velouté, butter poached leeks.
My cooking style now is French bistro. I like the good things of life. The best food, the best wine, the best golf courses. Out of everyone I know, I'm the best home cook.
Come on, get that.
I'm cooking these because my daughter loves chicken wings.
Kimberly,
Hi.
what are you making here?
I am making some fried chicken wings.
Chicken wings?
They'll be good, I promise.
The dish towel was your inspiring object, right? Is it a good luck charm?
It really is. I've always cooked with that.
I have a feeling, Kimberly, that everything you do in this kitchen is about your daughter.
Yes, she comes first for everything, and I miss her so much, and that's why I have to bring it home.
Good luck.
Thank you.
5 minutes! 5 minutes!
Et voilà. Look how Aaron is working with tweezers.
He's a very meticulous guy.
Saxon. 1 minute! You have 1 minute left. We want to see beautiful plates.
I just need to get that fennel oil on this damn plate.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heads up!
Woo! Woo!
Oh my God.
The judges have been observing and tasting throughout the challenge. Now, they take one final look before choosing the 3 most promising dishes. The winner of this mystery box will receive a huge advantage in the upcoming Elimination Challenge.
first home cook we like to see
Come on, try
impressed
everything.
us with their refined plating. And the home cook is Aaron. Bring your dish up to the front, please.
I'm feeling all the feels. You know, I need the judges to understand how important this is to me. Here we have a little bit of an upscale play on a clam chowder, sweet potato, chive oil, and a piece of pan roasted.
What's the potato?
I gotta tell you, in 3 seasons, I've never seen someone so serious when their name is called for doing such a great job on a mystery box.
I'm just taking the competition very seriously, and I hope that it shows in my work.
Here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna unbutton that first button on your shirt. You're gonna loosen up a little bit.
Yes, chef.
You're gonna smile a lot more. What do you do for a living again?
I manufacture valves, chef.
And you cook this way. Those flavors pop. That sauce is divine. Really is.
Thank you very much.
Why aren't you a chef?
It is my dream, chef.
Damn right. It's damn right.
It is delicious, beyond delicious. Sweet clams. You can taste that ocean water. That wonderful cream sauce. Could do with a little bit more of an acidic balance, in my opinion. But that fish, oh so tender.
Yeah, he's got a good mind for food.
Nicely done. The next dish that we'd like to taste may not be the most elegant in the room, but it sure looks extraordinarily tempting. Miranda, please bring your dish to the front.
I just got called up second. I'm so excited. I did a little wow.
I made an orange and chocolate mini cake with toasted orange scented coconut topped with dark chocolate buttercream.
And the inspiration for this cake came from where?
So I made a version of this chocolate cake for my wedding.
Let's have a little taste. That icing is sublime. It is absolutely delicious. Soft, creamy, subtle hints of that bitter orange. Great balance. Chocolate cake with the coconut, delicious. A little on the dry side, but the two together are heaven.
Thank you, Chef.
Your husband is a very lucky fella.
I think so.
Miranda,
Hi, Chef Alvin.
tell me, what is the best part of this cake?
The icing.
You know what's the best way to eat icing? And just take this. Okay. Wow! I almost bit off my finger. That is one of the nicest, smoothest, chocolatiest, loving icing I ever had. You will go far.
Thank you.
That's crazy.
Thank you, Chef.
I am Master Chef woman Miranda. Hear me roar.
Hear me roar. Yeah.
The third and final dish that we like to call up was surprisingly sophisticated and refined. And the home cook I'm talking about is Trevor.
He told
I can't
Trevor.
believe I made the top 3. When I broke that oven, I thought I was done.
That's
So
crazy.
what you have before you there is a pan-roasted chicken breast, a cauliflower puree, carrot done 2 ways, and a blue cheese mornay sauce.
It's a work of art.
Mornay
Against
sauce.
all odds.
I want to know what that fucking is, man. Bechamel sauce, grated cheese.
I'm curious, what's your reputation?
I think people think I'm sort of a goofball, but I mean, I'm here to play. I'm here to play hard.
The flavors are so intelligent and so well put together. I'm struggling to find an imperfection here, but there's one. You need to use a little bit more sea salt if you have it.
Trevor, you got a lot of fancy stuff here. Tell me, who taught you all this?
I was trained to cook as a young boy, and I sort of developed this plating technique by watching chefs among your stature on television.
This is rich. This is sophisticated. You know, I was not professionally trained either. One of the few self-taught Michelin star chef in this world. And being here in this kitchen is the best opportunity that you will get that I did not get.
Thank you, Chef.
I want to win this mystery box because this sets the tone for all the other challenges.
It's going to be an amazing competition this year.
They are a very strong group of home cooks.
It's crucial that I win this mystery box. I only have one chance to make a first impression.
I don't think we've seen dishes of such high quality this early on.
I feel that everybody kind of takes me seriously now, and I'm a force to be reckoned with.
Trevor, Miranda, and Aaron, one of you created a dish that stood out a little bit more than the rest.
And that home cook is
Miranda.
Trevor.
I couldn't be happier. Getting the very first advantage in this entire competition.
Trevor, you are now the cook to beat. Let's go.
This is crazy. I'm the first home cook to walk into this pantry. It blows my mind. There's every vegetable, every fruit, every dried good. It's beyond my wildest dreams.
Trevor, congratulations. You're in the driver's seat for this first elimination challenge.
I couldn't be happier to be here.
So
Right,
Trevor, let's
we
get
were
right to
locked
it.
out
Your
from
first
a
advantage
6-hour
is
chili
under
streak.
one
What do
of
you think
these
about that,
boxes.
Chef?
You get to pick the core ingredient.
Did I get a level? No, I got like a third of a level. What the fuck?
And you've got 3 choices.
It's okay though. There's 2
Beautiful
levels left. It's always supposed to be done.
Succulent stone fruits.
Or gorgeous seasonal berries.
Berries.
I think I need a minute to ponder this.
When I see all the fruit,
Your bloomer
I'm
doesn't
thinking
go
that
out with
fruit's
meat.
more for baking, and I'm definitely not a baker.
This is sort of out of my element right now.
Well, your second advantage is you don't have to cook.
Great.
So, Trevor, is it going to be the tropical fruits, the stone fruits, or the seasonal berries?
I
feel that I have a great idea of what's going to throw the largest proportion of them for a loop.
I want to make this elimination challenge as hard as possible.
I choose...
Really?
All right, the games are about to begin. Trevor will not be cooking in this challenge, but in the pantry, he got to choose the ingredients that all of you will be working with.
We showed him 3 beautiful ingredients, and he chose stone fruits.
I see peaches, plums, and I think, am I gonna have to bake?
This is good for me because I would love to bake.
Now, if any of you have visions of desserts dancing through your head, you might just have to think again. Because Trevor's next advantage is that he gets to decide what type of dish you'll be making. Savory or sweet?
You'll be making your decisions with these. If you hand a home cook a sugar...
Just thinking about this. The first unholy strike is the boxer uppercut that sends them landing anywhere and always land in their neck. What's a good name for a boxer uppercut, Chad? The bite of Mike Tyson, the ear bite of Mike Tyson.
That means they need to make a sweet dessert. And if you hand them a salt shaker, they have to make a savory dish using stone fruits.
Everybody's fate is in my hands.
Salt and
I'm gonna
peaches.
make it count.
Okay, Trevor, it's time to hand these out.
Thank you, chef.
Please do not give me sugar.
Hey, Kim.
Thanks for not doing me dirty, bro.
Hey, Jordan.
Hi, Trevor. If Trevor gives me a bowl of sugar, I'm gonna throw it back in his face. Thank you.
Hi, Taya.
Hi, Trevor.
See what you can do with the sugar.
I'm not happy at all.
You just made my day.
I guess I chose wrong then.
You did.
Hey, Alicia.
Hey.
2 options left. I'm not sure what to do.
Please, Trevor, save some sugar for me.
I'm gonna go with sweet. Hey, Alice. I guess there's only one option left.
Salt.
Sugar.
Now that you've wrapped your heads around this challenge, there is one final twist. Trevor has another advantage he doesn't even know about.
Trevor has way too many advantages right now.
He gets to save roughly half of you from cooking. Either all of the men or all of the women.
Oh my God.
That's ridiculous.
Jeez. I don't know what Trevor's gonna do, but I know he has a soft spot for the ladies.
Trevor, who's it gonna be? The man or the woman?
I hope that Trevor saves me. After all, I shared my oven with him.
Chef, I'm gonna decide to save the men in this challenge.
Yes. Oh my God.
At this point, the strongest competitors in this competition are women, and I'd like to see them duke it out head to head.
I don't believe that. He just wanted his bros to go up with him.
It's bro town all the way. We'll just rock it out in the kitchen without you.
Okay, home cooks, you now have 60 minutes to transform your stone fruit into a sweet or savory dish.
At the end of this challenge, at least one of you will be going home. Your 60 minutes start now.
Come on, Kim, you got this.
Come on, guys.
Go, Alicia, let's go, Kim, come on.
Valhalla Destruction. Okay.
Spices, spices, spices. I'm excited to have the salt shaker. I feel very comfortable working with savory food.
No, I don't want duck legs, maybe a lamb.
This is so heavy. I can't.
I need eggs.
I like to eat baking, but I just suck at it.
Oh my dear Lord, this is just ridiculous.
I'm just not a baker. I'm just not a baker.
I love stone fruit. If I could eat some right now.
Trevor chose the man. He's a boy's boy. He likes his men. Enjoy the rest because I'll take over. Sweet is my forte. I am making peach gazpacho, sweet cheese ravioli, and some bacon marmalade. I love to play those sweet, salty flavors. This is a workout, man.
Which would be more difficult, making sweet or savory?
I think when you think of stone fruit, peaches, plums, automatically you think sweet.
For me, savory, of course. Duck, plums, perfect match.
I think as a chef, though, you need to be able to do both really well.
Whew. My man Trevor there gave me the salt. I'm excited. I want the judges to see that I am more than just a baker.
Miranda!
Hi, Chef Alvin.
What dish is up your sleeve here?
Bison tenderloin with tomato plum gratin and a roasted chili and mustard seed radish and peach.
Hear that, Trevor? Do you regret giving her the salt shaker now?
We'll see if she can pull it off.
I'm confident in my flavors.
I'm really looking forward.
All right, let's get this going.
Let's go, Kim.
You got this, girl.
Giant Green Destruction coming to mind.
Puree with a
Still thinking about the name.
sprouts, and I'm gonna make an amazing glaze.
I want to show the judges that I can create a beautiful glaze. It's not to be cocky or anything, but I don't think I've ever made a bad sauce.
There's a lot going on in the kitchen.
I feel bad about Alice giving her that
It's
salt.
not
She really helped me to get to where I am right now.
away.
Alice, what are you making?
I am making a lemon
Eat
herbal
them.
cod,
Good.
a nectarine,
I'll never
ratatouille,
use this.
and a peach-infused cauliflower puree.
Sounds like a lot of flavors. Would you have preferred a sweet dish?
Maybe a little, but I still have to prove to you guys that
Oh,
I
the
can do
bathroom.
this.
Good luck.
There's no room for mistakes. Somebody's going home, and I better make sure it's not me.
I am doing okay.
30 minutes! 30 minutes left!
So I'm gonna be doing a sweet dish today. I'm making a peach and nectarine crumble with a pecan and toffee garnish. I want to show the judges that despite my lack of baking experience, that I can still put something tasty in front of them. I know how to put flavors together, and hopefully the judges will be able to see that.
Well done, Alicia. Good job.
Trevor, why'd you do this to me, man?
I gave Taya sugar because I know she's a contender.
I wish I had way more baking experience.
I've decided to make a nectarine sponge cake with a caramelized peach thing.
I'm making way too much. I screwed up my measurements.
I've never made a cake. I'm totally taking a risk right now. The stress is totally getting to me.
I'm really scared for Taya. She just needs to stay focused.
This does not work. I'm going home.
Well, without the men down there, it's a little quiet in the kitchen, right?
Watch out, Trevor. Coming for you.
You know the guys up there, they may think it's an advantage to be up in the gallery, but the women down here are getting more practice in this kitchen.
I'm trying to get all the air bubble out.
She's making a dessert ravioli.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's intense.
Justine is so good. I love her. Woo!
Whoa, all right.
Set the kitchen on fire.
I still have to cook my lamb and grill my fruit and my tomatoes.
May is like laser focused right now. It's crazy.
This dish needs to be perfect because I know what I'm capable of, and when I can't produce that, I get really upset.
Hi there, May.
Hi, Chef Michael.
So you got given a salt shaker.
Yes, I actually prefer to cook savory. I'm making a marinated lamb, and then I'm going to be doing some grilled stone fruit on the side.
So the lamb you're going to be cooking to which color?
I will be going for medium rare. Pretty much I'm just kissing it onto the pan and then straight to the oven.
I'll let you focus.
Thank you.
Thanks, May.
Sounds awesome, May. 15 minutes! You have 15 minutes left! 15 minutes!
Okay, that's done.
Look, guys, I made a cake.
Nice job, Taya.
Way to go, Taya.
I am so proud of my cake. It is cooked perfectly.
It's good, guys. It's good.
I turned you into a baker.
May still hasn't started cooking her lamb.
I'm looking at the clock and I'm
I just want to
really
eat
low on
something.
time. I really need to get my lamb on.
0 calorie
I
things.
see May has just put her lamb into the pan. I'm concerned that she's not going to get that cooked in time.
May, you have 7 minutes.
May's in the weeds now.
I am so mad at myself right now. I wish I had started on my lamb a lot earlier. My fruit could have waited.
Go in.
5 minutes! You have 5 minutes left!
You need to pop it back in.
You better be thinking about beautiful plating.
I can do this. I can do this, guys.
If this fish is not done correctly, I'm going home.
I'm going to
Miranda's
cry.
also has a nice cook on it.
Yeah.
But she needs to start plating. Look, May has just taken her lamb out of the oven. She hasn't let it relax, and now it is being cut.
Oh my.
It's completely raw.
Maybe this dumb conversation I had 5 hours ago. Baguette power. He's building a baguette. And I asked him, do you feed your dragons baguettes? Only the French.
I'm so desperate to get this lamb cooked. Start searing it on the pan.
I don't think May's gonna make it.
May is not gonna make it. Cardio.
Didn't I just say that?
1 minute! You have 1 minute left. Start plating now.
Hot, hot, hot. No, my peaches are too hot. It's just gonna melt.
You got this, girls. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hands up!
Holy shit, we're getting 7,000 bucks soon.
I made a cake. It just doesn't look pretty.
Such a great job, everyone. Now it's time to find out just how successful you were.
Miranda, would you please bring your dish to the front?
I'm just hoping that they see that I can put savory flavors together. I made a seared bison ribeye steak with a plum cherry port sauce on top of a tomato plum gratin.
Miranda, you've kept
The bison, medium to medium red.
Yes.
Nice. Delicious flavors. The freshness of the fruit, the tomatoes, the peach, the cherries, they work really, really well together. It makes the bison shine. It is tender, it is nicely cooked, and I think the seasoning is close to spot on.
Thank you, Chef. Nice job, Miranda.
Today I've proved that sweet or savory, watch your back because I'm here to stay.
Alice, please bring up your dish.
I'm hoping that the peaches are the star of the dish. I have here a lemon herbal cod with a peach ratatouille and some scallop peaches and a cauliflower puree.
What's going on with you?
I'm nervous. I'm really nervous.
Is there oregano in that?
Just a little bit of it.
A lot of oregano. That's pretty intense. What's the seasoning
Oregano
on
is
the
the
fish?
healthiest spice in some aspects because it has the most antioxidants. I just sprinkled some fucking oregano on something. It's equal to eating an apple in antioxidants. 250 units per something.
I've got some fennel, margarine, thyme.
Milligrams, maybe.
Fennel, margarine, thyme, oregano. There's a lot going on here, Alice.
I'm eating green tea capsules every day, though. 6 cups of tea worth. It's like half a gram antioxidants.
You know, the fish is perfectly cooked, but you went overboard here with all of these ingredients on one plate, and I hope it doesn't cost you. Alice? Look, I have to be honest with you. I wanted to taste that beautiful, ripe, slightly sweet peach. It gets lost with the big herb flavor. The cauliflower puree, I think it's misplaced. I think you overthought this. It's a little bit too much of everything.
Goodbye.
Alicia, would you please bring your dish up to the front for tasting?
I think for somebody who doesn't usually bake, I did a pretty damn good job. So here I have a peach and nectarine crumble with a dark rum cream and caramelized pecans and walnuts.
You know something? I bite into that. The crumble was crispy. It was like underneath that, the fruits come together, they bind. And the best thing about this, it's not too sweet. But just like me, sweet enough.
Thank you, Chef.
Good job, Alicia.
May, would you please bring your dish to the front?
Comparing himself with
This plate does not represent fully what I can do in the kitchen. I feel so disappointed in myself.
Wow, this girl is so cute, man.
Marinated in garlic, thyme, and dill, a plum gastrique, and a celery root puree.
The overall plate presentation, I think, looks terrific.
Let's
see how that lamb looks. The moment of truth.
In my gut, I know this lamb is not cooked enough. I
Just try
feel
it.
like I want to turn around and run out of this kitchen.
It's raw.
Is that what you'd expected, me?
I would like it to be a little less pink.
I would have to agree with you. Let's have a taste.
The rainbows make me
Taste-wise.
cry, lol.
It's great.
Fashion.
Well seasoned. And the bright flavors on the gastrique emphasizes the plum. This has come down to time management on your behalf.
I think so too.
It was a mistake, but was it a tragic flaw? I really don't know.
You're executing a canon mistake.
Justine, you're up next. Please bring up your dish.
I'm proud of the dish I put out, but you never know what the judges are gonna say.
Justine,
I
she wasn't
did
law,
a peach gazpacho and I did a dessert cheese ravioli.
What the fuck is that? It's not gonna mix.
Fully loaded. This really works. This is incredible. You have achieved so many different flavors and textures in one dish. Wonderful balance of sweet and savory. It's an original. I've never had anything like it. You should be very proud of this.
Thank you.
Hi, Justine.
Hi, Chef Michael.
Delicious.
Delicious.
Light, true to the taste of beautiful ripe peaches. You can almost taste the sunshine in those. It's astonishing what you've done in 60 minutes.
Thank you. I feel good. I'm really, really proud of myself.
Taya, please bring up your dish.
I know it tastes good, but it's not pretty at all. I am even having a hard time looking at it.
I did a nectarine lemon sponge cake with a caramelized peach in amaretto and mint. Oh man, it's a hot mess, just like me.
You know that expression, my dog ate my homework?
That's what that looks like.
No, it looks like your dog attacked it. Well, the good thing is, can't make this look any worse.
It looks okay. It looks kind of solid and round, you know, like a few angles.
You know what? It's good. It tastes really good. Good flavors, good acidity, but is this MasterChef quality? Do you have that technique to be in this kitchen?
I do, Chef, I do.
Well, it's not on this plate.
Thank you, Chef.
I've seen her on TV.
Kimberly,
She goes far, I
bring
think.
up your dish.
She bounces back.
I made a pan-seared trout with a peach glaze, sweet potato puree, and a peach salsa.
I think you should know. This is one of the nicest plating techniques that I've seen in this competition so far.
It's too small.
Let's have a taste.
Maybe you should separate those.
The fish. It's a little on the dry side. Beautiful piece of trout like that. Could have done with maybe a minute less in the pan. The peach glaze that you seem to painstakingly make, it tastes delicious. It really does.
Thank you.
Nice job, Kimberly. Beautiful plate.
Thanks, man.
I hope that I've done enough.
That was tense. A few very strong dishes. Also, a couple
Look at that size of
very
that
weak
thing.
ones.
It's so tough to make these decisions so early on in this competition.
So are we in agreement?
We are.
Shall we go? Thanks to Trevor, you all had to use stone fruit in either a sweet or savory MasterChef
Yes, I
quality
know.
dish.
The top two dishes of the night made a real statement. The second best dish belonged to a home cook who's already proven she's got range. And that home cook is... Miranda, congratulations.
I am so happy. I proved it to myself, I proved it to Trevor, I proved it to everyone in this kitchen that I am not just a baker.
The best dish of the night was wildly ambitious and totally original. The home cook who made it is... Justine!
Yay! I think it sends a message to all the other home cooks. I'm a fierce competitor. They better watch out.
You and Miranda will be team captains in the first team challenge.
Yay!
I get to be a team captain. This day has been the best day ever.
Now, for the bad news.
Look at
There
that
were
fucking
3
smile.
dishes that failed to achieve the
Michelin's.
standard that we were looking for. May, Alice, Taya, please come up to the front.
Kicking you all out.
I'm standing beside two extremely talented home cooks. I'd say there's a good shot I'm going home.
One of you 3 home cooks will be asked to leave the MasterChef Canada kitchen tonight. Taya, please step forward. Your cake was tasty, but it was nowhere near MasterChef Canada quality. Please take your apron. And head back to your station.
Oh my God.
You're safe. You got lucky this time.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm in trouble.
No way Mai's going home, right? No way, man.
Alice and May, you both came here brimming with talent and potential.
She seems clueless.
While we still see that in both of you, your stone fruit dishes didn't live up to that promise. The home cook, whose dish just showed enough skill to keep them in this competition, is May.
Sorry.
May, please head back to your station. Alice, you are an impressive young cook. Trading in your white lab coat for a white apron showed courage and skill. Now I want you to come on up here and say goodbye to us.
I have to be more personal.
I have no regrets coming here. This experience has been life-changing. I'm walking out here with my head held high. I loved every second of it.
Good luck, everyone.
So everybody, that was really tough. And unfortunately, it's not going to get easier. So feel good about what you've achieved and go get some rest.
I don't like you put True and Peter together.
The top 12
I guess I'm
faced their
politically
first elimination
left.
challenge. And it was Alice whose MasterChef.
We're also newcomers. Since you joined.
I don't think these team is good enough.
I'm going red because that combination to me resonates.
But there's always the pressure.
Yesterday, you all competed in your very first team challenge.
The results were very close. Justine, what do you think gave your team the edge?
Too close to Mike.
Alicia's curry was amazing. We were communicating. I really think it was a team effort that made us win.
She kind of talks like she.
Miranda, you were the team captain. What went
It's hard for her
wrong?
to speak.
It came down to time management. Before we knew it, the clock was dwindling down. Something happened with our pots of water for the noodles.
Who took that water away?
That was me.
Why'd you do that?
Because frankly, we needed the space on the stove to cook our proteins. And if we needed to finish up noodles at the end, which we did, we got it done.
Kimberly, what do you think went wrong?
I feel like it was a leadership problem. Everyone should have had a job.
Everyone was delegated a task. When it got hectic, everyone jumped in where they were most useful. So unfortunately, I have to disagree with Kimberly's comment.
Miranda, if you were to be given a chance to save yourself, would you take it?
I stand by my team, but at the end of the day, this is an individual competition. And the part of me that's the fighter knows that you have to sometimes save yourself.
Well, Miranda,
Damn,
we
so
are
emotional.
giving you the opportunity to save one person, and that includes yourself.
It's not that easy standing beside my fellow home cooks.
You're in a very difficult spot right now, but you have to do it. Who are you going to save?
I know that my team worked great, but I have to save myself.
I'm looking at her thinking, are you serious?
If I went home today knowing I had the option to save myself, I wouldn't be able to live with that.
Matt, how do you feel about Miranda's decision?
If I was in the same predicament, I would do the same thing. It is an individual competition and you are trying to move forward.
Kimberly, what would you have done?
I would have saved Matt.
So you would have been a captain that was willing to go down with a ship.
Yes.
Miranda, please head up to the gallery.
If I was in Miranda's situation, I would definitely go down with the ship. No doubt in my mind.
At the end of the day, I'm here for a cooking competition. They'll get their day in front of the judges, and then they'll be eating their words.
Now it's time for the first pressure test of the season.
It's a truly sophisticated dish that puts all your skills to the test. Squidding pasta with honey mushrooms and a soft-boiled hen's egg. Now this test is a replication. The first thing you have to do is delicately fillet and collect all the ink you can from several squid to make your jet black pasta.
Aww.
I'm extremely nervous.
He looks so sad.
I've never, ever touched a raw squid before.
That's just the first step. After that, fresh pasta from scratch, perfectly cooked honey mushrooms, and one soft boiled egg. And you only have 30 minutes to finish it all.
Oh my God, thank God I don't have to do this.
Now please head to your stations where you'll find everything you'll need.
All right, home cooks, is everyone ready?
Yes, chef!
Your time starts now!
I've never broken down a squid, never taken ink out, but you know what? You learn on the fly.
Where the frick is the silver thing?
So step number one, they have to cut into that squid and reveal that beautiful little ink sac. Then you have to press your fingers down on it and squeeze with a little bit of pressure, not too much, and force that ink right down into your container.
Looks like Nick is the first one to get the ink sac out. Impressive.
I got this. Ew, 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 eyeball squirting. Oh no, there's no ink.
Taya has already burst her sack. She's lost a lot of ink.
And there's not a lot in there.
This is way harder than I thought.
Ah!
This is so hard right now.
Let's go, guys. Keep it up.
I don't think I want to see this actually. Well, not anymore.
Yes, Chef Claudio.
Have you ever made fresh pasta before?
I have, actually. I just want to make sure I get the proper consistency in the dough.
Who do you think's gonna struggle the most
Thanks
here?
for the
I have a feeling that it might be Kim,
Ritz game.
just because she hasn't made pasta that often.
I can see the focus. See what happens.
Fingers crossed. Thank you, Chef Claudia.
Hey there, Matt. You happy with the amount of squid ink you were able to harvest in 5
Very
minutes?
happy. That was the first time I've ever harvested ink from a squid, and I got a nice black pasta here.
You're sounding and seeming very positive about it.
I hope so. It's gonna all come down to timing now.
What's the biggest challenge in this cook?
The biggest challenge is gonna be to get that egg perfectly cooked on top.
And you only have one egg to do
One
it?
egg, exactly.
Look forward to tasting that pasta dish.
Thank you, Chef.
Thank you, Matt.
I'm a pasta man.
Damn,
A big
Russell.
pasta fan. Sometimes you have to have a little bit of butter and olive oil mixed, or vegetable butter. You want to have pasta rosa. You want to have fresh pasta, you want to have egg pasta. You want to stir the water. You want maybe a vegetable broth or fondant. And you want Parmesan Reggiano Padano.
Come on.
I make such good pasta myself. There's no point in eating
So
worse
my
pasta at
strategy
restaurants.
is to get the pasta out of the way and then get my boiled egg going. Timing is essential. I'm going to cook my egg for 5 minutes.
The egg has to be perfectly soft boiled. I would say probably around 5 to 6 minutes on the egg.
I'm gonna boil my egg for exactly 6 minutes.
And you gotta remember also, once that egg is out of that boiling water, you make sure you right away cool it down with ice cold water.
You gotta shock it. Kimberly, you had a lot of experience making pasta?
No, this is actually
Yeah,
my
if you can,
second time.
if you can, you should try like this pasta rosa windmill or churn.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm pretty nervous right now.
Grinder.
I'm gonna push
Buy
through
under,
it,
actually,
and
all
you know,
spices
there's
if
no
you can.
challenge
Buy a
I can't
grinder.
overcome, and I'm
Usually
gonna
costs,
overcome this one.
Well, Kimberly, stay
double the
focused.
flavor,
And you'll be
especially
surprised what can
black
happen.
pepper.
Thank you, chef. My future is riding on this dish. I'm the single mother. I'm here for my daughter.
10 minutes! You only have 10 minutes left, come on!
If I make a soft-boiled egg for my daughter, it doesn't have to be perfect. But here, it has to be perfect.
I'm not convinced by that logic.
Man, Kimberly just broke her egg.
Did she break her egg?
Yeah.
Doesn't want to peel. It's coming apart.
Taya's mangling her egg right now.
This egg is just not wanting to peel.
Okay.
Be delicate, Taya.
It is a nightmare. I'm thinking I'm going home.
5 minutes! You have 5 minutes left! Come
Yeah,
on, get
good
going!
5.
5 minutes!
I gotta do my pasta for 3 minutes to get it perfect.
This is all about impeccable time management. If you put your noodles
Doesn't
into that
look
water
that too
too
good
early,
being
they're
black
going to get
pasta.
mushy. If they don't go in and have enough time, they're going to be too al dente.
1 minute! You have 1 minute left! Check your plate, make sure you have everything on it.
It broke.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hands up!
I think we've made it extremely hard on these judges. We all have all the components. It's really gonna come down to those minute details.
Jeg går til Logitech jawline.
What happened here? The egg.
I was going to peel my egg, and for some reason, I went like this to crack it.
I hope, despite this little crack in the foundation, that inside of this egg is a beautiful liquid center.
Fingers crossed.
Look at that. That's stunning. If this doesn't bring a smile to your face, Kimberly, nothing will.
What do you mean?
What happened to the salt? Did you forget the salt?
I forgot the salt.
Everyone knows that salt and eggs are best friends. What happened?
I think I was a little overwhelmed with the egg being cracked, and
You lost focus.
just forgot that one touch.
2 stupid mistakes.
Hello, Kimberly.
Not
Well, let's see
defended
how
well.
the overall taste is here. The foundation flavors here are very good.
This is not, it's not vegan.
Unfortunately,
To eat squid ink. If anyone's
noodle
interested in that. Just like
is
honey, you know?
I hope for your sake that we get a chance to taste another pasta from you again.
Myglos is different from like milk.
Matt!
Just increase your
How you doing, Chef
cholesterol. You can
Looks like
determine
you
it
got
like that.
everything there.
It's vegan.
Some nice caramelization on the mushrooms. Good amount of pasta.
You know that only 3% of vegans are fat, and you're gonna be a fat vegan to lose the weight. It's pretty interesting, right?
I hope to see sunshine leaking out of this egg.
You do have 6 minutes.
And
Are you
I can see the
stupid?
sunshine, but it's not so runny, Matt. You're probably off.
Can't boil a
minute.
fucking egg.
How long did you cook it for?
For 6 minutes.
Well, still tastes good.
How you feeling?
I know that my egg was a little over, but next time I make it, hopefully it'll be perfect.
Chives here, not only are there too many, they're very thick. You need to go a little cleaner on that cut. And that's a minor detail, but it's an important detail.
Coming up on 7,000 laps. I think it's pretty close anyway. You got like 8-8 there, you know?
The flavor's awesome.
Thank you, Chef.
Really awesome.
Thank you.
You know, Matt, this is not a perfect bowl of noodles, but it does convey to me that you have a lot of potential. Hopefully you live to see another day in this kitchen.
Thank you very much, Chef.
I don't think eggs are like that good for bodybuilders actually. It's not healthier than steak. Well, it's got some minerals and it's got some beneficial. It's just 4 grams of protein per egg. If you eat 5 eggs, you only get 20 grams of protein. No, that's not gonna get you anywhere. You want to eat like 15 eggs per day, maybe? Yeah, it's.
Hi there, May.
Hi, Chef.
You can make a fucking scrambled eggs with like 6 eggs. That's okay. That's goes down quickly.
How are you feeling?
I think I might have overcooked my egg.
What makes you think your egg is overcooked, May?
I cooked it for the same amount of time that Matt did. I also did it for 6 minutes as well.
I see. You know, if the egg is cold, it takes a little longer. Depending whether it's room temperature, may take a little less time. The size of the egg. So let's see if this egg is golden.
I don't believe it's gonna happen. Doesn't make any sense.
If my egg is overcooked, this could be the end of my food dream.
Look at that.
What?
Looks pretty good to me. Relieved?
Relieved.
Oh, she's so sad.
Did you hit the egg with a little salt?
No, I hit the noodles with the salt.
It's always that last bright pop of flavor.
Never forget again.
You'll never forget again is right.
I forget.
So what am I expecting to taste when I dig into this jet black noodle?
You're gonna get the garlic, the butter, and the olive oil, as well as the chives.
This tastes great. Flavors are there. I can taste the garlic. I can taste the lemon. Be proud.
Thank you, Chef Alvin.
Hi there, Taya.
Chef Michael?
Your egg is not the prettiest, has a little crack here.
Yeah, Chef, it did.
You struggled getting that shell off.
I put it too long in the ice water bath, and then it made it difficult to peel afterwards.
Let's see.
Yeah, let's learn something about eggs.
Oh my God.
That looks perfect.
Thank God.
Right, Taya. Is that beginner's luck?
I knew I needed it about 5.5 minutes. I took it out at 5.5, and fingers crossed.
Maybe a bit of both. Thank you.
The color is jet black. It looks beautiful. It's deep. There's almost a sense of mystery to it.
Oh, one of them had to be a vegetarian dish. Top contest to give the chef
do you really
meat
think
eaters.
you belong in this competition?
We didn't even know she was vegetarian, but
I've certainly had my doubts.
I only ask because
I'm not
if
trying
you
to offend
continue to
chef
cook
by
this
saying
way,
this, but definitely, you know,
you certainly belong
if someone
here.
is picky about vegetarian food and vegan food, it's the meat
Noodles are
eaters, right?
perfect.
It's kind of
You can tell they're
has to be
handmade.
beyond.
They're very
You gotta be tender, they gotta be perfect, and
needed
that
that.
might not still be
It's
enough.
excellent.
Just
Thank
kind
you,
of
Chef.
projecting some kind of fault on there.
I'm not the most confident.
I can make some like burgers that can convert. Yeah, I was vegan. I made these burgers, for example, square. I also made this vegan taco. It looks very good. It's definitely robust flavors. Here's the hamburgers. I can definitely convert somebody with this 10 out of 10 hamburger. Tastes barbecue, marinated bacon. Tastes like meat, also, actually.
I might be going home because of
You
that
might think it's
stupid
meat.
soft-boiled egg.
For what they did in that amount of time, with that pressure, I'm impressed.
At this
I
point,
know they almost they can convert, but maybe not. They're still gonna be too critical, you know. My vegan friends loves my cooking. I obviously better cook than them. Wow, this taco was fucking good. You know, I didn't expect that. He said.
Anyone's game. We all made mistakes.
And we know our answer. Let's go and share it with the home cooks.
Well, yeah, right. Well, I'm vegan soon. I was going to eat up the rest of the dairy in the fridge.
Taking everything into account, one home cook stood out from the rest. The best squid ink pasta was made by Taya.
Yay!
Oh my gosh, that's so exciting.
Oh, I just nice going home.
Please head on up to the gallery.
I never would have dreamed in a million years that I would be top 10 at MasterChef Canada.
Yeah, me neither. Nah, I'm kidding.
Now for the bad news. We had
Yeah,
to
don't
consider every single missing grain
Don't
of
be
salt,
too critical
every
about vegan
overcooked
food.
egg,
You're just as critical as you would be on meat, you know?
every undercooked strand of pasta.
Ultimately, we felt that one home cook fell just a little short of the others. We had no other choice but to say goodbye to Kimberly. Matt and May.
Why did I
please
decide
head on
to
up
be
the gallery.
vegan instead of mostly vegan when I was going to lose weight? It's because ultimately it was just something
Kimberly,
very
we know that
niche I
this
read
isn't
in
the result
the
that you've
medical
been hoping
literature
for.
just recently.
There is a
I
bright
forgot the
side.
name, but I'm
Your
gonna go
7-year-old
and...
daughter, Nevaeh, will be so thrilled to welcome.
Last time on MasterChef Canada.
Pick it up, Taya.
I'm gonna go and find a paragon right now.
Chaos. And a pressure test.
What happened to the salt?
I forgot the salt.
Dashed Kimberly's MasterChef dream. Tonight, a team challenge leaves the home cooks in the dark.
Blindfolded.
Testing their top 10 palettes.
Ew.
And a champion returns.
Mary Berg.
Hi, everybody.
For a game-changing elimination.
Is this a joke?
Top
What
10
is
feels
all there?
incredible. This is something that I've worked so hard and thought so much about, and to actually be living it is insane.
At 22 years old, this competition has shaped my future. I want to pursue a career in food, one step closer.
I see just one box sitting up there with the 3 judges, and I'm not really sure what's underneath it. I definitely wanted to be something baking. That's obviously my wheelhouse.
Welcome back, everyone.
It's an exciting time to be part of this country's biggest culinary competition, because this year, Canada is celebrating a major milestone.
It's the country's sesquicentennial, which means
Oh, that's not gonna work. That's shining
Canada
straight
is
in my
150
eye.
years old.
Happy birthday, Canada!
And to celebrate it, we have created a big birthday cake.
This is, I think, the biggest cake I've ever seen.
This cake has 4 delicious layers and 3 layers of icing. Each one a different flavor. And we want you to replicate it.
Because this is a really big job, you're going to be working in pairs. And without knowing it, you already chose your partner. Look beside you. Whoever shares your cooking station today is the person you're going to be baking with.
Baking is my absolute weakness. I'm hoping May is more experienced than me in this.
Bring it in.
Bring it in.
I'm actually pretty thrilled to be paired up with Miranda because she's a strong baker.
For starters, we're not telling you the flavors of the 4 layers of this cake, or the 3 layers of the icing between them.
Awesome.
This is impossible.
More importantly, we're not going to let you see anything.
That's right. You are going to taste this cake blindfolded.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my God.
Come on. I've never tasted food without seeing it first.
I have to figure out 4 different flavors of cake, 3 different flavors of frosting with this song.
Oh, it says here on her.
You now
Here
have
it is.
10 minutes
FGL.
to engage all of your senses.
You know what? Let me read it to you here. Protein restriction FGF21. I guess I should remember that. It was on the protein. The year 2000, new human hormones discovered the 21st documented fibroblast growth factor. So it was named FGF21. FGF21. Since its discovery, emerged a key agent for promotion of metabolic and artery health, leanness, and longevity. Metabolic and artery leanness and longevity. Injected into monkeys, and they lose body weight without losing food. Oh my god, 27% drop in body fat eating the same amount. In mice, increase the lifespan by 40% compared to lifelong calorie restriction, but achieved through decreasing food intake. FGF21 appears to act through multiple aging pathways, boosting AMPK and serotonin activity, while inhibiting GF1 and mTOR signaling. The thought that it could potentially be used as a hormone therapy to extend lifespan was big pharma salivating, raising the question: can aging be drugged? The idea that one drug was treat obesity, diabetes, and hypertension with the same much long aging might seem impossible, but some a tantalizing project. The reason you can't just give people it straight. They are really broken down in the body, taking injections every hour or two around the clock. The drug can be started a patient of variety along active children likes, and indeed give people some of this shit. PF05. You lose 5 kilos, 25 days, and the side effects of new drug drugs are cropping up. What about having stitching into your jeans with the virus, or can it lace up your running shoes? Exercise boosts FGF21. This might be the one that reasons it's so good for us. Circulating FGF release arrives immediately after a bout of exercise, peak an hour afterwards, and turn to baseline within 3 hours. Sorry, I don't feel like running right now. It's just one more page, I think. Return to baseline within 3 hours. Works better though. Aerobic exercise or resistance exercise. The answer is both. But the resistance exercise aged out the running about 60% more FGF1. What you can do with diet, rather than gene editing or injections, will it be easier to stimulate or endogenous nitrogen production through diet? Always through no diet at all. It is known as the pro-longevity hormone, the starvation hormone, fasting increasing it, but not just a day or two without food. Unlike mice, which show an increase of 26 hours, humans don't get a notable surge in FGF until after a week. Fasting can quadruple it, but it takes 10 days of fast, which is very opposed to desire shallow, unstable eating pattern. At the boost of a diet, can we get the benefits of fasting without the starvation? Might the ketogenic diet be maybe to mimic the fast? Keto diet increase it when people they don't work. In fact, drops 40%, 3 months. High fat diets might have interfered with the boost you get from exercise. Thanks to the starvation hormone, it's characterized as systemic enhanced longevity can be raised by less drastic measures as prolonged fast by eating more carbs and less protein. Even without reducing protein intake, it shows some people are given fed a lot of starchy foods. The healthiest sources will have legumes and tight whole grains. Actually, this one is bumped up by butyrate, the short chain fatty acid. Also, you got flora mixed from fiber, so eat fiber, as well as a starch blocking drug arachidose. This suggests slow digesting starches, pasta, beans, and intact grains with similar pro-longevity effect. Certain FGF1 levels are also rapidly and robustly induced by dietary protein restrictions. More than 150% increase FGF within 4 weeks. Even if you're eating too much, the protein restrictions just restricting protein from multiple excess. The Americans eat down to recommended. The recommended LDLs protein are 50 grams a day, 56 for men, 46 for women. The research took men who averaging twice that, 112, which is what average Americans men get, randomized them down to 64. So the protein source you get more of protein. Do that, you can essentially double FGF levels in 6 weeks. That might explain why, despite getting significantly more calories, they lost more body fat. Bring down the protein levels to recommended levels. Who has defined a sensible diet allows ingestion of extra calories? A similar study found that even less protein restriction increases insulin sensitivity. The two researchers concluded that dietary protein dilution was metabolic health in humans. FGF may explain that mounting evidence suggesting that lower protein intake is associated with increased health and survival. Interesting, most studies within people about 9% of cases from protein, which was Okinawa getting one of the longest living population in the world. However, not all proteins are the same. Oh, sorry, it's a different. It says animal protein, plant protein here, but it's a little bit more. But it's interesting, though, right? Some proteins may be more important to restrict than others. FGF tolerance is considered to be the most important mediator of the metabolic health benefits of restricting the amino acid methionine. As you know, amino acids are building blocks of proteins, about 20 different each of them. Since the number of letters in the alphabet, just as different sentences can be made from different combination of letters, whereas proteins are made from string together a different frequency sequence of amino acids. And methionine is such one found predominantly in animal proteins, which potentially boost FGF. 21 levels by lowering methionine intake without changing our protein consumption. Just switch to other plant sources to deliver 5 to 10 times less methionine. FGF1 has been proposed an explanation for the protection from cancer, ultimately obesity and diabetics affected by vegan diets. Maybe that's one of the reasons plant-based interventions have yielded extraordinary results. Take Dr. Esselstyn's word, for example, suggests that heart disease, number one killer, can actually hold the reverse the risk of full of fat plant-based diet. This benefit can be due to total cholesterol reduction. It's not a powerful drugs can force down cholesterol is low. So maybe it's just not the fat and the cholesterol, but the quantity and quality of the protein playing a role. Harvard School of Public Health research proposed that the protein package explanation for plant protein sources are preferable to animal protein sources. It's gonna be easy for me to drop down. Easy for me to eat less than 50 grams of protein per day because I'm gonna eat half at least eat less than half, about half maybe. Food is often a package deal. So if I get your protein pre-packaged saturated fatty cholesterol, you can get it with fiber and phytonutrients instead. FGF presents a reason why the plant protein itself might be healthier. First testing was shown just recently, 2019. FGF levels were found to be markedly higher in those eating plant-based to pure cause and effect, and when they also switched to vegetarian diet, and their blood levels shot up 200% in 4 days, 3 meals. The bottom line, and I also remember that it can make you lose an extra 5 kilos per month. That's why I switched to vegan diet. Particularly Asian cholesterol is usually combined with high nourishment as a moderate coherent mostly plant-based diet. Low protein, how to lower it with diet. In mice, protein restriction increases lifespan, reduces frailty, improves physical performance later in life. Since FGF is suspected to mediate these benefits because of anti-aging effects of protein restriction disappear in mice and able to express FGF. In people, I think pathway might be involved. Diet of protein might associate with increased oxidative stress and inflammation, lower levels of NAD+, which is critical surfing function. Reducing protein, reduce IGF-1. Low IGF-1 levels predict survival in people with exceptional longevity. Remember from page 70, where age-related pathologies like cancer are predictably absent in those born with low IGF-1 levels. It appears to mediate the benefits of fasting for cancer's reduction, but fasting causes differential protection. Normal cells and cancer cells, improving chemo's ability to kill cancer cells but spare normal cells. We know this because the restoration of it was sufficient to reverse fasting's predictive effects. Starved cancer cells are more vulnerable to chemo in vitro. This vanishes if IGF is added back. Affiliates of fasting cuts IGF in half, but lost because you're cutting out your protein intake. A key determinant of circulating IGF-1 in humans is protein, particularly animal protein. Women and men eating strictly plant-based diet a significantly lower IGF-1 compared to those typical diet. Even those who are slim, it's not because they're eating fewer calories. In mice, calorie restriction alone lowers IGF-1. People require protein reduction. Serious practitioners, serious long-term calorie restriction remain elevated as noted before, which means suspect it's the protein. IGF goes down. Yeah. Potential downsides IGF-1 lowering. If you have lower IGF-1, you increase cognitive performance. If you go down the IGF-1, you still need potassium-rich foods. Okay. Well, I have no problem getting enough of that. You know, it told me a lot of things, but there was some stuff there that you know what? I'm just gonna read a little bit more like this for us. Go back to it. Thank you, Wikipedia.
Except for your sight.
Your time for tasting.
Yeah, well, the most important thing is what if I can reduce my protein from 50 to 25 grams?
Now.
This is gonna increase FGF.
Down so nobody can hear.
That's what I'm going to do.
Because this is ice
No
on top.
protein.
7 taste
I'm gonna lose
profiles
muscle
Every
anyway.
single layer here presents
Losing
different
weight.
levels of difficulty.
In fact, 70% of the weight loss from extreme weight loss diet seems to be protein. But I realize also, you know, I only have so much muscle, you know. Eventually, body's gonna start burning off more fat. And as long as I exercise, is the best way to be resistant against muscle loss through extreme weight loss diet.
I take chocolate, easy. Coconut, maybe a little bit more difficult.
It is coconut.
If I have one thing going for me, it's definitely my palate. I know a lot of flavors. I'm able to pick up tastes really well.
It's orange.
2
Kiss.
minutes. You have 2 minutes left. Pistachio, that's going to give people trouble because it tastes like a lot of nuts.
I think it's almond.
Let's not forget, by the time you get through to the third or fourth flavor, your palate starts to get a little confused, right?
Vanilla, chocolate.
Hands up.
Oh.
That's bright. I hope you enjoyed Canada's birthday cake. Now, it's up to you to replicate it. You will have full access to a specialty pantry where you'll find everything you need.
You'll also find a lot of things in that pantry that you don't need.
I'm confident in Alicia and my palates that we have all of the flavors. I've been working on my baking skills, and I'm hoping that puts us over the top.
You have 60 minutes to make a beautiful birthday cake.
The pair that does the best
This is
job
caked up,
replicating the cake that you just tasted will earn a huge advantage in the upcoming elimination challenge.
Your 60 minutes starts now!
I got coconut.
I got
Orange. Did you get vanilla?
I did have coconut.
Let's go back and
Yes, I still had a pepperoni
This is one of
pizza
the
as
most
well, but
exciting
it's too much
challenges
effort,
we've
you
ever
know?
seen
Eating
in
half
MasterChef
a
Canada.
pizza
Even if
one
you had
time
all
per
your
day.
senses at your disposal, it would
I'm just gonna
still
throw
be
it away or
difficult.
give it to my mom.
I trust my palate, and I felt like I tasted the
Father's
flavors I felt.
vegetarian.
We're gonna roll with it. We're gonna go with a chocolate base with a coconut frosting, some sort of citrus zest. Definitely tasted a maple bacon frosting.
I'm liking the fact that I have Trevor as a partner. He's strong and he's fast. He's gonna keep us on time.
We need to have these in at the 30-minute mark.
So it looks like they're all starting off by making their sponge batter.
I want to show them that Matt and I can work a good team together and that we can have fun while doing it. And we're going to win this.
Justine is doing all the scaling and measuring. Matt is doing the oiling and the coating of the cake pans.
We're gonna knock this cake out of the park. Say happy birthday to Canada.
Baking powder and flour in this. Is that cool?
Salt.
Barry's a baker. I'm following his lead, and I just want to help him. Do you think it's toasted coconut? I'm toasting a little bit off.
Toast it off a little bit, otherwise it's just raw and yucky.
We have something to prove.
Yeah, and the view from up there is real nice.
Yeah.
Barry has told me that he is an accomplished baker.
Well, telling is one thing, doing is another.
You got that right.
84, perfect.
Do you want to add any orange zest in the cake?
Do it.
I think it'll be absolutely fascinating to see how many of them get the correct flavors of both the icing and the sponge cake.
The top was, I think it's maple. The top is maple.
Do we not think it was hazelnut?
How about maple coffee? Just a tiny bit of coffee in there.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Jordan and May seem to be utterly
This is a
confused
serious
with the flavor profiles that
challenge.
we're looking for in this replication challenge.
Flavor
It's
is
a
that?
super
That one I don't know yet. I
accurate
thought it was
challenge.
banana, but there's no banana.
What are you working on right now, Jordan?
I did almond. We thought it was banana. We couldn't figure it out quite, so we just went with the next closest option in our opinion.
Are you sure about that?
We're not absolutely sure.
Would it be safe to call you the underdogs in this challenge?
I think so.
I really think so. Neither of us are bakers. I mean, we've just got to kick this out of the park nonetheless.
I wish you well.
Thank you so much, Chef Claudio.
What a sweet guy.
30 minutes! You have 30 minutes left. Your cake should be in the oven now. Icing is no piece of cake either. It's a thing that glues the layers together. So the proportion must be right. And the consistency, I want it smooth. I don't want it lumpy.
Icings are my thing.
We're getting along really well. You know, she's a great baker, and I'm happy to let her take the lead where I'm a little bit weaker in the kitchen.
I'm absolutely sure I'm gonna win it. I have the baking skills, he's got the palate.
That's smooth as satin bedsheet.
That's what that is. That's
Disgusting.
sexy. That's sexy. Can you envelope me in this?
This is a family show, Miranda.
You have 10 minutes left. Cakes should be out of the oven.
How's our cakes doing? Did you check?
Yeah, they're all rising really nicely.
How's it look?
It's a little underdone.
These cakes are still looking a bit jiggly to me.
Barry looks stunned.
Well, Alicia, we're either going to have soup or we're going to have a really tall cake.
Get them out of the oven.
Okay.
Take it out, take it out.
Yes, unless you're like working out, shut. Eat like
So one
25
of the
grams
moments
of
of truth
protein
right
and
now
live
is
a
being able to get
long
those
ass time
cakes
of protection against
perfectly out of those pans
cancer,
without
heart
having any
attack, and
damage to your
diabetes.
cake.
See if we can get at least one
But if
thin
you
layer out of the
exercise, don't
chocolate.
eat more than 50 grams of protein anyway.
Yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, it's garbage.
Yeah.
Which
looks
means
like it had
that
been
the more
only
you
baked for
bodybuilding, the less short life you will have.
Chocolate's
Unless
garbage.
this protects your effects from
It's
exercising.
over. That looks like pudding.
That's not good. I don't know
That's just
how
crazy,
you're
right?
gonna recover from that.
You know,
We can't
the
do
benefits
anything
of
about it now.
fasting
This
usually
chocolate
comes from
cake is not
protein
going into our
restrictions.
final
Just
product.
one amino acid,
Screw it.
vegan.
We're doing a 3-layer cake.
So vegan protein source not being complete protein source is a hell of a benefit.
Look at the teamwork with
No
Justine
one else
and
knows
Matt.
this shit.
Be careful now. Let's get it nice and even.
Those are 2 cake bosses.
Yeah, that's good, that's good, that's good. God, this is not turning out. Our cake is kind of slanted, not all the pieces are even.
May and Jordan, look at the icing. It's way too thick.
Oh, this is a true disaster.
Yes.
Don't like I need to watermelon a day. This has 0 calories too.
Spread, spread.
Okay, leave it. Don't touch it.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
Yeah, text.
3, 2, 1, hands up!
Not being a baker, I am super stoked on the cake that we just made.
It is what it is, sweetie. Chocolate cake fell.
Good work, everybody. You spent the last hour trying to replicate something you never got to see.
Luckily for you, we still have some of the original.
Visually, I'm pretty confident.
We got the second layer wrong.
The bottom is chocolate. The first layer of icing is toasted coconut.
The second layer is orange, topped with a pistachio icing.
Third layer of the cake is maple.
This is hard as like a memory.
And it has a caramel
challenge.
bacon icing.
And finally, the top layer is white cake with real blueberries.
I'm at a loss for words. I didn't taste one hint of blueberry.
Matt and Justine, please bring up your birthday cake.
I know our cake looks good.
You see myself in my
I know
hands.
it's gonna present well, and I need this advantage.
Looks quite amazing. You've got great height. There are a couple of little bubbles and imperfections, but a lot is going to be revealed when I cut myself a slice. Now, the moment of truth. Look at that. A good amount of icing between each layer. Good thickness on the sponge. Now, walk me through each layer.
We have chocolate.
Toasted coconut.
Yes. Orange, even though the color.
You want to know how to say yesterday?
Then it's a pistachio icing.
Yesterday. I förrgår, vi säger i Swedish. Igår och idag.
The last one is
Yesterday, today.
Overall, you made
And it's
two
not
mistakes.
smorgasbord,
Your
it's
almond layer should have been
smörgåsbord.
maple.
The pronunciation is not English.
Let's give it a taste.
It's not smorgasbord. Smörgåsbord, like in the love, you know?
That orange is subtle enough that it just sort of comes into play. And then who doesn't love a good old-fashioned chocolate cake? Lovely, well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tasty anyway.
I'm really feeling good. We hit 85% of those flavors.
Miranda and Aaron, please bring up your birthday cake.
I know there's a few appearance flaws with it, but I'm walking up with confidence.
I think, you know, you got the shape right, but what's inside?
Chocolate with a toasted coconut icing, orange cake, hazelnut frosting, a lemon cake with a maple almond, and then the white vanilla cake on top.
Overall, you made 4 mistakes. Your lemon cake should have been maple. You missed 2 of the icings. And also, you missed the blueberries. All right, well, I'll tell you, the most important thing is what?
Taste.
Nice.
It's kind of gets
Got
stuck
that
in
right.
your
You two can
roof of
bake.
your mouth, you know.
Barry and Alicia, please bring up your birthday cake.
This is so ugly, and I'm so embarrassed that I have to show this to the judges.
Right now, eating 1,600 calories in 3 days. That could be 1,000 to 1,500 calories saved each day, depending on my metabolism. I haven't been exercising, but I'll
Looks like you've come up a
get
little
going
short.
today with that.
Tell me what happened, guys.
The chocolate didn't turn into cake. It
Or
turned
the
into
results.
soup.
Even though that chocolate layer may not have come through, hopefully your palates came through for you. A good amount of icing on the top and the sides.
I lost. I went from 5 euros
That
to
is the
4.
orange sponge here.
No,
I
I
believe
want to
so,
go to
Chef.
6.
I got a little frazzled in the assembly.
And the next layer?
It appears that I may have switched the maple and the lemon.
Well, let's see how it tastes. It seems to me that the multiple layers and the details of this challenge may have gotten the better of you. You didn't give up?
Baron, never heard that name before. He kind of looks like a Baron.
Alicia and I are both
Baron,
really bummed.
Steel Bean
But
Baron.
what are you gonna do?
Trevor and Taya, please bring your cake up to the front.
I'm feeling great. I think our cake is the one to beat.
It looks spectacular. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I was reading
What
too many
matters is
things. I
what's
was reading
inside.
much in the book.
This is the coconut, obviously.
Yes.
And what is the icing in between here?
We did maple.
Maple? And you know that should have been.
Those blueberry, invisible blueberry.
Fantastic flavor. Amazing teamwork. Because if you can do that blindfolded, imagine what you can do when you have access to all of your senses.
Wow, thanks, chef.
Please go to the front.
We're hoping that the judges will overlook the overall appearance of the cake and hopefully just taste the deliciousness inside.
It might be a bit of an ugly duckling here, but inside might be a swan.
We're hoping so.
Well, let's see.
Well, you know, hopefully the swan didn't die as you cooked it in the cake.
Wow. Look at that.
Look at those
It
colors.
is
Just like neon
actually
colors.
a very happy looking cake. Pistachio, what happened?
We couldn't really taste pistachio, so we thought it was like a mix between almond and hazelnut.
And very interesting, this pink maple. Overall, you made 3 mistakes. Your almond layer should have been maple, your hazelnut icing should have been pistachio, and you also missed the blueberries. What layer should I try?
Vanilla sponge with the maple bacon frosting.
Well,
Oh, it's
there it
bacon,
goes.
not bacon.
It's delicious. Icing, smooth, light, delicate. I get the maple, I get the bacon, I get everything. Cake, moist, airy. Next time, just make sure you get it nicer looking.
Although we didn't nail the replication, our flavors in our cake were still delicious nonetheless.
This was not an easy task, was it?
No, chef.
We really have to chew this one over, so please excuse us.
That was one of the toughest challenges we've ever seen here.
I agree.
Now, even though there were a number of missteps across the board, there were a great deal of
Holy shit, I made
bullseyes
it at
in terms
98
of them
agility
nailing
soon.
taste
It hit me,
flavors.
chat.
I think
Hit
it's
me like a
between
prick
Justine and
dropped
Matt
by a
and me and
bodybuilder.
Taya.
They got the most flavors right, but their construction wasn't as good as ours.
As you all know, only one cake can win this challenge.
Because this was a replication, accuracy was essential. We went on to consider taste, structure, and of course, beauty. The home cooks that made the best cake were Matt and Justine.
myself every time I'm in the kitchen, and this was no exception. I'm so excited.
Matt and Justine, for winning, you're gonna get a huge advantage in the very next challenge.
Helping us present that challenge is someone that we know has been a huge inspiration to all of you.
I love surprise guests. I mean, who could it be?
Please welcome Canada's reigning MasterChef Season 3 winner, Mary Berg.
Mary! Holy shit, I just watched the season, chat.
I'm a little starstruck. She did so well on her season.
Hi, everybody.
A year ago, Mary Berg was standing in my shoes. Maybe a year from now, I'll be in her shoes.
So Mary, what has your life been like since winning MasterChef Canada?
Unbelievable. I've opened up my own catering business and it's just going so well. I love cooking and getting to do it every day is just like life affirming.
Mary is living her food dream, and that itself is an inspiration.
Mary,
She's vegetarian also.
Justine,
And she won.
Matt, just
Never
one
tasted any
taste
meats, I think.
challenge. I think you have something to tell them.
I do. You are safe from elimination. Good job. You guys don't have to cut.
We're so happy. We made it to the top 9.
On her way to becoming Canada's reigning MasterChef, Mary impressed us again and again with her fresh take on old favorites.
That's why we asked Mary to whip
Yeah,
up
she
3
elevates every
classic
dish.
family dishes for this challenge. But this time, the reinvention is up to you.
First up, my personal obsession, tuna casserole. Here we've got the noodles for the starch, the tuna fish for the protein, and then you've got
If it's vegan fish, just like soy fish, so I'll eat that. Would make a great fucking
the nice baby green peas for that nice
nasty.
pop of
I mean, it's
freshness
kind of
that you're
nasty
looking
with
for
fish and mashed potatoes. You can't tolerate it, you know. Don't
in a
have to do that. You have to be vegan,
Cheese,
chat.
fish, I don't know. That doesn't seem to go together.
Next up, chicken pot pie. Chicken pot pie is kind of just a classic. You need to have the nice vegetables. The pastry is nice and flaky. It's got a really good egg
That
wash on
pastry's
it, so
hard,
it's
man.
shiny, and it just looks inviting.
I have no worries about making chicken pot pie.
It tastes kind of
Last but
thin
not
like ravioli.
least, a traditional shepherd's pie. This is the classic English version, made with lamb as opposed to ground beef. My family absolutely loves lamb, and they love this classic winter comfort food.
I'm using all of my mind power to give me shepherd's pie.
Justine and Matt, your fellow home cooks, will have to turn one of these homespun classic dishes into an elevated master
And next time I go to the Mexican restaurant, I'm gonna go like, oh, I'm vegan. I want the vegan option. Yes, I'm a fat vegan.
Canada worthy dish. And you get to decide which dish they all have to cook.
Out of the 3 dishes, I'm definitely hoping they don't choose the tuna casserole. I can work with the other 2.
As much as I sweat in the kitchen, I want to try and see some other people sweat today.
I think we're gonna go with the tuna casserole.
There hasn't been much fish done in this competition yet, so the tuna casserole is probably going to be a bit of a curveball.
Are you ready? Follow Mary's footsteps and blow us away with your creativity.
Oh, and guess what, chat? This is just a second account.
Now have 45 minutes to put an
Second account där jag lät den här lite grann.
The judges have yet to see my repertoire. I think that I'm so good at creating really complex, unique flavors. I'm looking for miso. Yes.
Comfort home cooking will never go out of style.
Often dishes that are simple are perfect dishes to elevate.
So if I had to cook a dish like this, I would be doing my spin on a vitello tomate, a wonderful smoked tuna, tomato sauce on the bottom, lovely little light fluffy pasta sheet, a bit of lemon to it, light, fresh, and tasty.
My sort of MO is doing classics with a twist. I'm gonna try and get a pivello.
Try elevating dishes, chat, simple dishes.
Some
Have you ever thought of doing that?
stuffed with celery puree and some seared tuna. When I think
You can
tuna,
add like
I
alcohol,
think
for example. You can add like wine and stuff, or beer. That's a good idea.
And I can't make sushi, so I'm going Mediterranean. I think I've barely scratched the surface of what I have to show.
What is it about that tuna casserole that could trip up these home cooks?
In a tuna casserole, it's often canned tuna. It's also a strange combination. You have cream and fish and cheese and noodles. There's so many things going into it that don't make sense together.
Hot, hot, hot. So many things going on.
I love this meme with like the superhero guy in his dressed up chic. Oh, welcome back. Oh, I missed you. I missed you more than a retard misses the point. And the beef guy goes, oh, what do you mean?
I've never had tuna casserole before. I have to elevate into something more modern. We're just making some sort of mixture here.
All right, son. What have you learned about the ocean? The ocean is a soup.
I'm trying to wrap my head around cheese and tuna, so I decide to just put them together quite literally and hope for the best. This looks so interesting.
I decided to do a Asian twist on the tuna noodle casserole.
I've never had tuna casserole. I've only ever had tuna from the can. Today I'm going to be bringing in my unicorn power so that I can cook with love and
Unicorn
rainbow.
power.
I'm actually gonna
Power.
crust my tuna steak with chopped up almonds and black sesame. Chopping so fun, chopping so fun. I love chopping, yeah, yeah, yeah.
I am making a deconstructed tuna casserole.
I'm gonna make my
because it's gonna
partial unicorn
showcase my
seed for
smart
Reese.
ability to make pasta.
I have made handmade pasta more than I can count. I'd say it's the thing that I'm the best at.
I'm going to be using a variety of chilies that isn't necessarily traditional. I feel like I'm one of the stronger competitors here, and I'm going to nail this.
Aaron's right underneath us. We can see that he's doing these beautiful pasta from scratch.
If you like
Aaron, that
Smash,
looks sexy.
in Esports, don't forget there's collision final day, top 16
My
today.
food dream is to be a
In
restaurateur.
12 hours,
I'd really
or
love to
maybe
own my
maybe
own
even 8,
joint, and
maybe 10.
every day that I'm here is a step closer to making that a reality.
Hello, 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 hello. Let's go.
Jordan!
Hi.
Tuna casserole, Mary's favorite dish. How are you going to elevate it?
I'm gonna take an Asian twist on it.
Nice.
I'm gonna do a tuna tataki.
You, like, literally read my mind. That is where I would go.
Oh, shut up.
I was thinking I would do a tataki and a Japanese flavor.
Yeah.
Who is going to have the most trouble?
Honestly, before the challenge, I did see Taya struggling a little bit to conceptualize an idea. So maybe her, but honestly, she always pulls it out of the bag, so I don't even know.
Is it going to be you?
Hell no.
Yeah, that's the attitude. We'll let you get back
Thank
to
you
work.
so much, you
Amazing.
guys.
I love your shirt.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, guys. See you later.
Oh my God, Taya, where's your pasta?
I've been so busy working on my sauces, my purees, my breadcrumbs. I need to start making my ravioli.
20 minutes! You have 20 minutes left!
My ravioli is so...
Let's take a ravioli break, chat.
You mind
This guy is just incredible.
if I take a little seat here? Yeah, right here. Oh, yeah. Bruh, you want some? No. Yeah. Oh. It's just a prank, bro. Ravioli, ravioli. What's in the pocket only? My lord. Ravioli, ravioli. What's in the pocket only? It's just a prank, bro. It's just a prank.
Just to have someone take their kid, it's just a prank, bro.
Ravioli. Ravioli, ravioli.
At least see all these videos, maybe. make it a better person or worse, maybe. I
But
don't
I had
know.
no
Who
time
knows?
to change it.
Oh my god, Taya!
I'm gonna do the best
He's
that I
teaching
can.
me to be, you know, like, you know, deep analysis is teaching me to be very confident while being insane. Doing crazy things for the funnies.
Push through.
Hi, May. Hi, Chef Alvin. Hi, Mary.
Hi, May. What's happening over here?
That is going to be the glaze for my yellowfin tuna.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Where's the pasta?
The pasta is sitting right here.
Pasta's right there. You're not making your own pasta.
I want the other components to really shine through.
That can be a good strategy.
Thank you.
Not making your own pasta.
Trevor!
Hi, Trevor.
Did you grow up eating tuna casserole?
No, I did not, unless it was a microwave version after hockey practice.
Can I taste that?
Of course. Chili, cream
Okay.
sauce, with a bit of cheese in
Boy.
it. Some jalapenos, some habaneros. There's some garlic, some shallot, a little bit of olive oil.
It's spicy.
That's what I'm going for, Mary.
And they may overpower something delicate as tuna.
Okay.
Well, Trevor, got a lot going on here, so I'm gonna let you do it.
Thank you very much.
I'm doing something that's kind of out of my comfort zone. It's super important
Comfort zone.
that my next dish prove
Oh,
to the
sorry.
judges that
I mean,
I have a lot of
it's me
potential.
making.
5 minutes!
How is this coming along? Let's get this reducing.
Jordan, he has a lot going on.
What's that, like, purple thingy?
Hopefully this works. I'm gonna be taking purple potato and spiraling it around.
The Okinawan diet, you know, that's I read about in the book, you know, where they live like the longest of anyone in the world. Mostly ate purple potatoes.
And a wooden spoon to
Antioxidant
substitute as
potatoes.
pasta noodles. Hope I don't set the kitchen on fire.
May seems calm. She's keeping to her zone and not running around as much as really anybody else. Trevor seems like a confident dude, and I think that's a great thing, but that can only take you so far in this kitchen. The cream sauce was tasty, but quite spicy. I'm not sure how that plate's gonna come together.
Woo, perfect.
I am doing the best that I can.
1 minute! You have 1 minute to make beautiful plates!
Wow, they are all cutting it close.
Go, guys!
Let's go!
Got less than 20.
Come on, guys, you can do it!
Come on, get it together.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hands up! Good job.
I'm really excited to finally show something that I'm proud of to the judges.
Mary, on behalf of everyone at MasterChef Canada, thank you so much for being our guest.
Thank you so much for having me. You guys did amazing. Good luck.
Thank you, bye.
It was absolutely lovely to have Mary come today and remind us why we're all here.
Before we taste, we have one more piece of business to take care of. Matt and Justine can save one of you.
I had this great idea to elevate the tuna casserole and save me, throw me a bone, please.
They shouldn't save me. I want the judges to see my dish. I think my dish is gorgeous.
We choose Taya.
Yay!
Thank you guys so much.
Justine and I both know that Taya has cooked in every single cook, and she deserves a break.
Thank you so much.
Miranda, please bring up your dish.
Everything on that plate I've never worked with before, so I think this dish has balls just like me.
You have
It's an albacore tuna encrusted with black sesame and toasted almonds.
So, an Asian-inspired version of tuna casserole.
Yes, chef.
Wonderful, rich, full flavor, a touch of heat, fresh flavors of that ginger, the background of the garlic. It's lovely. I think it could have done with a few more of the peas snaps to add just a touch more crunch to it. Were you happy with the way the tuna turned out?
Yeah, I think I got a good sear.
Okay, she's pretty good.
It's good. I find it just a little dry on the outside. Please head on back to your station.
Alicia, please bring up your dish.
It's a seared tuna and gnocchi with confit garlic.
I could actually see every element of the classic tuna casserole dish, but you've transformed it into something that is so relevant looking. I mean, it looks like
There's
a
more stuff in
modern
the background. It is a white plate.
What's the crust on the tuna?
Drizzled some of the confit garlic oil on top.
It's fantastic. This is an incredible dish. Maybe this is the turning point for you in this kitchen.
Thank you. At this point, I'm thinking that this could be a winning dish.
Some guy got to the top 2 by making a fucking coffee whiskey rub steak.
So I have a
I'm thinking about
seared
that.
albacore tuna, habanero cream sauce, and a handmade pasta.
It's beautiful. It's visually stunning. It's a nice cook on the tuna. You kept it rare. You have a nice sear on it. Pasta, the consistency, and the thickness. Very nice. Wow. It's too hot. Can't get over that heat. That is a mistake.
That depends on the person, definitely.
You know, from the outside, you seem like a very, almost arrogant. But I think on the inside, you're terrified. I really feel that.
Wow, psychology insult.
Wow. Hot damn, that is hot. Wow. Did you use Scotch bonnets?
I was under the assumption it was a habanero.
So you don't know. You used an habanero, which is also known as a Scotch bonnet, which happens to be one of the hottest peppers on planet Earth. And all I think about
Oh. And Carolina Reaper is at 2,500,000. Also, there's one that's 50% spice, but it's unofficial.
now is that pepper.
The giant Carolina
I don't
Reaper
really
is
think about the
spicier,
tuna
but
dish.
it's unofficial yet.
Aaron, bring up your dish.
It's our tuna satake with celery root tortelloni with mint and pea velouté.
It's very sophisticated. It's intelligent. What is inside your tortelloni?
It's a celery root puree. I tried to keep it simple. I wanted to mimic the idea of the cream of celery soup.
You sound like a pro.
Far from it, chef.
It sounds pretty pro to me.
You've just created the best dish I've had in 4 seasons. It's amazing.
I don't have any hair there, but keep trying.
Praise, chef.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's amazing. That sauce, it just pops with flavor. Your tortelloni are perfect. Perfectly cooked. You can tell they're handmade. What a shame it would be if you don't quit the job that you have now and become a chef. It would be a real shame.
He likes the dish.
May, please bring your dish up to the front.
I'm feeling a little bit nervous. Everybody went a total different direction than I did. So it is Asian-inspired casserole flavored with bonito, pan-fried tuna, and spinach, and then made pureed peas.
It is an interesting
Yeah.
presentation. It's almost as if there are 2 worlds here, the classic homey inspired tuna casserole and then the modern interpretation of the tuna portion of it. And then the green sauce is your pea and spinach. Let's give that a try, an interesting combination. Very rich and savory. nice savory background, has that little creaminess from the cream sauce. It's a nice nod to the tuna casserole.
Thank you.
Jordan, please bring up your dish.
I want to do this because I want to show the judges that I can create elevated food. I don't want to just take something and make a casserole in a really boring, lame way. This is a tuna tataki with a Japanese-inspired velouté with a toasted cashew sand and taro swirls with a pea and lemon puree.
You know the problem here, Jordan? You were asked to elevate the tuna casserole. I mean, this is, to me, more of a simplification. And I eat this right away. You know why? Before it all evaporates. Jordan, you have a lot of passion. I see that somewhere in this plate. But you dropped quite a few things. You dropped the noodles. You dropped the cheese. That's the problems. There are some beautiful tasting elements in there, but you were asked to elevate a tuna casserole, not just tuna.
Yes.
That may cost you.
We saw a lot of innovation in this last challenge, but unfortunately, at least one of you will be leaving the MasterChef Canada kitchen tonight. So if you please excuse us, we need to chat.
Wow, there was some incredible dishes.
But also a couple of very weak ones.
We had the full gambit. There was overreaching, there was complexity, there was some disastrous elements on plates. There were things that shouldn't have been there.
I gave the judges a dish that ultimately they didn't like, so I'm feeling pretty down on myself.
I know that this isn't my best dish, but there are some redeeming qualities that the judges did
Oh,
point
it's
out.
such a bonus, a
It's a
hat,
shame.
isn't it?
But for one of these home cooks, the journey's going to end. Let's go tell them.
Sweet Bonnie.
Well, you really managed to elevate a very humble dish. And that forced us to get very picky in our assessments.
The best dish of the night was Aaron's. That dish just blew me away.
I've had fire in my eyes since I got here. I'm winning this competition.
And the second best dish of the night was made by a home cook who's not flying under the radar anymore. Congratulations, Alicia.
I'm so relieved that I finally showed the judges that I have what it takes to be here.
There was a third home cook whose dish impressed us. May, well done.
All three of you will be captains in the next team challenge.
It feels so good to be one of the top 3 dishes of the night.
Unfortunately, some of you did not achieve the success that you were looking for tonight. Would the home cooks who were disappointed in what they served us tonight please come up to the front?
I am not disappointed with my dish. I am happy with it. I'm staying put.
Honestly, I think it's pretty clear that I have the worst critique.
They didn't like my dish. I owe it to myself and to the judges to walk up there.
Trevor and Jordan, we really appreciate your honesty.
Trevor, you hold yourself to a very high standard.
Yes, chef.
And tonight, you didn't reach it. Well, your dish was too hot. It had many redeeming features. You're safe. Go back to your station.
Thank you, chef.
Oh,
Jordan,
shit.
we know that you were deeply disappointed with your dish. And sadly, so were we. And there's absolutely no doubt in our minds that you have more to offer. Please leave here with your head held high. We can't
Oh,
wait
that's
to see
the
where
guy
you go
yourself.
from
What's
here.
he's gonna be
Now
such
come
a
on up
big
front
fucking
and say your
hole, man.
goodbyes.
I am am so proud of myself. I am so happy that I have competed in this competition.
Also, I've done 8 hours of agility now, and I think
This
one person in
competition has
chat,
reaffirmed
maybe two,
that I want to
can
pursue a
attest
career in food, and that is the only path
that
I'm
that
going to
is
take in
true.
life. At 22 years old,
I want to make a
I
record.
am one of the top
Let's just keep
10
going and see how many
home
hours I
cooks
can
in
go
this country. That in itself is an
delivering.
Next time, a punishing team challenge forces the home cooks to go full throttle.
Oh, you hear that, guys? Hear those bikes? Big bikers!
Okay, goodbye YouTube. Thank you. Have a nice time. Ooh, ooh. It seems like it's time to listen to some music and chill. And YouTube doesn't like copyright. You know, you can play 15 seconds of music, otherwise YouTube wants to run off with the fucking money, right? But remember, I also stream on Kick. Goodbye. Thank you.